traveling around the country talking to voters throughout his administration. And time and again, I heard supporters that were hoping, even during like the trade wars, right? It was the farmers that saw the prices of their corn and soybeans drop. They weren't even able to break even, yet they hoped that Donald Trump was going to be able to strike trade deals that would benefit them in the long run. There was a lot of hope and aspirations of voters in the United States that they have in Donald Trump. New voters, voters of color, young voters who have grown up with Donald Trump is effectively the godfather of this Republican Party. And when I say he's a unique personality, it's because of the individuals who we should expect to see him surround himself with in this administration. Here at his rally in West Palm Beach tonight, there wasn't Nikki Haley or Ron DeSantis or Tim Scott or, of course, Brian Kemp, the governor of Georgia, or Doug Ducey, the former governor of Arizona, or Mike Pence, his former vice president. It was the likes of Tucker Carlson and Speaker Mike Johnson and Robert F. Kennedy Jr., Elon Musk. Donald Trump ran in a way in which he felt uncompelled to go and reach out to the old establishment wing of the conservative party. And in 2022, I think that this is the moment when we go back in history of what led to this moment. It was Donald Trump when politically it was viewed as his stock being lowest. He went around and got involved in Republican primaries, specifically House races. There were 10 House Republicans who voted to impeach him in the aftermath of the January 6th attack. He effectively was able to purge 8 of those 10 individuals, including Liz Cheney. She lost her race in Wyoming by 50 percentage points. Donald Trump was able to remake the Republican Party in his image, which going into the presidential primaries, Ron DeSantis, Mike Pence, Nikki Haley, they jumped into that race. But when I was going around talking to voters time and again, even in South Carolina, there were folks that were telling me, Nikki Haley and Tim Scott, they shouldn't get in the race. This is Donald Trump's moment to take back the party and to take back the country that they felt was stolen from him. Donald Trump went on a crusade to convince Americans that he was a sympathetic figure, that the election of 2020 was stolen from him, and that the charges against him and the 4 criminal indictments, they were politically targeted. Over the course of these last 3 years, we now know here tonight, with Donald Trump becoming president of the United States, along with issues like immigration and the economy, of course, but he was effectively able to convince the majority of the American electorate that voted this month that he should be going back to the White House despite everything, all of the attacks, the charges against him, and that this was his moment. And now, upon going to the White House, he has a Republican Party in the U.S. Senate and in the U.S. House that will be devoutly loyal to him. And for any members of the military, any Democrats even, that look to go and seek to have some sort of ability to work with him in Washington, D.C., it's going to be incumbent upon them to understand that Donald Trump is of the belief that he only needs loyalty, that he does not need to go and strike any negotiations, because so far politically over the course of 9 years, it led him back into the White House and a mandate effectively from the voters who selected him to get back there tonight.
Vaughn, I know you've spent some time really thinking about this, reporting how we got to tonight and this historic day. Let's take a look at your report.
This is a magnificent victory for the American people.
A political resurrection unlike any other in American history.
I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before.
Tonight, Donald Trump winning back the White House, an unlikely comeback after losing the 2020 election, and a violent attack on the Capitol by his supporters, attempting to overturn the election results. Those supporters encouraged by President Trump's false claims of 2020 election fraud.
All of us here today do not want to see our election victory stolen by emboldened radical left Democrats, which is what they're doing.
Top Republicans initially condemning him for his role provoking the attackers.
All I can say is count me out. Enough is enough.
The president bears responsibility for Wednesday's attack on Congress by mob rioters.
But soon reversing course and embracing Trump once again, recognizing his power with Republican voters. In the 2022 midterms, Trump worked to get his allies elected and his enemies ousted.
The people of Wyoming are going to tell her, Liz, you're fired, get out of here.
Many candidates who echoed Trump's false claims that the 2020 election was stolen lost to Democrats. But just 1 week later, Trump announced his bid for re-election.
This will not be my campaign. This will be our campaign altogether.
In the months that followed, he was indicted on federal charges in Florida and D.C., in state charges in New York and Georgia. The Republican presidential hopefuls like Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis saw an opening.
We can't have, as Republicans, him as the nominee.
But Trump trounced the primary field in Iowa, New Hampshire, Nevada, and then South Carolina, handily winning the party's nomination.
And we want to have unity, and we're going to have unity, and it's going to happen very quickly. What happened?
In the campaign's final tumultuous months, Trump survived an assassination attempt.
The assassin's bullet came within a quarter of an inch of taking my life.
And a change in his opponent, which he falsely called a coup.
This was an overthrow of a president.
He ran his campaign on his terms and often on falsehoods. He hit the trail with his own unique coalition of allies. And tens of thousands of faithful supporters packing arenas and venues from California to Wisconsin to Madison Square Garden. Non-consecutive White House wins, a feat only one president, Grover Cleveland, has accomplished before. Now, Donald Trump will be president number 45 and 47.
8 years ago, Donald Trump, he interviewed potential cabinet and administration officials at his Trump Tower penthouse in Midtown Manhattan. He's now a Florida resident, and we can expect the transition process and that interview process to take place here in Florida at his Mar-a-Lago estate. I am also told, just like 8 years ago, when he went on what his campaign called a thank you tour as president-elect, in which he went around the country to address American voters that helped elect him, I'm told to expect a rally of similar sorts to take place, quote, soon, here in the days and the weeks ahead. Guys?
All right, Vaughn Hilliard, thank you so much for that reporting. I'm Kate Snow. Craig Melvin has actually left the table, just so no one's confused here. He has to go prepare for the Today Show. But I want to turn to Danny Savalos, who's joined us at the table, our legal analyst. This is something we haven't really talked about yet tonight, but now that we have President-elect Trump, what happens to all these legal battles that he's been fighting, particularly the ones that were supposed to be sentencing was supposed to be coming up soon?
On a night where we're all very careful not to make predictions, I'm about to make a bunch with a lot of confidence, and they have to do with Trump's legal cases. Here are things that I think we can say with a lot of confidence. He has 4 outstanding criminal cases. 2 are federal, 2 are state cases. The federal cases are going to go away. They're going to go away in a number of different ways. He can appoint an attorney general who will simply do his bidding and dismiss the cases. He can instruct the Justice Department to not even bother with the appeal of the already dismissed federal case. Those cases are, for all intents and purposes, gone. That leaves the state court cases. We have New York, and we have a sentencing, not only a sentencing coming up in a couple of weeks, but Justice Merchan is also deciding a motion to dismiss. This is all happening in the next couple weeks.
Remind people which case that is.
This is the case that he was, the only case that he was tried and convicted on here in the state of New York several months ago, and he's awaiting sentencing on that case.
This was around Stormy Daniels.
Exactly. It had to do with hush money payments and reimbursements to Michael Cohen related to an alleged affair with Stormy Daniels. So that case, in all likelihood, that sentencing might get adjourned now. But even if it weren't, even if it were to go forward on November 26th, in all likelihood, it's not a case that he's going to get prison time on. Now, reasonable minds can disagree. I'm approaching this as a criminal defense attorney. This is barely a felony in New York. Yes, it's 34 counts, but you have all the factors that lead towards somebody getting a non-incarceration sentence. You have somebody over 70 years old. Like a house arrest, maybe straight probation. You have someone over 75 years old, no guns, no drugs, no violence. These are things that New York courts see and sentence on every day. So in the spectrum of criminals who might be able to get a probation-only or house arrest sentence, Donald Trump is in a high likelihood. That's even if that case goes forward this month for sentencing. It might not. The real question is, will prosecutors agree to an adjournment, given that Donald Trump just won the election? That's kind of an X factor. Then you have Georgia, and Georgia is, I'm going to use a legal term, a disaster. That legal case is in a vortex. By the way, it hasn't been stayed. It's technically moving along, and we've heard nothing about it in the last several months. It is
because of a bunch of things that happened with the prosecutor.
Exactly right.
Get down in the rabbit hole.
Fair to say, again, I'm going to go out on a limb. The prosecutor in the Georgia case, the elected prosecutor, made some bad decisions along the way. And so because of those decisions, the case is now mired in appeal, and she may get disqualified. If it does, if that case is orphaned, then they have to find a new prosecutor to take it on. But let's say, for example, the case will still be pending when Donald Trump is inaugurated. Let's assume that it is. It will likely, all the state cases, to the extent they're still pending, will be stayed. And that's because of the Constitution's supremacy clause. In all likelihood, those cases will be put on pause. And 4 years from now, who knows what the political situation will be in Fulton County, Georgia, if that DA will still be even the DA, or if that case will have been tossed because the DA has been disqualified. So the state court cases, New York doesn't pose a tremendous threat to Donald Trump, even though it's why he's a felon. He's not likely to get sentenced to any serious prison time. Again, reasonable minds can and do disagree with me on this point, but I don't think it's likely. And Georgia, I just don't think they can get that case together. By the way, let's say miraculously they brought it to trial. The last high-profile RICO case in Georgia was the longest case in Georgia history. It took them 8 months to select a jury. Fulton County is just not good at speedy trials in complex cases. I'm sorry to say. And so Donald Trump's case may never see the light of day in Georgia.
So it sounds like the headline, bottom line here, is he's unlikely to see any legal consequences or any major legal cases go forward during his presidency.
One thing we haven't talked about is all the civil cases against him. And he's faced many millions of consequences as a result of those civil cases, including E. Jean Carroll. All of those are things that, in all likelihood, he's not going to get the benefit of, say, an immunity decision. I mean, theoretically, he could. But so he is on the hook for those civil cases. They will move forward.
Even as President of the United States.
Sure. Well, yes, there are immunity issues, but those will survive. In theory, they'll be back on the hook if he has a judgment against him after he gets out of office. So civil consequences are not the same as criminal consequences. And he has suffered criminal consequences. He's a felon. He is going to be, when the smoke clears, if Justice Merchan does not dismiss the case, which he might do next week, but if that case survives, if that conviction survives, he is a felon. He may not serve a prison term, but if it survives, I mean, that certainly is something that is not a desirable status for an American citizen. But in all likelihood, I think we might see the sentencing adjourned. And even New York, that case could get thrown out by Justice Merchan based on immunity, based on a pending motion to dismiss.
All right, that was a lot of legal talk, but
Sure
we
predictions.
really appreciate it. I think a lot of people, have been wondering out there. Let's go back to a couple of our insiders. Who do we have with us? Matt Gorman and Stephen Hayes are standing by for us. Hello, gentlemen. You're over on the other side of the studio now. I can't see you. Apologies. Can I get just from each of you your final thought as we head into the morning? It's almost 6 a.m. Eastern time now. What do you see this day and these coming weeks looking like?
First of all, it's a tremendous political resurrection. I think you put it exactly right, a realignment of sorts in many different ways when it comes to segments of the population. And what I'm interested to see now is, look, Trump only has one term. And so now, how does he govern? What is his legacy without a re-election to worry about? And then what do other Republicans and Democrats do in reaction? Because 2028 is maybe not so far away now.
And Stephen, to you, the same question. What do you see in these coming weeks?
Yeah, I was really struck looking at Vaughn's package, thinking about back to January 6th, and he was really left for dead. I mean, Lindsey Graham, all of his biggest supporters, nobody wanted anything to do with him. And not only did he survive that, but he has made this sort of dramatic comeback to the point where you had a party rallying around him. And if you look at the exit poll data today, you look at the number of people who said that they thought that democracy was at stake in this election, more of them nationwide voted for Donald Trump than voted for Kamala Harris, despite the fact that she made this sort of the centerpiece of the end of her campaign.
Ryan Nobles, on January 20th, 2025, Mr. Trump will become the president of these United States. You cover Congress. We know the Senate now has Republican control. We don't know about the House just yet, if he'll have a divided government or not.
That's right. And I think that's the biggest open question right now is what type of Congress is he going to be forced to work with? If he has a Democratic House, that's going to make it a lot more difficult for him to get his agenda over the finish line. But if he has a willing Republican House to work with, there's no limit to what he could possibly accomplish. And it's also important to keep in mind that there are a lot of these members, particularly the House of Representatives. I think of Congressman Matt Gaetz, for instance, of Florida, who had a dust-up with the former speaker, was almost thought to be an outsider. He's now going to be very much on the inside, a direct line to the president. So there's going to be
Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Marjorie Taylor Greene is another one. So there are going to be a lot of members of Congress who have bet on Donald Trump, who are going to see that bet pay off as a result of what we saw here tonight.
And I'm struck by, in the Democratic Party, there will be people like Gretchen Whitmer and Josh Shapiro and Gavin Newsom, who will be thinking, okay, he has one term, meaning Mr. Trump has one term
to prepare for a presidential.
Prepare for the next, and how to define the party. And Tim Walz goes back to Minnesota as the sitting governor. Whither Kamala Harris? What happens to her? And in the remaining 10 weeks or so of the Biden presidency, President Biden will certainly try to fortify policies he's put in place, try to create a legacy piece. It will be a difficult 10 weeks for them. And of course, because she's vice president, she will be in the role that Mike Pence had 4 years ago, confirming his election as president.
Chuck Todd, I want to get one final thought from you.
Well, look, I do think one of the things I thought about with this election is which president are voters going to be thinking about when they go into the voting booth? Donald Trump or Joe Biden? I think it's pretty clear tonight a lot of people walked in there thinking about Joe Biden. And Kamala Harris was trying to get them to think about Donald Trump. She wanted this to be a referendum on Donald Trump. And when you look at his 40% job rating, people's state of the economy, and how nearly half of voters thought they were falling behind, that's to me, they were thinking about Joe Biden. One other thing about Kamala Harris, I actually had a conversation with a well-known Democrat yesterday, and I was asking the what if, and they said, well, if she chose to run for governor, which is an open, Gavin Newsom is term limited, governor of California, this person thought that she'd be very difficult to stop. So, she's not, sometimes Democrats throw away their nominees. Kamala Harris does have standing in California. And I do think she still has some standing in the party because I don't think people blame her. I do think the party's going to blame Biden.
She's only 60 years old as well.
In politics, that's super young.
Very young.
That's teenage-like, yes.
Thank you all so much. And thank you for watching our NBC News special coverage of the 2024 election. Don't go anywhere. Coverage continues with a special edition of the Today Show. That is coming up next. I'm Kate Snow in New York. For all my friends here with me on this overnight shift, thanks for watching.
Closer to the Gaza border. A story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other. From NBC News, this is a special edition of Today, Decision 2024.
Good morning. We're coming on the air early. We've got a special edition of Today. Savannah's getting a little rest. She had a long, long night. She'll be back with us at 7. Craig and I are here. And the nation is waking up with Donald Trump set to make an historic return to the White House.
Let's show you where things stand at this hour. The former president, now the president-elect, with NBC News projecting he has now topped that magic number of 270 Electoral College votes. And take a look. This is how he's done it, winning across the South, including the key swing states of Georgia, North Carolina. You can also see a lot of red in the so-called blue wall, the big Battleground prize, Pennsylvania, as well as Wisconsin. Wisconsin called just moments ago those two Battleground states going for President-elect Trump.
Yeah, a lot of red on that map. The former president did not wait for the race to be called. He claimed victory during an address to supporters in Florida. Trump saying voters have given both him and his MAGA movement a, quote, powerful mandate for his agenda.
And to that end, another major storyline, Republicans set to control the Senate after flipping several seats in the upper chamber. The House, though, still up for grabs with votes and some key races still being counted at this hour.
Yeah, we're going to walk through all of it with you this morning. Let us begin with NBC's Garrett Hake, who's covered the Trump campaign every step of the way. Garrett, good morning.
Hey, Hoda, good morning to you. It really felt like a historic night here in West Palm Beach as the energy built at Trump headquarters with one win after another. First, the former president holding on to North Carolina, a state where he spent a good deal of time in the race's final weeks, then flipping back Georgia, something that had been just out of his reach 4 years ago. Then, after Pennsylvania was called for the former president, huge uproar in the ballroom, applause, and the party moved from Mar-a-Lago to West Palm Beach, where Donald Trump addressed the nation for the first time as president-elect on his way to becoming the 47th president of the United States.
So I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you. I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. Now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. Now, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try, we have to try. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it. Because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much.
So what happens now? As President-elect Donald Trump has a lot of work to do. A famously superstitious politician, he has done little transition planning himself to this point, but he has to start thinking about selecting a cabinet, selecting a chief of staff, selecting the people perhaps from this campaign, perhaps from his previous White House, who will accompany him to the next one. In that effort, he will be joined by a transition team that was already in place, but now he will dedicate more of his own time and energy to that. And what of a call between Vice President Harris and Donald Trump? We cannot confirm that they had spoken last night, with the race uncalled as late as 3 a.m. after Donald Trump had made those remarks. No particular reason to expect that Trump and the vice president would have spoken yet. That formality, that sort of typical nicety, something that we could expect to see today. And then what of the Trump campaign apparatus? Donald Trump, famous for these rallies. They have energized him throughout his political career. Trump aide says we should expect another rally from Trump soon. After his victory in 2016, he engaged in something of a thank you tour to talk to his voters and to some degree the rest of the country. And I think that's the last key point here, Hoda. Yesterday at his press conference after casting his ballot, Donald Trump said that he would try to be a unifying figure, that he would reach out to the millions, tens of millions of voters who did not support him in this race. We did not hear much of that from the former president last night, but he's got a good deal of time between now and January 20th. If that is an open hand, he wants to reach out to the American people who did not support him in this race. Hoda.
All right, Garrett, Trump winning the Electoral College and on his way to winning the popular vote as well. Thank you.
Let us now turn to President-elect Trump's opponent, Vice President Harris. She did not speak to her supporters at her watch party on the campus of Howard University in Washington, D.C. last night. Instead, the co-chair of her campaign addressed the room, saying that Harris will be speaking to the nation today. NBC's Peter Alexander was there. He joins us now from Washington. Peter, good morning.
Craig, Hoda, good morning to both of you. We are outside the Naval Observatory, the vice president's residence, which, if this continues as it appears projected by NBC News, will soon become the home of J.D. Vance. Last night was quite a dramatic scene as we were at Howard University. Kamala Harris's alma mater there. It started as a night filled with joy and optimism, but quickly that evaporated as the returns started coming in, and it was obvious that the trajectory was not in her favor there. Many people ultimately becoming quite silent, watching the returns come in late in the evening as they were hearing one victory for Donald Trump after another. You heard a chant from some in the crowd there saying music, music, and the DJ ultimately muted the giant television screen there, turning on music instead, as if to sort of boost the mood of the crowd as they waited to hear from Kamala Harris, as we just heard from Garrett. Ultimately, she did not speak last night. Instead, we heard from a campaign co-chair saying that she would address her supporters and the country from Howard University at some point later today. At the end of the day, though, this is going to be a major reckoning for Democrats to sort out exactly what happened here. Certainly, Kamala Harris faced some significant headwinds. Exit polls now showing that about 2/3 of Americans say they were either dissatisfied or angry with the state of the country, effectively saying that the country was headed in the wrong direction. How much of this is the responsibility of President Biden himself? The sense that the policies he pursued were not good enough and did not help satisfy some of the real economic concerns that a lot of Americans are dealing with these days. Inflation, one of the real drags so far for the Democrats. But it's not just Kamala Harris who's going to have to answer these questions, but Democrats up and down the ticket, with the Senate now becoming strongly Republican. Among the things we're going to keep close eyes on over the course of the day, I will tell you, just pulling back the curtain a little bit, there was a big donor event, Hoda and Craig, that took place at a glitzy hotel not far from where Kamala Harris was expected to speak. We were told by a Democrat in attendance there that the room was, in this person's words, like a funeral, that the situation was, in their words, not good. There was a release, a statement to the staff from the one of the campaign chairs, the chair of the campaign, Jen O'Malley Dillon. She said, among other things, that they always knew that the blue wall states would be their clearest path to victory, and at least as of last night, they liked what they were seeing. Clearly, when they wake up this morning, they're not going to like what they see. It's obvious that Kamala Harris will be defeated ultimately by Donald Trump in this year's election. Back to you guys.
All right, Peter, thank you. Let's dive into the latest numbers and what they reveal about the race and what's next for the next 4 years. NBC national political correspondent Steve Kornacki is right here at the big board. A very long night. I remember in the beginning we said we might not know results for the night or maybe even through Saturday, but here we are with a decisive win for Donald Trump. Break down what happened.
Yeah, I mean, I think we all remember 2020 and the timing. It certainly went faster. Well, you could see here in Georgia, in North Carolina, in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, those are the battleground states that have already been called. Trump is sweeping them so far, with a few more still to be decided. Obviously, he's the president-elect no matter what. Going in Pennsylvania, and I can show you, though, where Trump has won this
state by about 2 points. I think the way to sum up what he did in Pennsylvania and across all those battleground states is blue-collar voters and a more diverse coalition of blue-collar voters than we've seen in the past. Because you see here around like where Scranton is, you see it's blue, but Donald Trump made big steps forward here in that county. He barely lost it this time. He lost it by almost 10 last time. And then there's a number of small cities and mid-sized cities here in Pennsylvania, places like Reading, places like Allentown, with very large Hispanic populations, working-class Hispanic populations. And in all of those places, Trump has made some very significant gains here.
What happened with all the independents? Because there was that whole thing, everyone's going to fight for a tiny sliver, the Haley Republicans. What's going to happen with those kind of independents? What happened?
Yeah, I can show you again. We'll stick in Pennsylvania, but this could apply elsewhere. Democrats were really looking at the suburbs in particular, right outside Philadelphia. They thought there'd be a women's vote, an extra women's vote, extra independent vote. And I'll show you, here's an example like Montgomery County. This is a huge suburban county. And hey, Harris won it. But let's just compare it to what happened here in 2020. Joe Biden won this by even more. And in Democratic expectations coming into tonight in a place like Montgomery County was to win by an even bigger margin than Joe Biden had. They didn't even hit that number. Trump improved here.
Let's talk about the blue states, because there are some crazy results that came out of these. You look at New York and you look at Illinois. Those were clear wins for Harris, but there are some Trump numbers in there that are surprising.
Yeah, I did some double takes when I looked at some of these states. Let's go up to New York, and it remains a blue state here. Kamala Harris wins it. But just check out what New York looked like 4 years ago and typically looks like. Joe Biden won this by 23 points. Trump basically cuts that in half. He did something like that in New Jersey as well, in Illinois. And just to show you what that means nationally, he doesn't pick up any electoral votes because he didn't win those states. But here's what the national popular vote looks like right now. Trump is winning this by more than 5 million votes. There's still a lot to be tallied, but Trump is in very good position now to actually win the popular vote.
Will you show us Illinois, too?
Yeah.
Because something there happened as well.
Look at this. Still some votes to come, but my goodness, a 4-point lead here for Harris with over 90% in. She's going to win the state, but wow. 17 points was Joe Biden's margin here 4 years ago.
What about Hillary? I was just thinking about the gender gap everyone's been talking about. Okay,
so go back to 2016, same thing here. 17 points for Clinton, 17 for Biden. And just look at that shift towards Donald Trump. Again, he doesn't pick up any more electoral votes, but in terms of the national popular vote, this does something very different than this.
And what's still outstanding? What are we still waiting for?
Yeah, so we're still waiting for some of those battleground states. I think the one that may be the most imminent is Michigan. We'll check in there. You see Trump is leading by more than 100,000 votes. If Harris is going to reverse that, it's going to come out of where Detroit is here, Wayne County. But I can tell you that's a heck of a hill for her to climb there in Michigan. And then we've got Nevada, Arizona. They're just very slow counting states, but to show you what they look like, you know, Trump, they're about two-thirds in Arizona. Look at Nevada. Let's go up to Nevada, get that working. We got more than 90% in. Trump's ahead by 5 points there. No Republican has won out there in 20 years. So again, the possibility of Trump sweeping all 7 of these battleground states is very real.
A decisive win. All right, Steve, thank you so much. Craig, over to you.
All right, thank you both. That was sort of a granular view. Let's get a 30,000-foot view now. And for that, we bring in NBC's senior Washington correspondent, Hallie Jackson, and Kristen Welker, moderator of Meet the Press. First of all, you look great considering you've only slept.
Oh, you're kind.
You've slept maybe 40 minutes between the two of you.
Generous friend.
Kristen, let me start with you because President-elect Trump, undeniably, perhaps the most transformational politician of our time, twice impeached. By the way, still faces a slew of criminal and civil charges, nearly assassinated twice, rises from the ashes, and doesn't just win. By the time all the votes are tallied, he may very well get close to 300 electoral votes. How much of what we saw last night was people flocking to the polls to vote for Donald Trump? How much of it was folks flocking to the polls to vote against Kamala Harris?
It's a great question, Craig. A little bit of both. First of all, think about President Biden's and the Biden administration's unpopularity. 70% of the country saying the country was headed in the wrong direction. And that really is at the crux of so much of this. People wanted change in this election, and they clearly viewed him as the candidate who would bring about that change. So they were voting against policies that they felt were keeping prices too high, not dealing with their pocketbook issues quickly enough. And also, yes, voting for Donald Trump as well. Some of them, again, we've been talking about this political realignment, the fact that he expanded his support among Latino voters. He expanded his support among non-white voters, something that we just didn't think we would see. And just a point about the legal issues. I mean, just how extraordinary is it when we started the primary process? That was the big X factor. How would his legal challenges impact them? Would they sink him? Not only did they not sink him, they emboldened him in the primary, and he survived 2 assassination attempts. This is truly, a lot of foreign leaders are writing him to say it's one of the greatest comebacks in political history, and in a lot of ways it is.
Hallie, let's talk about the gender gap. That's all we heard yesterday. It's all going to come down to the gender gap. So what happened here?
Okay, so let me take this in a couple of pieces. So gender gap, it existed, right? Women backed Vice President Harris, men backed President-elect now, former President Trump, now President-elect Trump, since we've called the race in the last 30 minutes. And let me start with, and I'm going to ask our control room to flip the order of the graphics, since we started with the gender gap, this idea of the so-called bro vote, right? And by that, I mean the young men who the Trump campaign for months had talked about targeting. Now, remember, young men, they don't vote a ton. They're not showing up every 4 years to get out there and cast their ballot. But the Trump campaign ID'd them as somebody who could, as this demographic group, who they could try to turn out. And if they could get those young men who are more predisposed to back Donald Trump to the polls, then maybe that would be the key. That's the bet that they made, and that bet has paid off because those young men showed up in a big way. Our exit polls showed that he outperformed where he was with young men from the past 2 cycles. He did better than 2016, better than 2020 with young men. And think about what he did in his campaign. He was on Joe Rogan. He had Elon Musk out for him. He was doing all these sort of young men podcasts. Yes, spurred on by his son, Barron Trump, to some degree. So that was one of the dynamics on the gender gap there. But there was something else that emerged. I was going to say last night, but let's say in the overnight hours into this morning, and that is the Latino vote. And here you saw a very dramatic shift, particularly among Latino men. You can see him here. Look at this. See where he is in 2020 at 36% with Latino men 4 years ago. That is like nearly 20 points difference as to where he ended up based on our early exit polls here this cycle. Latino men broke big for former President Trump. His campaign had also talked about, as Kristen alluded to, they thought he was going to have a historic or near historic performance with Latino voters, with black voters as well. We really saw it in the Latina demographic. That was a big piece of it. And I would say the other thing, what drove him to this victory, people just don't feel good about where the country is, right? 73% say they're angry or dissatisfied here.
That's a lot of people.
And those were the headwinds facing Vice President Harris that she just was not able to overcome.
Moving forward here, Kristen Welker, we all remember what the first 4 years looked like under President Trump. We all remember that administration, the rhetoric, some of the policies as well. What, if anything, from that administration can we glean about what the next 4 years could look like? Do you think perhaps that we'll see a different President Trump, or do you think what we've seen is pretty much what we are going to see?
Well, I think one thing that we could see policies announced on his Truth Social account. Remember, a lot of times we'd wake up and there would be a post on Twitter and a new policy would be announced. But a couple of things that makes this different. In his first administration, he was surrounded by some people who wanted to be a guardrail for him. The thinking is now, a lot of the people who are eyeing the possibility of joining his administration are people who agree with him, who would be largely yes people. And so would that dynamic be different? He's been very clear about what he wants to do. Just like he was focused in 2016 on dealing with the issue of illegal immigration, he's very focused on that right now. He says one of his first acts is going to be to start
that first assassination attempt against him. He himself talked about pivoting right before the Republican National Convention. He said he was going to rip up his speech that he was going to give, which was going to be a barn burner against Joe Biden, and he was going to strike a unifying tone. That is just not what we saw on that last night of the Republican convention when he came out. He is somebody who has been very clear about his positions, his policies. Voters, clearly 68 million of them and counting, have responded to that. And there's no incentive for him to try to do anything different here.
And we're going to hear from Kamala Harris 1 o'clock. Is that what we're hearing?
We think a little bit later on today she's going to end up speaking.
Okay. All right, cool. Thanks, guys. We appreciate it. Y'all do look
Impressive.
good. I gotta say, an all-nighter.
Yeah. And they don't even drink coffee like us, but they're going to
You
stick
should give
around.
Starbucks. That's it.
Thank
All
you
right,
for
guys.
sticking around.
Thank you. Right now, let's focus on the biggest battleground prize, Pennsylvania. Donald Trump cracking the Democrats' blue wall, taking that all-important state and its 19 electoral votes. NBC's Stephanie Gosk in Philly with that. Hey, Steph, good morning.
Hey, Hoda, good morning. You know, when Donald Trump showed up here and gave rallies, he often said to people in those rallies, whoever wins Pennsylvania is going to win this election. This state was the center of gravity for this presidential campaign for both candidates, Biden and then Harris, and for Trump and their vice presidential candidates. In the last 10 months, they visited this state over 100 times, spent over $500 million. You know, when you look at where Trump's strength was in this state and continues to be in this state, you look to the western portion of the state, working class people. He took the margins that he won in the western part of the state in 2016 and just increased them. But that does not tell the whole story. You also have what happened here in Philadelphia, and you had Hallie talking about it earlier. The Latino vote is a particular note. And while Kamala Harris did win this city sizably, she didn't do as well as she needed to do to make up for the losses in other parts of the state. And the exit polls here in Pennsylvania statewide for Latinos were 57%. I also want to take you back to that pivotal moment in July when Donald Trump survived the assassination attempt in Butler County. It was a moment that galvanized his supporters. He returned to that same location as the campaign wound down. And it is very clear that here in this state, what mattered to people was immigration, the economy, and if they had any reservations about the at times erratic or even controversial things that Donald Trump said, it did not show up when they went to the polls. Hoda.
All right, Stephanie Gosk for us there in Philly. Steph, thank you.
All right, now to the shifting balance of power in Congress. NBC News projecting Republicans have won control of the Senate. The battle for the House is still up in the air, could be up in the air for days, if not weeks. NBC's Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles joins us now. Let's start in the upper chamber. Republicans, not much of a surprise here. The projection was that Republicans would take over the Senate. They're +2 right now.
Yeah, I think this probably was the least surprising of all the developments that happened overnight, and that's that the Senate is expected to be in control of the Republican Party. And that's because right now they've picked up at least 2 seats, and they're poised to pick up many more as many of these battleground states are still starting to come in. Let's take a look at some of the races that we know they've won. First, West Virginia. This was a race that they were expected to win. They won it easy. Jim Justice, the current governor there, will become the next senator. Then Ohio. This was a state that Democrats had hoped that they had a shot. They knew that Donald Trump would do well here. He did even better than what was expected, and he brought Bernie Moreno along with him. So they will win in Ohio. And then Montana. This is a state that we have yet to call this race, but it is looking increasingly like the Republicans will win this one as well. And that means John Tester, the long-term incumbent in Montana, is likely to lose this race. Although we have yet to call it, it does look like it's headed in that direction. That would give them 3 additional seats, but there are still races that need to be called in Wisconsin. We still haven't called the race in Pennsylvania, also the race in Nevada and Arizona. So there's a lot more to go there. And then, of course, in the House of Representatives, that is still up in the air right now. The balance of power, we still have about 60 or so races that have yet to be called. Right now, Republicans have a net gain of 3 seats. I caution that you shouldn't read too much into that because there are a number of seats that could go one way or the other that could lead to this balance of power shifting. This is the Democrats' last hope, guys, for any sort of power in Washington in the upcoming year. Of course, there is the possibility that if Democrats win, Hakeem Jeffries would become the first African-American Speaker of the House. But right now, that race still close to call. Democrats holding out hope that they've got a shot to win.
Let's say Democrats don't win the House. Let's say Republicans win the House. Republicans control the Senate. Republicans control the White House. What does that look like?
Well, it looks like Donald Trump's agenda on, on hyperdrive, I guess is the best way to describe it. You have to keep in mind that many of these people that serve in Congress right now are loyal to Donald Trump. Many of them owe their seats to Donald Trump, people that he personally endorsed for them to win primaries and win general election battles. He played a very big role, in particular in the recruitment of many of the Senate candidates that are now going to be taking office for the first time. And he has a number of allies in the House of Representatives who have been very supportive of him. Just to give you an indication of how much influence Donald Trump could have in Congress, Mike Johnson, who's the current speaker, hoping to hold on to that job, had a party planned in Shreveport, Louisiana today, where he's from. He gave a speech very early on in the night when it looked like it was going for Donald Trump. He flew to Mar-a-Lago and was on stage with the president-elect. So this is something that where Donald Trump is going to just have a tremendous amount of influence, particularly if Republicans take the House as well.
All right, Ryan, thank you so much. All right, guys, we're just getting started. We're breaking down the results from all across the country, the votes still being counted, and the takeaways from the crucial battleground states. But first, a check of your local news.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zing Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to the special edition of Today on this Wednesday morning, 6:30 on the East Coast. Did you wake up from the nap? Your 1 hour nap?
I was still fixing my hair. Look what the cat dragged in. We had a late night. Well, I believe you call it an early morning. But we've got some results to get to. 6:30 a.m. in the East, 3:30 a.m. if you're up late with us out west. Donald Trump will return to the White House. That's the headline. The 47th president of the United States, the now president-elect for a second time. Right now, sitting at 276 electoral votes. The state of Wisconsin putting him over the top officially here at NBC News about an hour ago. Several states, including Michigan, Nevada, Arizona, either too close to call at this hour or too early to call.
Let us take a look at Congress. Republicans will control the Senate after flipping seats in West Virginia and Ohio, two states that have swung heavily to the GOP. So the race for the House is up in the air. Republicans fighting to keep control there, but may not have results for many days.
Well, we're all here in position. We've got Mark Lauder, former director of strategic communications for the Trump 2020 campaign. Mark, been a long time since I saw you. About 90 minutes. Hope you got a shower. I did. So let's talk about this because we're seeing not only this decisive victory so far with Donald Trump, but even seeing him raising his margins in some of these areas, but also states that are blue states that Kamala Harris will win, but the margin has shrunk.
Right. I think that might actually, and we talked about this prior to the Madison Square Garden event when he was out in California, in New Jersey. I said, yes, he is campaigning for House candidates. That's why he's there. But should things break correctly, this could actually be the play and the difference maker in winning the national popular vote.
I think a lot of people were thinking about the Hispanic vote and what was going to happen. And there were some who were surprised to see how far some of those votes tilted toward Donald Trump. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think if anything, I think we're almost seeing the end of demographic politics.
That's interesting.
I think because so many people, whether you're Hispanic American, Black American, it's just like, no, I'm an American and these are my issues. Just because I may check this box on the census form doesn't mean I don't think the same things about everything else that everybody else does.
I mean, really, it is true. There may be different categories now. I mean, we used to talk about, the minority vote, the demographics. Now we're talking about education, college education, not college educated. Those sometimes are going to be the breakdowns, rural versus urban. So we still have those divides. I mean, we have 50% of the country. This is, essentially a tie vote. But we still have those divides.
No, absolutely. And I think, we were talking about it last night when we were talking about the Florida abortion ballot measure, that you actually had people who voted against or for that measure, but then went on and voted for either Senator Rick Scott or Donald Trump. So people are separating their various issues. And then I think in terms of their ballot choices, we used to call it ticket splitting, but now with issues, I think we're seeing that they can compartmentalize.
We saw it in Arizona as well. I mean, we're still waiting for the call there, but Donald Trump is leading there. But the abortion measure that enshrines the right to abortion in the state of Arizona, that passed easily. We called that earlier in the night.
Yeah, it really is. And I think that's, and maybe to one point, I think for all of the consternation, for all of the discussion about it, but this is actually allowing the people to vote on these measures, and they're saying, despite what their state lawmakers or despite what other people are saying we should do, they're putting their finger on the button and saying, no, this is where I believe on this.
Well, people thought that young men were not going to come out and vote. I remember that was the drumbeat we kept hearing. Are they going to show up? They showed up, didn't they?
They really did, and I was thinking about this last night. If president again. And so this is really something that I'm going to be very interested to see how the youth vote goes, because for many, Donald Trump is the only president or candidate for president they've known.
Well, now Republicans, I mean, they have the Senate, they have the White House. House is hanging in the balance. If you want to bring the Supreme Court into it, there's an ideological advantage for conservatives on the Supreme Court. So they are holding power in almost every lever of the federal government. So great news for Republicans this morning, but also now you got to govern. So what do you think will happen now?
Well, I'll tell you. So I was on the 2016 campaign, as Hallie and Kristen so well know, and I was in the transition, walked into the White House on day one with him. He is much more prepared now than we were then, because many of the policy leaders that were in the White House in those final months, those final days, they now work with me at the America First Policy Institute, which is a think tank, but they've been drafting the policy, writing the white papers, getting the executive orders ready. He will make the decision on what he says I will do, won't do. I won't go this far, I will go that far. But none of the stuff that we had in 2016, early 2017, he has access to that now.
What do you think about the fact that, what he won't apparently have is many people from his prior administration, prior cabinet secretaries coming back. Many of them, frankly, did not support him and said he was unfit to serve. Well, now he's coming back to office. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, there's a lot of splits that happen, and especially in that first administration, because he didn't have that experience. He didn't have that power base. He didn't have the experience in Washington, D.C. So he trusted a lot of other people to make a lot of those choices. When you see the people there that were there toward the end, many of them, not all of them, but many of them still do support him, are rallying around him. And I think having the knowledge of having been there, done the job, know what it's required, will help him pick people that are prepared to transition. And some of my predecessors in the White House of both parties were telling me, you have no idea, the best transition in the world is still the largest hostile corporate takeover on the planet, and you cannot be prepared for it. But since he's been there, since so many other people have been there, I think it'll be a little smoother, but it's still a very daunting task of, in what, 74, 73 days, basically taking everything that you have and flipping it over to something entirely new.
All right, Mark Lauder, thank
Mark.
you. You've been there. Good to have your perspective this morning. I keep mentioning Hallie and Kristen. That's because they're floating right over here.
There you are.
There's our dream girls who got no sleep or dreams last night. So let's pick up that conversation about what we think. You guys were there. You covered the first Trump administration. Let's talk about day one, week one. What are the things that are most immediately available for him to do?
Even before that, the transition, Mark talks about it. Remember, former President Trump, President-elect Trump, came in 2016, redid his transition after he won, right? So the planning that was in place basically started again in November. He has been really clear about what he wants to do on day one, Savannah and Hoda. He has laid it out. He wants to do mass deportations. There are real questions here that he has not answered, and he has been asked about how do you pay for it? How do you actually do it? Do you separate families? Where do you even begin with something like that? That's one of his key policies. He's talked about tariffs, for example. He's talked about tax cuts. There's a lot that he wants to get done. He's clear about it. Some of it is quite controversial, but if he has a Republican Senate, and he does, and if he has a Republican House, question mark, but we'll know eventually, then that is green lights for him to be able to implement some of these things.
What's your take?
Well, look, I think Donald Trump's political career has been defined by his promise to deal with this issue of illegal immigration. He was very clear, as Hallie said, what he's going to do on day one. Contrast that to Vice President Kamala Harris. There was always this big question mark. What's your day one agenda look like? So I absolutely think that that is going to be one of his first orders of business. In addition to everything Hallie just laid out, he talks about the fact that he wants to fill his administration with loyalists. So one of the things that I'll be watching very closely for are who are the people that he brings into the administration with him. We already know that he's talking about bringing RFK in to do health care. Elon Musk has been a big part of this campaign. He's talked about bringing Elon Musk in as well. The people so far who haven't necessarily raised their hand to come back in, Ivanka Trump, Jared Kushner, two people who were a big part of his first administration.
When he made his speech, the two people he mentioned were RFK and Elon Musk, and he said of RFK, like, I'll handle the liquid gold, you handle
do whatever else you want.
You do whatever else
right.
you want. So what do you think that means?
Health and Human Services, right? I mean, we're looking at the HHS, maybe FDA. RFK Jr. is somebody who is well known in that anti-vax, quote unquote, community, and he has been vocal about wanting to do that. He talked about, some of these policies around fluoride, for example, that he wants to implement. So I think that's one piece of it here. I will tell you the other thing that's really striking here is we look at how Donald Trump won and how Kamala Harris lost. I was struck, Hoda, when you were going through the board with Steve Kornacki just a couple of minutes ago. I'm thinking, is there any battleground county where she outperformed Joe Biden? Is there a single battleground county where she actually did better than President Biden did here? So I checked in with a source. You may know him, Steve Kornacki. There's a couple, the suburbs of Atlanta and like one county in Pennsylvania. But overwhelmingly, there is not a place where she did better than Joe Biden in this race.
And I think Hallie hits on a really critical point. Democrats are waking up this morning and asking, what do they need to do to win again? One Democrat put it to me this way: there needs to be a reckoning, that the current leadership needs to think seriously about not just passing the baton, but talking about politics differently and finding and meeting voters where they are. This lawmaker said, right now, we're not doing that, and that is why they believe Donald Trump won.
We've got Ryan Nobles here, too, as well, and I know you'll keep us posted on what's happening with the House, although we don't expect an answer for weeks, potentially, because of these races out west.
Yeah, there's about 60 or so House races that we've yet to call. Right now, we have Republicans with a net gain of 3 seats in the House of Representatives. I wouldn't take that to mean very much right now because so many of these races are up in the air. This is really the Democrats' last best hope of any kind of bastion of power in Washington after the results that we saw there last night. And it's by no means a guarantee. I think even under the best circumstances, if they do hold on to the majority, it's only going to be by 1 or 2 seats, which is going to make it difficult for them to govern and also make it difficult for them to be a thorn in Donald Trump's side and to try and stop his agenda. I think the biggest thing that Democrats would like to have is a foothold in a place like the House of Representatives, because it would give them the opportunity to investigate Donald Trump, right? In the same way that House Republicans have investigated the Biden administration, the House Oversight Committee would have subpoena power. They'd have the ability to do that. But more than anything, they would be a check on any sort of legislative agenda that Donald Trump has. But right now, there's no guarantee they're going to have that.
I wonder if they would, because, you know, they have investigated Donald Trump for years. He's got 4 criminal cases against him. A lot of Democrats thought they had a legal solution to a political problem. They have neither this morning.
Look at what happened. If we can take the time machine back to the primaries, right, when those legal issues came to a head for former President Trump, what did it do? It propelled him forward. It rallied his base around him. And remember, I know that seems like ancient history, but at the time, that was a question mark. There was this open question of whether the fact that this former president would be potentially convicted of felony charges, which he obviously ultimately has been, would be a game changer in any way. It kind of was in his favor. His fundraising numbers went up. He did better in the polls. We obviously 2 of those federal cases, they go away, right? I mean, he can do whatever he wants to do, basically, to eliminate those cases. But that is, I'm with you here on this. Yeah. What do House Democrats do if they even have?
It's such a great point, Savannah, because, and to Kristen's point as well, there's going to be this push and pull, this reckoning within the Democratic Party. There are going to be a significant number of Democrats that are going to say, we can't just roll over, right? The resistance lives on. If the House of Representatives is our only place for that resistance to exist, we need to take advantage of that. But there's going to be another faction of the party that's going to say, we've got a real problem with rural voters. We have a real problem with working class voters. We need to get our own house in order before we try and engage in more of these kind of back and forth and these adversarial postures.
And there's 2 different things we're talking about here. You're talking about resistance, okay, fine, to a check on policy.
Right.
That's one thing, going after and targeting and trying to investigate and all of that. I mean, by the way, the Republicans did it to Biden. The Democrats have done it to Trump. It's time immemorial. But it seems like if you're the Democrats and you're waking up and you're looking at these maps and you're looking at these margins, it is time to look in the mirror and have a real heart-to-heart with your party and yourself and say, where do we go wrong?
And look at the numbers that we got last night. More than 70% of people saying they feel like the country is heading in the wrong direction at the root of this victory. Not just a vote for Donald Trump, but a vote for change, with people feeling frustrated with high prices and some of the other
Well, you
issues.
have, I mean, Kamala Harris effectively an incumbent. She was the vice president of the administration that was before. And so that is always, and I'm taking everything that's extraordinary about this political campaign, that is very ordinary. A vice president to an unpopular president running for essentially a second term is almost never successful.
And trying to figure out how to navigate some distance from him while still being unwilling to break from him completely. That was part of it, too.
It was the biggest challenge of her campaign.
Well, we'll have hours to discuss it.
Yes, we will. All right, guys, let's turn now to a key battleground that remains too close to call this morning. We are talking about Michigan. Former President Trump held his final rally there. Vice President Harris was in the state over the weekend. We've got NBC's Maggie Vespa. She's standing by there in Grand Rapids. Hey, Maggie, good morning.
Hey, Hoda, good morning from Michigan. Yeah, that all-important brick in the blue wall that is yet to fall, and that's largely because votes are still being counted in Wayne County, which is home to Detroit. It's home to Dearborn. Obviously, that's incredibly urban. It's breaking thus far for the vice president, but we still have less than 90% of the vote in that area. So the statewide, it's still too early to call, but thus far, as you can see, statewide here in Michigan, breaking for now President-elect Trump. Kent County, where we are, where he made his final campaign stop here in Grand Rapids just 2 nights ago. That also breaking for the vice president. Again, this is another urban area, but it just seemed like those sort of sways toward the vice president weren't enough to overcome that red rural sort of swell across the rest of the state. The gender gap here in Michigan was very real, with 55% of men voting for the now president-elect, 53% of women voting for the vice president. It was even more pronounced among white men. And then, you know, we talked yesterday about Michigan being home to the auto industry, home to an Arab American population, but voters here, according to our exit polling, saying the most important issue to them was preserving the state of democracy. That broke heavily for the vice president, but a close second was the economy. There was one man who told us that he voted for now President-elect Trump because, he told us, despite frustrations over things he did in office, despite, as he said, being horrified on January 6th, he told me, quote, "Every time a Democrat is in office, my wallet suffers." Guys.
All right, Maggie Vespa for us there in Grand Rapids. Maggie, thank you.
And on that topic, according to exit polling, many voters named the economy as a top issue, citing concerns over high prices and inflation. NBC's senior business correspondent Christine Romans is with us now. Christine, good morning. Good morning. We have talked about this. The voters have now spoken. What are you taking away from the results here?
You know, really early we could see in these exit polls that people really felt sour about their personal finances. And when people who voted were asked, are you better off today than you were 4 years ago, it was astonishing the number of people who said that they were worse off. When 45%, that number on the bottom, that is the highest worse off figure that we've seen in 5 presidential cycles. That's even worse than the Great Recession, when we were in the middle of a housing crash against the backdrop of an economy that's doing okay, actually doing well. But inflation was the problem. People are so upset about inflation. I feel like they took inflation with them into the voting booth. We asked them, has inflation caused you and your family a severe hardship or a moderate hardship? 75% said it was a hardship, inflation was. And so that was a really big driving number.
Can I ask you about that? Because we now know that inflation, I mean, look, there are numbers that all the nerds crunch, and then there's, you go to the grocery store and you're like, that's cost $100 and I don't even have a full basket. And have the inflation that people feel the most, gas prices, housing, food prices. We know inflation is at 2%, about where, you know, the officials want it to be. But are those prices still as high, or is that part of it? You're still feeling it where you really, you know, notice it?
Even as wages have been going up too, it is that sticker shock that people keep focusing on. And over the past 18 months or so, wages have been rising faster than inflation, but people, the American psyche is just really scarred by what happened a couple of years ago when prices were going up so much that was kind of coming out of your, you know, you just couldn't even keep track of it. Now that has calmed down, but again, it's still fresh in so many people's memories.
Real quick, stock market, how's it looking?
Wow, booming overnight, booming. Oh yeah, you've got a huge rally in the Dow Jones Industrial Average. Now at 9:30 Eastern time, that's when the market's actually open, but they do have this pre-market trade, these futures trading. The S&P 500, the Dow Jones, the NASDAQ, all up very, very big here. Something called the Russell 2000, which is small stocks. Those are booming really like 6% because they think that Donald Trump, if he has control of Congress, will slash regulations. So companies will be able to make more money because they won't have to follow so many regulations. Also, we're looking at whether his tariff proposals, what that would do for the dollar and for bonds. So all markets are moving really big this morning. And I think what we need to watch over the next few days, there was a big market reaction in 2016. It sort of moderated over the coming days. So this big reaction sometimes can be overdone, but at least this morning people will wake up and there will be big numbers in the stock market this morning.
Cool.
Nice to see you.
Thank you, Christine. You too. Of course, this election is being closely watched all around the world. The results and what is to come set an impact on everything from the global economy to the wars in Ukraine, the wars in the Middle East. NBC's chief international correspondent, Keir Simmons, is following the reaction. It is pouring in from overseas. What are you hearing, Keir?
Well, Hoda, this is sending shockwaves around the world. Shockwaves of anxiousness for some countries, enthusiasm for others. Diplomats here in the Gulf that I've been speaking to using words like stunning and wow. Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel, remember, this is a different world now. He now in a conflict with Hamas and Hezbollah, talking about my friend, President-elect Trump. Iran, as you would expect, the opposite, dryly saying U.S. elections do not concern us. I think this result will end up concerning Iran very much. And then you have the war in Ukraine. President Zelensky quick to congratulate President-elect Trump, but urging him to keep supporting Ukraine. On the other side, in Russia, a spokeswoman for the Russian Foreign Ministry just simply saying, hallelujah. We spoke to a Russian official who's not authorized to speak on the record, a little more nuanced, saying less predictability is coming. Hoda, China, which of course now potentially faced Trump tariffs, not yet congratulating President-elect Trump, saying that they will go through the official channels. They'll do it the official way. President Macron of France, I'm told, between sleeping, stayed up overnight to watch. He's one of many European leaders congratulating President-elect Trump. Other Europeans, though, will be anxious, as I say, Hoda.
All right, Keir Simmons for us. Keir, thank you. A major talking point during the presidential race and an issue that was voted on in 10 states, abortion rights. NBC's Laura Jarrett has been watching that throughout the night for us. Break down the results. What'd you see?
Guys, it's a little bit of a mixed bag here when it comes to these ballot initiatives. I want to start in Florida because the story there is really interesting. You have a majority of voters who want to vote in favor of abortion rights, okay? The issue there is that they needed more than a majority. They needed a 60% super majority, if you will, and they came just short of that. And so what that means is that a current ban, which is up to 6 weeks of pregnancy, will stay on the books in Florida, even despite the majority of people wanting to see it overturned. Also, South Dakota, the abortion rights amendment there also failing. Nebraska, a really interesting story there. There were competing amendments, both pro-abortion rights and anti-abortion rights. In that instance, the anti-abortion rights actually was the one that prevailed, which means you'll be able to get it up to around 12 weeks of pregnancy. Then we want to take you to Arizona. Currently a 15-week ban there. No longer. You're going to see the biggest real-life change there up to the point of fetal viability. So you're going to go from 15 weeks to 24 weeks of pregnancy. Also, Missouri, another one that had a near total ban, now up to the point of viability. A very different landscape there. And then I want to think about a different bucket of things where abortion rights was not a threat. Places like New York, Colorado, Maryland, Nevada, Montana, those were situations where people wanted to codify the right to an abortion in the Constitution. So as legislatures change throughout the years, it's harder to get rid of there. But again, very different situation in a place like New York than Florida, people waking up this morning.
So those measures passed. The Florida constitutional amendment did not pass because it had that 60% threshold. But how interesting, we were talking about the split ticket voter phenomenon that's sort of happening now with some of these referenda. You have a place like Arizona, pretty red state, Missouri, very red state, Josh Hawley cruising to re-election there, and yet these measures that protect the right to an abortion passed rather easily in those red states.
Yeah, it's interesting because it's really, you get to see where the voters are on this issue. And you talk about abortion going back to the states now with the former president re-elected, obviously a conservative Supreme Court, a conservative Senate. You're going to see more, I think, of these state-level bans. There will not be uniformity at all when it comes to abortion in this country.
President Trump at some point seemed to soften on that stance on abortion.
And then quickly walked it back.
Yeah, so what happens there?
So originally he said he thought the 6-week ban in Florida was too strict. Dasha Burns asked him that. He said that. Then he got the pushback and then said, no, I'm against it. I'm going to vote against it in the amendment. Who knows how he actually voted in Florida, but he said he was going to vote against that abortion amendment in Florida.
Well, it's interesting, too. There's been the specter of a federal abortion ban, and Democrats have been trying to say if Donald Trump gets into the White House, he will try to federalize this and make this a national law so it won't be state by state. He was trying to soften his stance on abortion and reassure people, saying, I think think what he said at the debate was it could never get passed.
Yeah, and that might still be the case, but it'll be a fight no matter what. I think there would be certainly pushback, and we don't know how the House is going to shake out. But obviously the Republicans have the Senate, and they have the Supreme Court, so it's really going to come down to a battle within Congress over something like that. And it would obviously be a huge pitched battle, especially in this environment, guys.
Okay, Laura, thank you. We are back with up-to-the-minute election results and analysis. This is a special edition of Today on a Wednesday morning. Let's get a check of your local news now.
pledge not to hold a vote on any legislation that would ban abortion? Do you still have faith and confidence in the Supreme Court? Is this plan to ban price gouging anything more than a gimmick? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
Do you pledge not to hold a vote on any legislation that would ban abortion? Do you still have faith and confidence in the Supreme Court? Is this plan to ban price gouging anything more than a gimmick? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Top story live from Paris, live in Tel Aviv. We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Welcome Welcome back. 7:30 on the East Coast on this Wednesday morning. Some people just getting up at this very moment. The nation waking up to a new reality in Washington. Donald Trump securing the 270 electoral votes needed to return to the White House.
And then some, and he becomes just the second president to win non-consecutive terms. Who remembers Grover Cleveland 132 years ago?
If you watched last night, you do.
Let me tell you, Grover Cleveland's Google alerts are just firing on all cylinders. We've got to go back to the 1880s for that. Well, let's show you how Donald Trump did it. Right now, he is sitting at 276 electoral votes. Wisconsin put him officially over the top. And you can see several states, including Michigan, Nevada, and Arizona, too close to call at this hour.
Let's take a look at Congress now, guys. Republicans will retake the Senate after flipping seats in West Virginia, Ohio, and now Montana.
And as for the House races, Republicans are holding a lead this morning. There are still dozens of races left to be called, though.
Let's get a closer look at President-elect Trump's victory and the voters who put him over the top. NBC's Sam Brock is in Asheville, North Carolina. He's got that part of the story. Hey, Sam.
Hi, Hoda, Savannah. Good morning. Look, the Trump campaign made a pretty big bet about what group could tip the election. Young male voters who had never cast a ballot before. Guys, it appears that gamble has paid off handsomely, as early exit polls right now showing first-time voters narrowly going for Trump after going for Biden by a 2-to-1 ratio 4 years ago.
This morning, President Trump's campaign celebrating a major strategic victory.
This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country.
The former president's outreach to male voters seemingly paying off. In 2020 and 2016, about 4 in 10 men under 30 supported him. Yesterday, nearly half cast a ballot for Trump. Among men who turned out for the first time, 62% supporting Trump, while 36% supported Harris. The Trump campaign has taken an unconventional approach, including appearances with unconventional media figures popular with male voters. Trump even saying he consulted his son Barron for advice.
A little bit. I mean, he tells me about all the hot guys, people I never heard about.
And a key late campaign appearance on top podcaster Joe Rogan's show.
I'm doing really well in the polls. But I think that's so. This week, I happen to believe in a verse. I only believe if they're good. No, I like them this month.
Rogan later endorsing Trump. Democrats pushing for support from women who went for Harris by 54%, according to exit polls, but still not enough to carry her to the finish line. The Trump campaign also bringing on prominent supporters who leaned into that gender divide.
When Dad gets home, you know what he says? You've been a bad girl. You've been a bad little girl, and you're getting a vigorous spanking.
Part of Trump's outreach, one of his biggest boosters, billionaire Elon Musk.
He's a character, he's a special guy, he's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses.
Who contributed tens of millions of dollars in an effort to get Trump back in the White House. Musk focusing on a get-out-the-vote push, appearing by Trump's side on the campaign trail.
This is no ordinary election. The other side wants to take away your freedom of speech.
And a controversial plan offering $1 million checks to registered voters who were willing to sign a petition supporting the First and Second Amendments. But Musk, now part of the inner circle, spending election night at Mar-a-Lago with Trump. The Trump campaign telling NBC News that Trump wants Musk to lead a commission on government efficiency as he celebrates Trump may be bringing the world's richest man to the White House.
Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon.
Here in Battleground, North Carolina, guys, women outnumbered men in terms of registered voters by about 550,000, yet still dropped 3 percentage points from where they were in 2020. Now widen the scope, according to NBC News exit polls. Harris receiving 54% of the vote from women. For Biden, that was 57% 4 years ago. Savannah and Hoda, back to you.
That is a stunning statistic. All right, Sam, thank you.
So we've got Hallie Jackson and Kristen Walker with us once again, and our chief political analyst, Chuck Todd. Chuck, he who has been awake the longest shall get the first question.
Well, it's,
So let's talk about this. I mean, we were talking last night or 2 hours ago about this political realignment in this country. I mean, everything you thought you knew about politics is pretty much on its head this morning.
It is, I remember 4 years ago talking with a few people going, Donald Trump could put together a multi-ethnic working class coalition if he didn't alienate certain voting groups. Well, that part didn't matter. He's put together the multi-ethnic working class coalition, and it's a majority of the country. It's over 50%. And the Democrats allowed themselves, essentially, they accepted the party of elites mantra, they accepted the party of suburban America, and walked away from rural America, essentially, and didn't try to get that back. And when you start to look at it, and that seems to be culturally how they've lost this group of voters. It was one thing to lose working class whites, now they're losing working class Hispanics. And you know, this keeps up, they'll lose working class African Americans.
It's so interesting because it's not about demographics, where Democrats always are talking about demographics. That's their identity politics. That's
play
like
this note, this note, this note.
Always,
it's a big
always,
mistake.
always. And now there's a different dividing line, and it has to do with
class.
Working class, educated, college educated, not college educated. That's the dividing line.
And every time we say not college educated, you know what that sounds like?
Yeah, it sure does.
Yeah. And that's part of it's part of this sort of disconnect between sort of elite institutions and this Trump coalition.
And the conversation that elites have been having with themselves.
Like right now.
Yeah,
that's a good one.
But just to say it, that is how it is in the exit polling and that's how they phrase it, which is why the phrase comes.
And this is an academic, but it's how it comes across.
Yeah.
And it's been weaponized, and it's been weaponized quite effectively. And I get it. I mean, you do what what you're trying to explain and what somebody hears are two different
Let me ask you something that Sam said that surprised me, and maybe everybody knew this, but I was sleeping and woke up. Biden outperformed Harris in women this year when he ran compared to when she's running right now. Biden outperformed her. We kept saying that we thought there was going to be this big gender gap, that women were going to come out in droves for her, but they came out more for him 4 years ago.
Well, look, I think this Biden election, and I've believed this for the last couple of years, that we've all sort of misinterpreted why Biden won. Biden won because of COVID. And I think there was a lot of people that ascribed a lot of other things to it. Oh, people were tired of Donald Trump, or I think some Democrats conflated January 6th, which happened after the election, right, with, and that somehow, and didn't fully appreciate that, but for COVID, Trump probably would have won re-election. They did like him on the economy. They did like what he was doing on the border. And I think ignoring those two things for as long as they did in the Biden administration, I think put them in this hole.
Well, it's also interesting, too, because Biden ran kind of, first of all, as a transitional figure, so people weren't expecting that he necessarily would run for a second term. But also, he had always been something of a centrist. But, I mean, I don't think he governed that way right away. I mean, there was a sense that he was trying to do more than perhaps people had voted him into office to do.
Yeah, more than people were comfortable with here. And what you saw for Kamala Harris here was this, when she took the top of the ticket, was attack back toward the center. I heard, not to get too in the weeds on Tom Suozzi in New York and the immigration position, but he successfully was able to win a special election by tacking to the center on an issue that Republicans had owned, and clearly based on some of the exit polls here still do, by taking a more sort of border security, border safety position that the Harris campaign then in many ways adopted, right, and used that same kind of messaging when she would talk about this issue that was, while fourth on the list of top issues, was still important to a big slice of the electorate.
Well, and big picture, more than 70% of the electorate feel as though the country's in the wrong track. And when Vice President Harris would get questions over and over again, how are you going to govern differently than President Biden? She said, I'm not going to be a continuation of the Biden presidency, but she rarely gave specific details. And so many voters, I think, were looking for some of those specifics to make their answer.
Our exit polls, which came, the very first one that came out said that voters had told us their number one issue was the state of democracy. And we have talked about this a lot, and it's worth delving into. That is a phrase that means different things to different people. So for Democrats, state of democracy might mean, oh, it's January 6th, is Donald Trump going to be a dictator? For Republicans, it means my way of life is threatened. What my values are threatened. Both see an existential threat to their country and to the way that they live their lives.
Well, and then when you look at that, what choice did we give voters? I always say that question, we gave them 5 choices. 4 of them were issues, and one is the state of the democracy. We told them, like, what was the most important? Foreign policy, immigration, economy, and abortion, and then state of democracy. And so what they're really, we don't have the right punch, okay? But it is some sort of, it is the way of life. It is this idea where the left believes Trump's un-American, and the right believes the left's un-American, right? This whole socialism, you're trying to take the country and totally change it.
And these cultural issues.
And-
I mean, Trump ran this ad during every sporting event, talking about where a Kamalaharris, a position that she took, transgender, paying for the reassignment surgeries for prison inmates, and they never answered that. And that ad ran on a loop.
It's the culture wars, and it was on display. It has been effective in past elections. It was effective here. One Democratic lawmaker said, we need to have a reckoning. We need to reorient and rethink how we are connecting with voters.
Chuck, the nap with your name on it, my friend.
I'm ready.
Thank you very much.
I think so.
All right.
I might have to pick football games for my friend, Mr. Kornheiser. But other than that, then I get to go to bed.
All right, Chuck, thank you so much.
All right.
You're not off yet.
When we come back, guys, we're going to turn our attention to the economy's impact on the election and the world's reaction to President-elect Trump's historic victory. We'll do it with Richard Engel and Christine Romans. They're joining us live. Coming up right after this.
Nice to have you along with us, whether you're at home or on our plaza. We're just glad you're with us this morning. We are back, our ongoing coverage of the 2024 election.
We now know Donald Trump will be returning to the White House, and when he does, he will be faced with a number of challenges all around the world. We've got the wars in the Middle East and Ukraine high on the list. NBC's chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel is here in Studio 1A. It's good to have you here in studio. Donald Trump was saying, and he said this at many campaign stops, I will end these wars quickly.
Yeah, that's what he's been promising. That's what he said in his acceptance speech, that he's a man of peace, that he's going to bring calm and he's going to end the wars. He has these two active wars that he has to deal with right now. One in the Middle East, all across the Middle East. It started out in Gaza, then moved to Lebanon. It's involved Iran. That's an active war, and I think that war could get worse in the short or medium term. And if you look at what Prime Minister Netanyahu has said, he's falling over himself with excitement this morning. He's having a very good day.
A lot of people wondered if Netanyahu was running out the clock, hoping there would be a Donald Trump victory.
That's what a lot of people in Israel also believed, that he was waiting, didn't want to sign some sort of ceasefire agreement, was waiting to have any kind of negotiations with the Biden administration, didn't want to have negotiations with the Biden administration, was pushing it off, hoping that this scenario was going to come true to potentially save his own his life. And he has a long-term policy. He's stated it very clearly what he wants to do to the Middle East. He's stated it in the UN. He believes that there needs to be more action against Iran in particular. So I think you're going to see Netanyahu very happy that his Middle East changing agenda could now have support in an old ally of his.
Let's talk about Ukraine. President Zelensky put out a statement last night.
One of the first statements.
One of the first statements. He knows there's a new sheriff in town.
Fawning statement.
Yes, yes, it was a very friendly statement. And Donald Trump has said, I'll end the war in Ukraine in 24 hours, which Ukraine hawks and people who are concerned about its territorial sovereignty said, you end it in 24 hours if you're going to give, force Ukraine to give up territory.
Yeah, I've met President Zelensky many times and interviewed him over half a dozen times. And I know that Zelensky and his inner circle are very concerned that when Trump says he's going to end the war in 24 hours, that when he calls President Zelensky the greatest salesman, he doesn't mean that as a compliment. He means that every time Zelensky came to the United States, he was able to sell the war in Ukraine and get billions of dollars in support, which is a pattern that President Trump has said that he wants to end. He's going to end the war. He's going to make it cheaper. That's all very good news if you're Vladimir Putin. And I can just imagine going back to Ukraine soon. I have a feeling I'll be heading back. I came here to be part of this. This is the biggest story in the world right now for all of these reasons. And seeing Ukrainian troops without enough ammunition, without enough support, pulling back and feeling very betrayed by the United States. So he's going to end wars, but we'll see. He's got these two wars and very different approaches between Israel and Ukraine.
We just scratched the surface here, Richard, but we'll continue to cover it, of course. Thank you for being here. Good to have you.
Absolutely.
And here at home, of course, the economy was one of the big issues that drove voters to the polls, fueled by lingering concerns over those high prices, the battle against inflation. Let's bring in NBC senior business correspondent Christine Romans. Christine, good morning.
Good morning.
Look, the numbers might say inflation's back down to 2% or manageable. People aren't voting that way.
No, in the mood of the country, it's very clear. They're sick and tired of higher prices. And really, it turns out in the light of the day after the election, it was really Donald Trump's election to lose on the issue of the economy. When we ask people, what your financial situation is compared with 4 years ago, an astonishing 45% said it is worse off. That is the highest number of worse off that we've seen in 5 election cycles, presidential election cycles. It's even worse than the Great Recession, which was a really damaging time for the overall American economy. The overall American economy right now is fine. This president inherits a solid U.S. economy, but still big unease about inflation. And then you ask about, in the last year, has inflation caused you and your family a severe hardship or a moderate hardship? 75% said yes. That is a huge, huge number.
A lot of people are waking up this morning. We have a new president-elect, and they're looking at the stock market to see how does that look. It's looking pretty good this morning.
It's booming. You already had stocks hitting record highs. You had stocks up 50% under Joe Biden. They were up 60-some% under Donald Trump, his first term. They're up big time right now. Look at the Dow Jones Industrial Average. 1,385 points is what it's forecast to open higher here today. NASDAQ up big, too. When you look at small cap stocks, these are small companies, those stocks are even doing better. The idea here is if Donald Trump has control over Congress, he would be able to slash regulations in a way that would allow a lot of these small companies to cut their costs and to make products or sell things much more cheaply. And so that is good for their investors. So investors this morning are cheering. You've got Tesla stock up. The idea that Donald Trump's not a big fan of EV subsidies and investments. So if he guts all of that, that's good for Elon Musk because he has the scale. He's the biggest player in town. So gutting some of those investments in the Inflation Reduction Act would be good, ironically, for the biggest EV maker. And Bitcoin cryptocurrencies are up big today, too. The idea there'd be less regulation there. Again, tariffs, less taxes, less regulation. That's been sort of the mantra of the Trump administration. We'll see what happens as we go forward. This is still just the morning after. And also, I will caution that the day after a big event, sometimes things are overdone in the stock market. The stock market goes up and then it can correct a little bit. But at least this morning, there are big moves in the dollar, in bonds, in just about everything. Again, just like Richard Engel said, this is the biggest story in the world right now in terms of money.
Christine, thank you very much.
Christine.
We're back with much more on This Morning After the Election right after this. We are back with Alex tracking a hurricane threat this morning. Good morning to you.
Hey, good morning, guys, and good morning to you. Well, we've got Hurricane Raphael now, and as we watch this thing, it's currently 160 miles south-southeast of Havana, 100-mile-per-hour winds. It's moving northwest at a pretty good clip, 14 miles per hour. Right now, we've got tropical storm warnings for Key West, so we're watching that. Obviously, hurricane warnings for parts of Cuba right now. Category 2 storm. Now, here are the European models, and you can see they're basically, most of them move this whole thing off to the west. However, the American ensemble of models basically brings it somewhere between New Orleans and Houston. That's pretty much, I think, what we are looking at right now. The National Hurricane Center path keeps it as a Category 2 storm, and then eventually it weakens into a tropical system. And you can see the cone of uncertainty from New Orleans just to the east of Houston. We're going to be watching this 40-mile-per-hour winds. Unless there is some rapid intensification with this thing, it's just going to be a lot of rain, some wind, but hopefully not that big of an impact. Rest of the country for today, we are looking at record highs up and down the eastern seaboard. Again, we've got some moisture from Raphael making its way up into the southeast. There may be some flooding along this, also some showers along this cold front, especially heavier as you get down into Louisiana. Heavy snow developing in the Rockies today. First big winter storm, and very windy along the west coast. We're looking at sunshine and seasonal conditions, although temperatures actually out west anywhere from 10 to 20 degrees cooler than average, guys.
Okay, cool.
Well, I have a mother in Arizona. We'll be happy to hear that. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Al. All right. Also, we got new numbers coming in just this morning as the nation wakes up with Donald Trump set to make his historic return to the White House.
We'll dive into them with Steve Kornacki, and we'll have a look ahead. Vice President Harris expected to address the nation later today. Here's a check of your local news.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Tampa, Hurricane Milton is here. Where we're standing right now is covered in water. Part of our continued reporting. Thanks for talking to me. Good day, good day.
Live from mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Good to see you. It is 8:30 here in New York. A lot of people, Americans, waking up to a political earthquake overnight. Donald Trump, he has won a second term. So we're going to get you caught up on where things stand right now.
Okay, let's show you the numbers. Trump will return to the White House in January as the 47th president of the United States. He sealed the deal earlier this morning. The president-elect winning the electoral vote. You see it. And also at this moment, winning the popular vote as well by about 5 million votes. So that we see the national map there filled in. This is the county by county view. And the gap is likely to close a bit. Some votes still being counted out west. We're still waiting for Michigan. But if he is to hold on to the popular vote, this would be the first time that a Republican has won the popular vote since George W. Bush in 2004.
Yeah, there's a lot of red on that map. And as for Congress, Republicans will retake control of the Senate after flipping seats in West Virginia, Ohio, and Montana. But the House, still a toss-up. Republicans holding a lead this morning. Still, though, dozens of races left to be called.
So what does it mean for the president-elect, for Republicans? What about the soul-searching that's playing out right now among Democrats this morning? Peter Alexander, who's been covering the Harris campaign, back with that part of the story. Hey, Peter.
Hey, Savannah Hoda, good morning to both of you. We're waiting to hear from Vice President Harris a little bit later today, but she got a lot of credit for her 107-day, 3.5-month campaign. They had a ton of money, more than $1 billion to spend. She got credit for very few missteps, with the exception perhaps of not better distancing herself from Joe Biden. But at the end of the day, it wasn't enough to satisfy the American public right now with a resounding defeat. And for Democrats across the board, this was a huge loss, beginning now a new reckoning.
With Kamala Harris's loss, a stunning defeat for Democrats.
I'm just devastated.
A somber mood at Harris's watch party overnight after Donald Trump dominated, blowing through the so-called blue wall of Midwest states that Democrats had counted on. improving on his 2020 margins in more than 2,000 counties nationwide. In the key swing state of Pennsylvania, Harris underperforming President Biden's results. And further down the ballot, Republicans also flipped the Senate to their side.
America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate.
Now for Democrats, the soul-searching begins. After an unprecedented race with Harris stepping in as the presidential candidate, just 100 days ago when President Biden withdrew, Harris tried to distance herself from Biden, but perhaps was still hampered by his legacy.
This is about what the Democrats did while in office over the last 4 years. Inflation, which was so high during much of this administration, and many people are still feeling the pain of that.
Exit polls show voters listed the economy as a major issue. Harris also underperforming in key areas.
Where she's coming up short are in the cities.
Even struggling in blue strongholds like New York and Virginia, despite a massive campaign blitz from major Democratic stars. Harris also came up short with key minority groups. According to exit polls, Latino men favoring Trump by a 10-point margin after backing President Biden by 23 points 4 years ago. Democrats now face an uphill battle.
And we know it is time for a new generation of leadership in America.
With Harris's message clearly not resonating with enough voters, Democrats are now left trying to sort out how to turn the page now.
And already you're beginning to hear questions in terms of that Monday morning, or in this case Wednesday morning, quarterbacking among Democrats. Among the questions right now, whether it would have made better sense for President Biden after Democratic successes in the midterms in 2022 to have stepped down then. Remember, he promised to be a transitional president in the past to allow for a full primary for the Democrats to pick their candidate going forward, and perhaps to give that candidate more time to gear up for this battle with Donald Trump. The bottom line is there are so many questions, so few answers, and the Democrats have a lot of figuring out what to do next that begins right now.
All right, Peter, thank you so much. We return to Hallie Jackson and Kristen Welker. So let's talk about that. There was going to be a lot of soul searching and hand wringing and probably some finger pointing. And let's just start where Peter brought it up. I mean, is the fundamental, the original sin here that Biden stayed in the race when perhaps he should have stepped aside and had an open primary, and perhaps Democrats would have had a better shot? Is that one of the lessons Democrats are talking about?
Absolutely. It's one of the things that Democrats are talking about, the timing of when he stepped aside, because remember, there was so much debate, even when he did step down in the summer, about potentially holding an open primary. Could that have made Vice President Harris a stronger candidate if she were the one who had emerged at the top of the ticket after a robust primary process? And also that condensed period of campaigning deprived her, I think, of the long runway that a typical candidate has to really lay out what they see their vision as if they were to win office.
I mean, Trump winning the popular vote right now, the map looks almost all red. And there were a lot of things the Harris campaign was counting on. They were counting on a lot of women coming out. Yeah. They were probably counting on a lot of minorities coming out. A lot of them did come out, but many of them came out for Trump.
That's right, and not enough of them came out for her. I spoke with one person close with her, I want to say 12 hours before polls closed, maybe it was 18 hours before polls closed, who said, listen, I think we are going to see less of an underperformance with Black and Latino voters than people are predicting here because of what they had been seeing. That was simply not the case, right? Because we see it in these exit polls, and we see it in the results in these counties after county where you've seen, very blue in 2016, less blue in 2020, red in this year in places like Texas, right? Some of these heavily Latino counties in parts of Texas here. What's so interesting, and Savannah and Hoda, we talk about this, and you've said this on other contexts and other nights, is having a bit of humility here. And I do think that as journalists, political pundits out there, et cetera, there will have to be a reckoning inside the Democratic Party, but we don't yet fully know what that looks like, right? I think we can sense the contours of it, that is going to have to exist, but it could go in a lot of different directions because there are some takeaways that I think Democrats are having to process at this moment. You also look at people who are showing up to vote for the first time. And remember, these first-time voters, they broke for Joe Biden 4 years ago. They broke for Donald Trump this year. So there's something about the Democratic messaging, the Democratic candidate, obviously the didn't work.
And what's so notable as well, think about it. This is the first presidential election after Roe v. Wade was overturned. We spent a lot of time talking about split ticket voters. And the way to think about it may not be in the context of president versus Senate, but rather the fact that you still have people energized, with the exception of the state of Florida, around some of these measures, 10 different states to enshrine abortion rights. And yet, Democrats thought that would be one of the energizing factors for them, and it just did not turn out that way.
Well, it was a ballot winner up until Donald Trump was on the ballot.
Yeah, and so when you talk about this idea of people who can sort of exist in different boxes and be parts of different categories, right, as we're seeing now with what Chuck Todd has called this realignment right now demographically of where the Republican Party is, there are people, and we have seen it now in states, who say, yes, let's enshrine abortion access and protect abortion rights. And I also want Donald Trump to be in the White House. Again, Vice President Harris spent months casting these states as having Trump abortion bans, as she put it, and that did not resonate with some of the folks in these battlegrounds.
We've also seen this realignment in terms of what we've been calling the education gap, because we can't think of a better way to put it, but you're starting to really see this line. The line of demarcation is not about race necessarily and not necessarily about gender, but it falls on college-educated voters, non-college educated voters. I remember hearing a lot from the Democrats in the final days. Oh, Kamala Harris has such a diverse coalition. It's all the way from AOC on the left to Liz Cheney on the right. But that's all a party, that's an elite college-educated party.
You talked to Jason Miller about this, a senior Trump advisor, just this morning, and he said something that I think is correct and that we've seen in this. Donald Trump has brought working class voters, period, across these racial lines, across these gender lines, into the Republican tent here. And that is different from what we've seen before. How long lasting is it? We'll see.
Marco Rubio said something similar. He said the only identity that matters in terms of these Latino voters is they're Americans.
And that is why you are hearing Democrats say we have to have a reckoning. We're hearing a lot of that word today because they have to look at the electorate differently, not in terms of different racial groups, but as you're saying, really meeting them, as one person said, where they are, talking to them about the issues they care about.
I keep thinking that half the country is waking up right this moment elated and cheering, and half the country is waking up this moment and saying, oh no, what's going to happen? Everyone's waiting for Kamala Harris to speak. Donald Trump did speak about healing. So what do you think as we go forward?
So I think this is an interesting question because there have been moments in the past when former President Trump, now President-elect Trump, has spoken about perhaps having a unifying message, and then that was not the message that he delivered. So I just look at the past 8 years of having covered him, of him having been in the public spotlight here. He is somebody who has been crystal clear about his day one and his first priorities, and most of them are pretty controversial, depending on where you sit in the political spectrum here. So I think that is, I think back to Inauguration Day 2016, American carnage. He closed his campaign on this dark and defiant message, and so he doesn't have much incentive. He won the popular vote for the first time since he's been running for president in 3 cycles. He looks like he's going to do very well on some of these battlegrounds, too. He has no incentive to change.
I wouldn't be surprised if the message we hear from Vice President Harris is more unifying in tone. Former Congresswoman Liz Cheney posted on X saying we have to accept these results. That's what our democracy is about.
Exactly right.
All right. Thank you, ladies, so much.
Coming up next, former Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy, will be here. We'll get his take on what played out yesterday, what the next 4 years could hold in Washington and beyond. But first, these messages.
mornings are full of possibility and energy, and how you get set for the day ahead matters. It's about getting caught up and getting ahead, because every day deserves the best start.
We're back with more of our ongoing coverage of the 2024 election, the impact of its stunning results. And we mentioned Republicans have seized control of the Senate. They are also looking to hang on to control of the House. Former Republican House Speaker Kevin McCarthy joins us now. Good morning. It's good to see you.
Good morning.
Oh, I mean, you've had your ups and downs with former President Trump. What is your reaction to not only this result? I mean, this was a tie in the polls, so, you know, not unexpected, but such a decisive and resounding result for the former president.
It's one of the biggest wins we've had from a president in decades. I mean, the popular vote and electoral college, an overwhelming vote. But the other thing that President Trump was able to do is bring a bigger majority in the Senate, and he's going to keep the majority in the House.
Well, let me talk to you about that, because we haven't called the House yet. House races, you got to love it. Some of them don't get called for weeks and weeks.
It will take time,
But you, I mean, you know this numbers, you know this game very, very well. You are confident that the Republicans will take the House.
Yeah. Well, we'll keep the House because you had redistricting, so you had 3 new seats in North Carolina. We picked those up. We lost probably 2 to 3 seats in New York, but we picked up 2 in Pennsylvania. We'll pick up 1 in Michigan. We'll pick up Alaska.
Do you think you'll increase your numbers?
Probably only a couple if we do, but it'll be a tight majority, but it'll be a stronger. And if you watch, there's about 15 seats that were just playing tied, and Trump's numbers brought all these members up.
Well, that's so interesting, because we saw in the 2022 elections it was disappointing for Republicans. They, of course, held on to the House, but not by the numbers. It was not the result that Republicans had hoped for. And many people observed at the time, when Trump is in on the ballot, some of these down-ballot Republicans are having problems, but he lifted them last night.
He lifted them. When he ran 4 years ago, we beat 12 Democrats, not 1 Republican lost. We won last cycle, won the majority in the House. So winning the Senate by a larger margin than I think most people agreed, being able to sweep. And what President Trump has also done, when you go through and analyze this, policy matters. People vote on it, not so much of race politics. They care about the economy. They care about the border. The other thing that you found with Trump is he expanded the Republican Party. When you're carrying 41% of the Hispanic vote, 25% of the black males, we haven't seen those type of numbers for almost 50 years for Republicans. So this is a window of opportunity for the Republican Party to actually solve problems, expand and welcome more people in the party if they want to be able to maintain this.
It's a political realignment, but it's also, if the Republicans hold the House, they have the Senate now, the White House, I mean, it's over to you, time to govern. You have obviously had that experience, having done it in divided government. What do you think that will look like?
Well, it's going to be a better place, because President Trump has the 10,000 hours experience. He's much better prepared to go in the job. He probably won't waste 1 day. But you also, because of the Senate rules, you have reconciliation, so you don't need to go to 60. So you'll be able to deal with the tax bill coming up in a different way. I hope both sides come together and finish the job they're supposed to do this year before having President Trump sworn in. They got to finish the funding issue. They got to finish the debt ceiling. Give the president a honeymoon so you can govern and not hanging over impeachment or anything else. So we'll really see the country be able to come together for once.
It's interesting you mentioned the debt ceiling, because it gets a little wonky, but this is that, hold your breath moment every few months in Congress, where the Republicans, some members of the Republican House weren't willing to lift the debt ceiling unless there were budget cuts elsewhere, and we would be going to the precipice all the time. Do you think Republicans are going to be able to raise the debt ceiling if they need to, do this kind of, boring humdrum stuff of running the government?
Well, debt ceiling is different than just the budget of the government, because 2/3 of the Republicans voted for the debt ceiling. I was the speaker. And we actually had the biggest cut in history, $2 trillion, reformed welfare. We also did NEPA reform, hasn't done in 40 years. It's probably one of the strongest bills of accomplishment. And we were sitting in the minority of 5, not having the Senate or others. So we're going to have to deal with our debt. We've got Elon Musk to be able to bring greater efficiency from the business community, bring accountability into government. You're going to have the border secure. The president knows how to do it. We know economics was the major issue that drove people here. I think you're going to find from regulation and small businesses a great deal amount of growth. So there's a new opportunity for people to work together. I mean, remember this. Our government is designed that one party can't have all control. You have to find compromise. And if
but now one party likely will have all control.
You control the majority, but you don't control all the levers. You're going to have to work together to solve some problems.
Well, on that note, I mean, the president did talk about healing and unifying. And I mean, look, it is a decisive victory, but you have 50% of the country waking up elated and 50% of the country waking up dejected. Do you think Donald Trump has it within him to pull the country together?
Yes, he's better prepared. I will tell you this. I've had calls from world leaders in other countries excited about what transpired here. And why? Because they think it brings stability to the world. But what's more importantly, I've been in the room with President Trump and Democratic leaders. I've watched that he's willing to work with both sides. And for this nation, this is the first time in more than 24 years, 2 decades, that we have somebody who just won the presidency, who won the popular vote and the Electoral College. Now, I know Biden did it, but you have an opportunity now on the Republican side to actually bring the nation together. The campaign is over. It's time to work together and govern.
Yeah, pressure's on. Republicans with all levers of power, potentially. Kevin McCarthy, former House Speaker, thank you so much for your perspective. We're back with a lot more on a Wednesday morning, but first, these messages.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Tampa, Hurricane Milton is here. Where we're standing right now is covered in water. Part of our continued reporting. Thanks for talking to me.
We're back. More special edition of Today on this morning after Election Day.
Yeah, let's turn to a major talking point during the campaign, an issue that was on the ballot in 10 states yesterday. We're talking, of course, about abortion rights. NBC's Laura Jarrett has been watching this throughout the night. This is an issue that a lot of women thought was going to maybe even sway the election. So how did it shake down?
In some places, it was very decisive. In other places, it wasn't. So let's start where life is actually different for people. Waking up this morning in places like Arizona had a 15-week ban. So you couldn't get an abortion after 15 weeks. Now you can get it up to the point of viability, which is roughly around 24 weeks. Also, a place like Missouri, a near total ban currently on the books. Now, again, up to the point of viability. So two states, very, very different. But look at what happened in Florida, okay? Currently a 6-week ban. They tried to undo it. A majority of voters said, yes, we want to undo the 6-week ban, but they didn't get that 60% supermajority threshold reached. They were just short of it, so it failed, which means the 6-week ban in Florida stays on the books.
And Donald Trump himself was saying that he wasn't so much in favor at one point.
He thought that 6 weeks was too strict. Those were his words at one point, but then he said, he corrected himself just soon after and said, no, I'm actually going to vote down that amendment. Well, again, that's a big defeat for the voters there in Florida who wanted to see that pass. Also, South Dakota, one of the strictest abortion bans in the country, that now is going to stay in place because they voted down that amendment. Other places where abortion rights were not, as you typically think of, under threat, places like Colorado, New York, those are going to stay basically status quo. They've enshrined it in the Constitution, but it wasn't really under threat to begin with.
What about Nebraska? That was an odd case because there were two referenda, and one was basically a pro-choice abortion rights type of referendum, and the other one was not.
It was the only one where it had that counterpoint. Basically, it's all sort of going to result in a 12-week ban now being codified, which was basically through the first trimester, so you can get it through that.
So when you're talking about states that the new law says, or the now constitutional enshrinement says the point of viability, is that essentially like reinstating Roe v. Wade?
Yes, and that it's an interesting point to put out because these are all sort of happening in the post-Dobbs era, and it's returning us basically to the pre-2024 land.
All right, Laura, thank you so much.
Got much more ahead this morning, including an inside look at what led to President-elect Trump's historic victory. We'll go inside the numbers after your local news.
Iran. From Israel. From Tampa, Hurricane Milton is here. Where we're standing right now is covered in water. Part of our continued reporting. Thanks for talking to me. Good day.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start.
Do you pledge not to hold a vote on any legislation that would ban abortion? Do you still have faith and confidence in the Supreme Court? Is this plan to ban price gouging anything more than a gimmick? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hand.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hand.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. It's about getting caught up and getting ahead. Because every day deserves the best start.
Do you pledge not to hold a vote on any legislation that would ban abortion? Do you still have faith and confidence in the Supreme Court? Is this plan to ban price gouging anything more than a gimmick? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Welcome back. We've got a special edition of today. It's a Wednesday morning. You know what's happening right now at 9:30?
Savannah's napping.
She's napping, and the markets are opening on Wall Street. Everyone's got their eye there right after this election. We're going to have more on that in a moment. And again, Savannah is getting some well-deserved rest. And we are re-energized with this man here. Craig got a 2-hour nap, back in the saddle, ready to go, and we're still covering election returns.
In fact, let's get caught up on the very latest. Donald Trump will return to the White House as the 47th president of these United States, president-elect, with 276 electoral votes so far this morning. That number expected to grow. Several states still too close to call, but take a look at the popular vote right now. President-elect Trump with a lead of around 5 million. If it holds, it's the first time a Republican will win the popular vote since George W. Bush did it back in 2004.
Now, let's take a look at Congress. So, as expected, Republicans will retake control of the Senate after flipping at least 3 seats. Those were in West Virginia, Ohio, and Montana. Now, let's talk about the House. The House is still a toss-up. We may not know results for a week. Republicans do hold the lead this morning. Dozens of races still left to be called.
We heard from a lot of voters who said the economy was the biggest issue that took them to the polls, that sent them to vote.
So as the day begins on Wall Street, we want to turn to our senior business correspondent, Christine Romans. Christine, okay, the market's open. The bell was ringing. You had predictions that it was going to be really high. And what is it?
Savannah went down. The stock market went up. That's what's happening right now. A big rally in the stock market. 1,200 points on the Dow Jones Industrial Average. That's we're looking at record highs in all these major averages. That's a big move. And when you look at smaller cap stocks, they're even doing better than that because the idea here is that second Trump administration would wipe away an awful lot of regulations that cost small business money. So that's what the going thinking is here this morning on that.
Also, perhaps corporate tax cuts.
And tax cuts, that's one of the reasons why you're going to see the banks go up here. You're seeing Tesla, that's Elon Musk, Donald Trump's good friend. His company is soaring today, about 13%. The idea that Donald Trump is not a friend of subsidies and investments in green energy. So if he undoes that, that's actually good for the big player that is Elon Musk.
When a lot of people went to the polls, the economy was on their mind.
Right.
You've sat in this chair so many times and talked about the price of eggs. There are not enough chips in the bag, all the things.
Yeah.
How much was that playing, do you think, in voters' minds?
It was top of mind. And what's so interesting to me is that has people feeling so negative about the economy. I mean, 45% of people said things are worse off today than 4 years ago. That number is the biggest share of worse off that we've seen in 5 elections, even worse than the Great Recession. In the Great Recession, you actually had businesses closing. You had foreclosures in your neighborhood. You had a stock market that was tanking. You had a real recession. We're not in a recession.
So is that perception? Is that just how people are feeling?
It shows you that inflation was biting. 75% of people said that inflation was a hardship for their family. That's even though recently that blue line is wages.
Yeah.
Wages are doing better than inflation. So the reality is more recently things have been improving. But America's psyche is at the beginning of that chart when they have 9% inflation and it's been so dangerous to them. So I do think that this was, in hindsight now, in the light of the morning after, this was Donald Trump's election to lose on the economy. I mean, you look at the big shift in the Latino vote, Latino men concerned about the economy. We lived through a terrible pandemic, and it's as if the American psyche wants to go back to the prices and wants to go back to 2019. That was with people, I think, in the election. Now, I'll say something about the stock market rally here today. Sometimes you can have exaggerations on the morning after. This is a very big move, but we're seeing moves in a lot of different things. And a reminder, that's record highs in the stock market under the first Donald Trump administration, more record highs under Joe Biden. And this morning, the feeling, at least on Wall Street right now, they're not talking about trade wars yet. Donald Trump's tariff, he called himself tariff man. That could come down the road, but at least for now, cutting regulations, cutting taxes, that's what the focus is on Wall Street this morning.
Got it. All right, Christine,
Nice
thank
to
you.
see you.
Thank you. You too.
Christine, of course, Donald Trump's victory means J.D. Vance is now vice president-elect, and at just 40 years old, he becomes the first millennial to be close to the presidency. He also becomes the new face of a MAGA generation. NBC's Vaughn Hilliard joins us now with more on his meteoric rise in politics. Vaughn, good morning to you.
Hey, good morning, Craig. J.D. Vance, he's just 40 years old, yet in the last decade, he
he's lived a whirlwind of a political ascent, from authoring the Hillbilly Elegy to U.S. Senator of Ohio to now the next Vice President of the United States.
Vice President-elect J.D. Vance taking the stage.
I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback.
Now set to be America's 50th VP, after an unlikely journey into politics and transformation from Trump critic to fierce ally.
That's Donald J. Trump, and that's our guy for President of the United States.
Vance's rise to prominence, born out of his best-selling book, Hillbilly Elegy, about his small-town upbringing in Ohio, raised by his grandmother in poverty, while his mom battled drug addiction.
I will be a vice president who never forgets where he came from.
In 2016, he was a staple on TV screens, explaining Trump's appeal with a warning.
I can't stomach Trump. I think that he's noxious and is leading the white working class to a very dark place.
Once even privately referring to Trump as, quote, America's Hitler.
I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him.
Do we love this guy?
But by 2022, Vance courting Trump's endorsement as he ran for Senate.
How much credit will Trump deserve if you pull off this win?
Oh, he'll deserve a lot of credit, right? I think his endorsement is very powerful.
Quickly becoming a close ally to the Trump-aligned wing of the GOP. As one of Trump's most reliable Senate supporters, Trump picked him for VP at the heavy urging of his son, Don Jr.
I officially accept your nomination to be Vice President of the United States of America.
But some of Vance's past comments about childless women haunting Trump's campaign as it struggled with female voters.
We're effectively run in this country via the Democrats, via our corporate oligarchs, by a bunch of childless cat ladies.
But he earned high marks with his VP debate performance.
Kamala Harris is not running as a newcomer to politics. She is the sitting vice president.
Eventually becoming Trump's explainer-in-chief, like when Trump questioned whether Vice President Harris was black.
What I took it as was an attack on Kamala Harris being a chameleon.
Vance has signaled some of his policy priorities. He opposes additional U.S. financial aid to Ukraine and has called for a mass firing of federal civil workers who do not support Trump's agenda. Trump praising his pick overnight.
He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets.
Vance has 3 kids with his wife, Usha, and is the first veteran of the Iraq War to serve on a presidential ticket, and now the potential heir apparent to Trump's movement.
Now, when J.D. Vance took the stage last night alongside Donald Trump, to the crowd there, he said that he witnessed probably, quote, the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. Now, there have been questions for years about who could take the baton from Donald Trump for the MAGA movement. J.D. Vance appearing to be that man. And now, of course, with Donald Trump and Vance going into the White House come next year, that conversation will be delayed a little bit. But he is going to be that heir apparent, now serving in the capacity that Mike Pence once served, but now at just the age of 40. Clearly a future for this movement well beyond Donald Trump. Craig, Hoda.
Vaughn Hilliard there with a look at who J.D. Vance is. Vaughn, thank you so much.
We're so glad to have NBC senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson and Kristen Welker, moderator of Meet the Press, back with us and still going strong, ladies. I think
well,
a lot of people crashed out last night. It was 9 o'clock, and they said it was going to be a nail biter, and we're not going to know for days and days, maybe even Saturday. Here we are, the morning after. Trump's leading by 5 million in the popular vote. He's already won the Electoral College vote. What was the biggest surprise to you of what happened last night?
Just how decisive this victory was, because remember how tight the polls were heading into last night. And then adding to that, I think what we have talked about, the political realignment that we witnessed, the fact that he did better with Latino voters, the fact that he did so well with those male voters who are low propensity voters, the fact that he did so well with non-white voters writ large in all of the battleground states. And that's why you're seeing this decisive, not only win in the Electoral College, but obviously the popular vote as well.
I think it's that demographic realignment piece of it, right? When you looked at, when we started seeing in the early exits, this movement among Latinos and Latino men in particular away from where they were with Democrats in 2020 and 2016 and towards Donald Trump, that was one of the first signs, like, okay, something's going on here. Let's see, is it a trend across battleground states? Can we read anything into that? And I think that's one of the biggest storylines coming out of this, is this sort of working class realignment here among the Republican Party, at least at the moment, right? We don't know how long it's going to last, but I think that's one of the key takeaways, too.
Really quickly here, if Democrats end up losing the House, they've lost the Senate, they've lost the White House, there's going to be some soul-searching that Democrats do over the next weeks and months. It's probably similar to the autopsy that Republicans did a while back. How do they fix the party? How can Democrats figure out how to appeal to more voters?
They got to connect culturally in a way that they haven't been doing.
And someone described it as a reckoning, that they have to take a hard look, and that leadership has to take a hard look at how this happened.
All right, ladies, when's your nap time?
Well, my question
tomorrow,
was,
probably.
How about snack
what is
time?
that? I mean,
sometimes you gotta have a stash of food on the
we
side.
love it here.
You
You
gotta
stay
have
here as
that.
long as you want.
Snack time.
Thanks,
Thank
guys.
you.
Thanks, guys.
Chicken
Cheers.
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 You earned that.
Cheers.
Up next, we saw President-elect Trump surrounded by his family as he claimed victory overnight down in Mar-a-Lago. Some members took a more prominent role in this campaign. Others took a bit of a backseat. So what can we expect from them over the next 4 years? We'll take a look at that part of the story. Kate Snow's been following that, and she'll have it for us right after this.
Nice to have you along with us, whether you're at home or on our plaza. We're just glad you're with us this morning.
Welcome back, guys. From business ventures to the White House, the Trump family has always put on a united front. The president-elect's 4 oldest children heavily involved in his first term.
The question this morning is, will that change in his second term? NBC's Kate Snow is here with a closer look at the next first family. Kate, good morning.
Good morning. So we're told by someone who studied the Trump family dynamic extensively that the Trumps don't trust anyone without the last name Trump. In 2017, we remember Ivanka Trump and Jared Kushner were inside the administration, but things have changed in 8 years.
Donald Trump returning to the White House for a second term, but this time around with a smaller entourage in tow. The president-elect telling Fox News his kids will not serve in his administration.
I said, that's enough for the family. You know why? It's too painful for the family. My family's been through hell.
In his first presidency, Ivanka Trump served as a key advisor, and her husband, Jared Kushner, took on a major and controversial role in a number of projects, including Middle East diplomacy. Ivanka, who has been less present on the campaign trail than her brothers, expected to keep more distance this term.
She took a hit for going into politics, so she wants to step away.
Trump's youngest child, Barron, is now 18, a 6'7" college student living at Trump Tower and attending New York University. During the campaign, Barron advised his dad on which podcast to do.
I mean, he tells me about all the hot guys, people I never heard about dead. That guy is hot.
The author of Melania's unauthorized biography called The Art of Her Deal says Melania Trump is protective of Barron and doesn't want him in the limelight.
She says it's dangerous, especially after the assassination attempt, and she thinks he's too young for the rough and tumble of politics.
Since leaving the White House in 2021, Melania herself has rarely appeared with her husband. They're at the convention, but not speaking, and a surprise appearance at that rally in Madison Square Garden.
Please welcome our next Commander-in-Chief, my husband, President Donald J. Trump.
The big unanswered question, will the First Lady live in Washington or stay in New York?
I think it'll be very much like it was the last time. When she wants to be in the White House, she'll be there. But when she didn't feel like it, she just disappeared.
Melania Trump speaks about the mental and physical well-being of children and may try to reinvent her Be Best initiative.
There is tough, and then there's Trump tough.
Donald Trump Jr. and his fiancée, Kimberly Guilfoyle, are widely expected to continue as surrogates for the president, with Eric Trump managing more of the Trump business and his wife, Laura, a co-chair of the Republican National Committee. And don't forget the Gen Z Trumps.
I'm a Trump, too.
Trump's granddaughter, Kai, made her debut at the Republican National Convention, her grandfather beaming.
10 grandkids right now for Mr. Trump, but there is another on the way. President-elect Trump announced during a campaign event on October 10th that his daughter Tiffany Trump is pregnant, expecting her first child. We don't know the exact timing, but guys, there could be a brand new member of the large Trump clan very soon.
A lot of Trumps.
Yeah.
A lot of Trumps, Kate. So that was fascinating. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. All right, joining us now, Mark Lauder, who served as the Director of Strategic Communications for the Trump 2020 campaign. Mark, good morning. Good to see you. A lot of people woke up this morning and some were surprised because President Trump, now President-elect Trump, is 5 million up in the popular vote. He did very, very well in the Electoral College. Were you surprised by what happened overnight?
Not really. I think some of the polls had started to show it. I thought we saw the demographic shifts happening. The question was, do you believe the polls? Did you believe that they had corrected for like underpolling in previous years? So there was always that bit of hesitation. But if things held the way we thought they would, it turned out this way. Also, the reason why I think he went to New Jersey, New York, California, when other than helping House candidates, I think he secretly wanted this national popular vote because that's where you're going to get it.
You know, you know the president better than most. We all saw and heard and read what the first 4 years were like in the Trump administration. Do you think it's reasonable to expect that his second term will mirror that, or do you think that he's going to take things that he's learned, perhaps, and from that first term and apply them in a second term?
I think he will, because I think he actually took the campaigns. The 2016 campaign, I was on that. I was on the 2020 campaign. And I would tell you that the 2024 campaign was kind of the best parts of both. It had the professionalism of the 2020 campaign, but it had that tight-knit group led by Chris Lasavidas, Susie Wiles, who did such a great job. And so they had the kind of the guerrilla mentality.
He brought him out last night.
He did, but he had the guerrilla mentality of the 2016 campaign with the professionalism of the 2020 campaign. And so I would expect that he would take the lessons learned both in people, in who you can trust, how you can manage things, and really the dynamics and the news cycles, the up and down cycles of Washington, D.C. It has its own rhythm to it.
He's made some promises of what he wants to do, even in his first week. He talked about mass deportations. He talked about ending the war in Ukraine in 24 hours. Do you think he will stick to those things?
Well, obviously, I don't speak for the former president or his transition. I mean, I think he'll give it a shot. I mean, with mass deportations, that's really getting ICE back to doing what they're supposed to be doing. And I think, everything that I've heard, again, I don't speak for him, is going to focus on those who already have been ordered to be removed by the courts and those who are criminal aliens who have convictions and those kinds of things. That's the easiest and probably the best place to start to make our community safer. And then I'm sure there will be some discussions at the appropriate times on the foreign policy side, with the full knowledge that obviously you take the reins on January 20th.
We got 10 seconds left. What job in the administration are you taking?
A nap right now.
A lot of people are taking that.
Well played, Mark.
Mark, thank you, honey.
Thank you.
Thanks. We're back with more of our ongoing election coverage coming up right after this.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me give you a hint.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start.
Still ahead, we are waiting to hear from Vice President Harris for the first time since her Election Day defeat. We will have a live report from the White House.
Plus, much more on the issues and the gender gap that propelled Donald Trump to victory. We will break it all down. But first, a check of your local news and weather.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy, and how you get set for the day ahead matters. It's about getting caught up and getting ahead, because every day deserves the best start.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy, and how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up, and really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning, because every day deserves the best start.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy, and how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up, and really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning, because every day deserves the best start.
Top story live from Paris, live in Tel Aviv. We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Now, it's 10:30 on the East Coast, 7:30 out west. It's a Wednesday morning. The nation waking up, some already awake, a brand new reality in Washington, D.C. Donald Trump securing the 270-plus electoral votes needed to return to the White House.
And with that, Trump becomes just the second president to win non-consecutive terms after a fellow named Grover Cleveland did it some 132 years ago.
I kind of think Grover Cleveland should be a drinking game. We've said his name so many times during this coverage.
There's a look at the map right now. President-elect Trump sitting at 276 electoral votes. Wisconsin putting him over the top earlier this morning. Several states, including Michigan, Nevada, Arizona, several of those states are still too close to call.
All right, let's do this. Let's take a look at the Senate. Republicans will retake the upper chamber of Congress. No surprise there. They flipped seats in West Virginia, Ohio, and Montana. And as for the House, this could take weeks to sort out. Republicans do hold a lead at this moment, but there are still dozens of races left to be called.
All right, we have shown you the latest results. Now let's take a closer look at the voters who put President-elect Trump over the top. NBC's Sam Brock is in Asheville, North Carolina. This is Western North Carolina. This is a city that we've been talking about a lot of the last few weeks because still very much recovering from Hurricane Helene. Sam, good morning to you.
Yeah, Craig, Hoda, good morning to you, and also great turnout here, about 75% in Buncombe County where we are. So that's a storyline, but another one of the enduring conversations around this election has been that gender gap. And another framework through which to look at this is that the Trump campaign guys made a bet that they could lure enough young male voters who had never cast a ballot before to tip the scales of the election. Well, it turns out that that gamble paid off handsomely as Trump is now the president-elect.
This morning, President Trump's campaign celebrating a major strategic victory.
This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country.
The former president's outreach to male voters seemingly paying off. In 2020 and 2016, about 4 in 10 men under 30 supported him. Yesterday, nearly half cast a ballot for Trump. Among men who turned out for the first time, 62% supporting Trump, while 36% supported Harris. The Trump campaign has taken an unconventional approach, including appearances with unconventional media figures popular with male voters. Trump even saying he consulted his son Barron for advice.
A little bit. I mean, he tells me about all the hot guys, people I never heard about.
And a key late campaign appearance on top podcaster Joe Rogan's show.
I'm doing really well in the polls. But I think that's so. This week I happen to believe in a verse. I only believe if they're good. No, I like them this month.
Rogan later endorsing Trump. Democrats pushing for support from women who went for Harris by 54% according to exit polls, but still not enough to carry her to the finish line. The Trump campaign also bringing on prominent supporters who leaned into that gender divide.
When Dad gets home, you know what he says? You've been a bad girl. You've been a bad little girl, and you're getting a vigorous spanking.
Part of Trump's outreach, one of his biggest boosters, billionaire Elon Musk.
He's a character, he's a special guy, he's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses.
Who contributed tens of millions of dollars in an effort to get Trump back in the White House. Musk focusing on a get out the vote push, appearing by Trump's side on the campaign trail.
This is no ordinary election. The other side wants to take away your freedom of speech.
And a controversial plan offering $1 million checks to registered voters who were willing to sign a petition supporting the First and Second Amendments. But Musk, now part of the inner circle, spending election night at Mar-a-Lago with Trump. The Trump campaign telling NBC News that Trump wants Musk to lead a commission on government efficiency as he celebrates Trump may be bringing the world's richest man to the White House.
Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon.
Here in Battleground, North Carolina, guys, women outnumbered men by more than 550,000 registered votes, and yet, or voters, I should say, and yet dipped by 3% overall in terms of their voting based against 2020. All right, so you saw that drop. You widen the scope now. According to NBC News exit polls, Kamala Harris captured 54% of the vote for women. That's down from 57% for Biden 4 years ago. Craig, back to you.
Sam Brockforce there in Western North Carolina. Sam, thank you.
Hallie Jackson, Kristen Welker, this is your final hit with us. We're so happy to see you guys.
Make it a good one.
All right, so everyone's doing the forensics on what happened here. And if you look at Biden's approval ratings, they were in the 30s. She was his VP. Is there anything you can think of that she could have done differently that might have shifted what we see here?
The one thing I think that will be scrutinized as Democrats look back at this race is her inability to firmly do two things. Say, this is what I'm going to do on day one, and to very clearly lay out, this is why my presidency is going to be different than Joe Biden. Here are specific things that I'm going to tick off for you. Now, she did name some things, to be fair, but some people wanted to see a break. For example, to come out and say, yes, we should have done more on the border. To say something firmer like that. And I think that's going to be scrutinized. Now, I don't know if that would have made a difference in the overall outcome, but I certainly think it could have, given the numbers and Biden's unpopularity.
There was some Democratic, I think, concern, too, about this sort of shift that she made about a month and change ago toward casting former President Trump, President-elect Trump now, as this sort of ominous, larger-than-life threat to democracy. When the fascism stuff came out from his former chief of staff, John Kelly, describing him as a fascist. Her on Charlemagne saying, as he described it, and her agreeing with that description. And that, I think, raised some eyebrows because that was President Biden's strategy, and it didn't get him very far in his own race, polling showed. She came into the top of the ticket. She had this message of joy, of hope, of fresh face, of change, et cetera. You saw her actually pivot away from that in those final closing days in the race. So, again, question mark, would it have made a difference? But it is something that came up.
I want to pick up where Sam left off. And we were just talking about this number, and it may change a little over the next few days as votes continue to be counted. Biden won women by 57%. Harris underperforms at 54%. Joe Biden won more female voters than the female candidate for president, it would seem. I want to raise, and I'm the only guy at the table, I want to raise a question here. Hillary Clinton, Kamala Harris, how much of this is just old-fashioned sexism? How much of this is just old-fashioned misogyny? A lot of guys not being comfortable with the idea of a woman running America.
It's hard, I think, to quantify that. There will be people who will argue that certainly played into this moment. There's no doubt about that. But we did see this gender divide. What we saw, in addition to Harris underperforming with women, was Trump overperforming with men and young men, those men who typically don't turn out to vote.
Low propensity.
Low propensity men.
So we thought of that term.
What's up, Jeopardy?
He did a better job at getting out those voters at the end of the day, and I think that's part of what Democrats are going to look at and what they have called what needs to be a reckoning.
She didn't lean into what would have been the historic nature of her presidency, and it was in my conversation with her about 10 days ago. I asked her about that. I said, she talked about this in her run 4 years ago, that it was the elephant in the room, that were people ready for a woman of color to be president. And I said, do you still think it's the elephant in the room? Is America ready for this? And she said, yes, I absolutely believe America is ready for a woman president. You'll note, though, that she didn't wrap herself in that language the way that Hillary Clinton did in 2016. And if you notice me scrambling on my phone, it's because my last brain cell forgot this stat that I wanted to tell you on the gender gap, which is, well, yes, to your point, Craig, she underperformed where President Biden was with women overall. It was white college women. She got by 20 points. That's significant. Why? Because it speaks to not just the gender gap, but Hoda, what we talked about earlier, the education gap here, right? College-educated voters versus working-class voters. That is where you are seeing this growing divide.
There was an ad that ran repeatedly that we've been talking about. It was the ad about should prisoners get transgender reassignment surgery. And that ad was on in every football game, everywhere. We had someone who was with the Harris campaign on earlier, and she kind of put her finger on that. That may have been one of the biggest turns for her.
Absolutely. And I think that the Harris campaign didn't directly answer it. She didn't directly answer it when she was asked this question over and over again. And it's the culture wars that we are seeing play out that Democrats are still struggling with how exactly to deal with it. And when Democrats take a step back and they say, boy, we really missed the mark last night, part of what they are acknowledging is that they're failing to meet voters where they are and to answer some of those critical questions that voters have, whether it be on a cultural issue like that or on the economy.
I'm old enough to remember a time where folks took to the streets to demand that we defund the police. Where there were, the squad was all the rage in the House. Was there an overcorrection? Did Democrats, did they overcorrect? And I hate to use the term because it's become so perverted now, but was this a referendum on wokeism?
So you're bringing up something super interesting, because when she got into this race, when she was thrust into this race, when President Biden stepped off the ticket, one of the things that came up immediately was the way she had moved away from these positions, some of them that she had taken back in the 2019 era when she was running in the primary here. And what's interesting about the gender gap, the education gap, the age gap is these young voters, right? This is a left of center group on climate, on healthcare, on some of these issues. They want to see a lot done, right? We talk a lot about this sort of young, hungry Gen Z generation on the Democratic side. This question, is the Democratic Party to the left enough of where the party is? At the same time, look at what Donald Trump just did. He got 70 million plus and counting votes, likely to win the popular vote by reaching out to working class voters and connecting with them. So I think these are all, like I said it a little bit earlier, we don't really have all the answers yet, right? It's 10:40 on election post-morning. Like, this will come,
And I think that's the debate within the Democratic Party that's going to unfold. How do they move? Do they move further to the left or further to the center?
All right. Ladies, nappy time.
Okay, we'll take it. We'll take it.
You guys did a great job on coverage. Thanks again, guys. Rest well.
They're not going to take a nap. You're not napping.
You got it.
You're not sleeping. I know
Maybe
you.
a few minutes.
When we come back, we're going to turn our attention to Wall Street's reaction to President-elect Trump's historic victory, and we'll do that with Christine Romans right after this.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Takeaways and the impact that we're already seeing on Wall Street this morning. NBC's senior business correspondent, Christine Romans. Christine, the last time we checked in with you, stocks were soaring.
Yep.
Is that still the case?
Booming this morning. You're seeing the stock market just erupt higher here. 1,291 points. It's a 3% rally. And there are even some stock indices that are doing even better than that, because the idea here in the very early hours of this euphoria about a second Trump administration, he will cut taxes a lot for big business, and he will cut regulations a lot for all business, and that would allow companies to make more money. And of course, on Wall Street, that's a reflection of how much money companies make. So at least now, they're not talking about trade wars and tariffs and things that could be politically troublesome and economically troublesome down the road. They're just focusing here on this early euphoria.
Leading up to this election, people were feeling very crummy about the economy, inflation, this shrinkflation, all the inflations you told us about. They were upset about it, and it was reflected in the polls.
I think a smaller bag of chips was a really big player. Honestly, in this election, people felt lousy about the economy. 45% of people said their financial situation is worse today than 4 years ago. So let me just zoom out. That's bigger than the last 5 elections, presidential elections. That's bigger than the Great Recession, when actually people were losing their jobs, factories were closing, foreclosures were happening on all these American neighborhoods, and you had a stock market that actually tanked more than 20%. So that's not happening now in the economy. We're not in a recession, you know, but that's how people feel. People feel as though they're in a terrible recession because of higher prices. And Donald Trump messaged on this consistently.
Right.
Even when he got off message and tried to stick with inflation and immigration, he really did remind people they feel bad, even though, okay, reality check, that blue line there, that blue line is your wages. The red line is inflation. So people's purchasing power has been improving, but nobody believes it.
Perception, perception, perception.
And he's
That's
very, very good at that. He's very good at that.
Christine, thank you.
Nice to see you.
The economy is just one of the challenges that President-elect Trump will face. The wars in the Middle East and in Ukraine are also high on the list, which we're happy to have with us NBC's chief foreign correspondent, Richard Engel. Right here in Studio 1A, Donald Trump has made a pledge. He wants to end wars. He doesn't like wars, he said. He said it when he gave his victory speech. How do you see this playing out?
Well, I've been speaking to people since yesterday and today as well, and there's really a mixed reaction. Certain countries believe that they could work with Donald Trump, that they believe in his vision, they like that he's kind of transactional. One phone call, one person, one time, you get a decision at the end of the line. Not necessarily the way that democracies generally work. Generally, it's sort of a top-down system, the way businesses work or authoritarian regimes work or families work, or not necessarily democratic institutions, but ones that are more centrally organized. So Russia seems to be quite excited about this. Saudi Arabia, UAE, there's going to be a pro-Trump alliance. Also, many African countries are quite pleased about this result, because a lot of African countries have a similar kind of one-man show system. They feel that they can negotiate with him, deal with him. They like the kind of the tough guy persona.
What about Europe?
Europe is very nervous. A lot of European democracies, traditional American allies, are very nervous. I did hear in conversations the word fascist used several times. People are asking me, do Americans understand what they've just gotten themselves into? He's not going to necessarily be like he was during his first term. He's much more empowered. He's much more confident. He's not going to be surrounded by people who are trying to rein him in. He's gotten rid of all of the guardrails and probably would get rid of anyone trying to
Doesn't have to be concerned about re-election at all.
No, not necessarily. So I would say European countries are deeply concerned. They're concerned about NATO, and they're concerned about the reliability of him as a partner. But you mentioned in the intro, Ukraine. Ukraine is terrified. Ukraine has the most to lose immediately. The American support, international support, but what really it's been American support driving Ukraine's counteroffensive, allowing Ukraine to keep going with the war. That could dry up very quickly. And if it dries up, Ukraine will be forced to the negotiating table and forced to accept terms which it has not been willing to accept. Now, maybe that's a good thing. Maybe Ukraine needs to be forced to the table and needs to accept terms. But the reality for Ukraine is going to change very, very dramatically, and for many of the Ukrainian soldiers, change in a profoundly disturbing way.
Your insights are always so valuable.
Thank you.
Well, we'll be talking a lot because this is the biggest story in the world. Just over the last 24 hours, I've been speaking with lots and lots of people, and is the only thing anyone's talking about.
Thank you, Richard. We appreciate you being here. Coming up, we're going to have much more on the election coming up right after this.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Tampa, Hurricane Milton is here. Where we're standing right now is covered in water. Part of our continued reporting. A little increase. Thanks for talking to me. Okay, let me see.
We are back with our ongoing coverage on this morning after one of the most anticipated elections in American history.
Donald Trump, the nation's 45th president, winning in decisive fashion to become the president-elect for a second term. We do want to bring in Hogan Gidley, who serves as White House Deputy Press Secretary under Trump's first term. Good morning to you.
First of all,
good morning,
Hogan. Good to see you again, my friend. Congratulations to you. First of all, I mean, listen, you know the president-elect better than a whole lot of people. You spent a lot of time with him over the years. What can we expect in a second administration that may perhaps be different than President Trump 1.0?
Well, I don't know that you're going to see too much different, except the record-setting successes you saw 4 years ago. I think he understands the building. He understands Washington, D.C. a whole lot better. I think he's going to move at a quicker pace. It looks like we're on track right now to actually take the House and the Senate. So we have unified government. That means, excuse me, he can move a lot quicker on some of the issue items that so many of the American people care about. But the fact is, this is clearly a mandate. Winning the popular vote, the Electoral College in a landslide at this point. The American people wanted change. They wanted to be able to afford gas and groceries. Donald Trump spoke to that. They wanted a closed southern border with rational, sane border policy. Donald Trump spoke to that. And the beauty of his campaign this time is that he could point to things he had already done as president. These weren't things in the abstract. He could say, we did these things before, we'll do it again. And that was his closing message.
Yeah, you say that he won a mandate. So if you were to list his top 3 things that he wants to do right away, what would those be?
Absolutely, taxes and the economy, getting that back on track. So many in this country have been crippled by the last 4 years, not being able to afford basic needs. Cost of living is way up. The price of housing, of course, and rent and car payments all up because of the inflationary policies of this administration. But the border as well. I mean, I think it's pretty clear he wants to secure that southern border and protect American citizens from people who don't have a right to be in this country. We take in over 1 million people every year into America. Donald Trump says he's fine with that, but they have to do it the right way, the legal way. So those are 2 things he's going to do right off the bat. But in addition, I heard Peter talking about this in the previous segment. He's going to talk to foreign leaders as well to try to prevent the world from burning. So many wars breaking out on this current president's watch. He wants to put an end to that and make the world a safer place. So more peace, more prosperity under Donald Trump.
Hogan Gidley working in the second administration as well. Have you already committed?
Well, you have to get asked first, Craig, so we'll see what happens.
All right, Hogan. Thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Coming up, we're going to look ahead. What you can expect to see from President-elect Trump during his first 100 days in office this time around, to your question, Hoda. Also, what will Vice President Harris say when she addresses the country a few hours from now? That
closer to the Gaza border. A story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zingplaya Samwa.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
Do you pledge not to hold a vote on any legislation that would ban abortion? Do you still have faith and confidence in the Supreme Court? Is this plan to ban price gouging anything more than a gimmick? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Oh, we're back. It's 11:30 here in New York City, 8:30 out west. Americans waking up to a political earthquake overnight. Donald Trump has won a second term.
And let's take a look at the latest numbers we have here at NBC News. The president-elect with 276 electoral votes this morning, and that is a number that is expected to grow. Several states still too close to call it this hour. But take a look at the popular vote here as well. President-elect Trump with a lead of about 5 million votes right now.
And now let's look at the national map with county by county results. A lot of red on that map, especially outside the major cities all across the country.
And now to Congress. Republicans will retake the Senate after flipping seats so far in West Virginia, Ohio, and Montana. As for the lower chamber, it could take weeks to sort out Congress. Republicans holding a lead this morning, as you can see there, but there are still roughly 51 races still left to be called. We are getting some new reaction to those results from leaders from all around the world, including Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. We're going to talk to our chief foreign affairs correspondent, Andrew Mitchell, in just a moment. But first, NBC's Raf Sanchez joins us now from his post in Israel. Raf, what are we hearing from the Prime Minister?
Hey, Craig, Prime Minister Netanyahu thrilled with this result, and far-right members of his government really made no secret that they were hoping Trump would win. Now that he has, they think it will lead to a more hawkish U.S. position on Iran and potentially less American pressure on Israel over the Palestinians. But they are also acutely aware that Trump has promised to end the war in the Middle East. And one Israeli official told me today they think it's possible Netanyahu will try to sign a ceasefire deal early in the new president's next term, trying to hand Trump a quick diplomatic victory. The Israeli government also concerns that the Biden administration, in its final days in office, could potentially step up pressure on Israel over Gaza. The White House has given Israel until next week to allow more aid into the Strip or face a potential cutoff in military support. The White House, the State Department, is saying so far that Israel is failing to meet that deadline. And Israel's enemies, Hamas, Hezbollah, Iran, also very closely following this result. Iran has said it is planning to strike back against Israel, potentially in the coming days. But that decision may be more complicated now that they know Trump is heading back to the White House. And just finally, the political scene here in Israel, very tense right now. Last night, while all eyes were on the voting in the U.S., Netanyahu fired his defense minister, a man he has clashed with publicly, who has called for a ceasefire in Gaza. That led to major protests on the streets of Tel Aviv, demonstrators calling for a deal to finally bring those hostages home. So the Middle East, very much in flux right now as the main players try to figure out what this historic American election means for them. Craig.
Okay. Raf Sanchez, they're on the ground for us in Israel. Raf, thank you.
Joining us now, NBC's chief Washington correspondent and chief foreign affairs correspondent, Andrea Mitchell. Let's start there in Gaza. Benjamin Netanyahu seems pleased with the results of the U.S. election.
Absolutely.
What would that mean for the war in Gaza?
Well, there's, in fact, a lot of reporting that Netanyahu was holding out for a Trump election, holding back on a ceasefire. And he met with Netanyahu at Mar-a-Lago and publicly said, go all in on the war, finish them off. So there are no holds barred, no threat to, hold back U.S. weapons as is required under U.S. law, and fully embracing also going all in against Iran.
The other hot spot, of course, Ukraine right now, Andrew Mitchell. What do we surmise could happen there with a second Trump administration with regard to the war between Russia, or the invasion of Ukraine by Russia?
Exactly. Donald Trump has said he could solve it in one day, in 24 hours. He has embraced Vladimir Putin, not denied reports, credible reports, Bob Woodward and others, that he has talked to Putin many times since leaving the Oval Office. And he has said that Zelensky should be negotiating, so there'll be pressure on Zelensky to negotiate now, which means giving up territory. It was Donald Trump who pressured Senate Republicans to withhold weapons from Ukraine at a pivotal time in the war last winter.
We were hearing that those in Europe were upset with the results. Others, including the UAE, Saudi Arabia, kind of embracing the results. What are you hearing?
Well, he's embraced people like Hungary's Viktor Orban, dictators like Putin. So NATO very concerned, European allies very concerned. They'll probably reach out economically to China to balance the effect of what they perceive to be a weakened overseas posture by the United States.
NATO, what do we think all of this could mean for?
He had threatened to get out of NATO. He didn't get out of NATO, but he certainly is not going to embrace U.S. allies, and certainly not U.S. intelligence. He tried to fire career intelligence people. He did fire many intelligence agency officials. He undercut them, tried to put his own people in. Now he knows he can do it.
All right, Andrea Mitchell, we're happy you're here at the table. Good to see you, Andrea. Thank you.
Always good.
Greg.
As we break down and analyze the outcome of this race, one thing is certain: a lot of soul searching is unfolding, a lot of blame already being passed around among Democrats. NBC's Monica Alba is back with that part of the story. The finger pointing has already started in earnest, especially on social media, Monica.
Absolutely, Craig. And listen, going into election night, the Harris campaign thought that they had multiple paths to 270. But as her road to the presidency vanished quite quickly overnight, many Democrats started questioning where it all went wrong and what it means for the future of the party. With Kamala Harris's defeat, a stunning blow for Democrats.
I'm just devastated.
A somber mood at Harris's watch party overnight, after Donald Trump dominated, blowing through the so-called blue wall of Midwest states Democrats had counted on, improving on his 2020 margins in over 2,000 counties nationwide. In the key swing state of Pennsylvania, Harris underperforming President Biden's results. And further down the ballot, Republicans also flipped the Senate to their side.
America has given us an unprecedented
and powerful mandate.
Now for Democrats, the soul-searching begins. After an unprecedented race, with Harris stepping in as the presidential candidate just 108 days ago when President Biden withdrew. Harris trying to distance herself from Biden, but perhaps still hampered by his legacy.
This is about what the Democrats did while in office over the last 4 years. Inflation, which was so high during much of this administration, and many people are still feeling the pain of that.
Exit polls showing voters listed the economy as a major issue. Harris also underperforming in key areas.
Where she's coming up short are in the cities.
Even struggling in blue strongholds like New York and Virginia, despite a massive campaign blitz from major Democratic stars. Harris also coming up short with key minority groups. According to exit polls, Latino men favoring Trump by a 10-point margin after backing President Biden by 23 points 4 years ago. Democrats now facing an uphill battle.
And we know it is time for a new generation of leadership in America.
And with Harris's message clearly not resonating with enough voters, leaving Democrats to sort out how to turn the page now.
And Vice President Harris will address some of that in remarks to the nation and her supporters later today at her alma mater, Howard University in D.C., where she was supposed to speak last night, what was supposed to be a homecoming for her, and now will always be known as the site of her concession speech, guys.
Monica, we're going to hear from Vice President Harris this afternoon at some point. Do we expect that we're going to hear from President Biden about the election results at some point here today as well?
That's the plan, Craig. He is expected to address Americans from the White House from here at some point later today. And he is also expected to call President-elect Donald Trump and congratulate him, which we know Vice President Harris also plans to do. And this is really meant to send a signal from President Biden, which is that he wants to operate in a manner that was not what we saw in 2020 when he won and when Donald Trump lost and was in office. So that's why you're going to see the president congratulate him, call him, invite him to Washington. And ultimately, according to the White House, President Biden says he plans to attend Donald Trump's inauguration in January.
Peaceful transfer of power. Monica Albaforce there at the White House. Monica, thank you.
Just ahead, an unprecedented race and an historic outcome. We'll look back at how we got to this moment. Coming up right after this.
have you along with us, whether you're at home or on our plaza. We're just glad you're with us this morning.
Welcome back. Well, this election cycle, like none other in history, it moves quickly. The nation experiencing a lot in a short span of time.
Yeah, we thought it was going to take a long time for these results. They did come quickly. The end result, President-elect Trump set to return to the White House. So let's take a look back. How did we get here? We asked NBC News Daily anchor Kate Snow to take a look back. Hey, Kate.
Hey, good morning, Hoda. You know, sometimes it did seem like a blur this campaign season, right? And it's kind of hard to remember everything that happened. But there were days and moments that we're never going to forget. And one thing is certain, this election has shaped America's future.
Do we believe in the promise of America?
Our country will be bigger, better, bolder.
It's an election fight that looks much different than when it began nearly 2 years ago to the day.
America's comeback starts right now.
Former President Donald Trump locked in the Republican nomination with ease, defeating a parade of challengers and battling a slew of legal cases.
That is 34 felony counts here, all guilty verdicts.
This is unprecedented for a former American president to be criminally convicted.
This was a rigged, disgraceful trial.
His supporters undeterred, believing Trump could best tackle the economy and immigration.
I'm the only one in history who got indicted and my numbers went up.
Initially set for a rematch against President Joe Biden.
I'm still the only person to ever beat Donald Trump.
They made history as the oldest major party presidential candidates ever in an American election, a concern for voters, and whispers about Biden's mental fitness soon grew louder.
The special counsel referred to the president as a, quote, sympathetic, well-meaning, and elderly man with a poor memory.
My memory is fine.
But that first presidential debate in June set off 3 weeks of unprecedented political upheaval.
Look, if we finally beat Medicare.
This night got off to a tough start for President Biden.
I think it's a legitimate question to say, is this an episode or is this a condition?
Calls for Biden to suspend his re-election campaign were sidelined by an unthinkable twist.
This is an NBC News special report.
Take a look at what happened.
The 45th president of the United States, injured but alive.
All of this unfolding with Republicans now gathering to officially nominate Donald Trump at their convention.
With his ear bandaged, the former president making an emotional entrance just 2 days after the attempt on his life.
When Donald Trump rose to his feet in that Pennsylvania field, all of America stood with him.
I stand before you in this arena only by the grace of Almighty God.
That same week, President Biden testing positive for COVID.
News broke of different Democratic leaders calling for the president to step aside.
My fellow Americans.
Days later, the president ending his re-election bid.
I revere this office, but I love my country more.
Endorsing Vice President Kamalaharris and upending the race with just over 100 days until the election.
We choose freedom.
Democrats quickly energized by their first female nominee of Black and Indian descent. Harris showing strength on the issues of abortion rights and protecting democracy.
Ours is a fight for the future.
Trump pivoting to his new opponent.
I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black.
A convention coronation in August.
Kamala Harris is going to stand up and fight for your freedom to live the life that you want to lead.
I accept your nomination to be President of the United States of America.
Trump and Harris would meet for the first time in their only debate.
I've never seen a worse period of time. People can't go out and buy cereal or bacon or eggs or anything else.
The government and Donald Trump certainly should not be telling a woman what to do with her body.
And this famous falsehood.
They're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats.
The vice presidential debate striking a different tone.
I agree with a lot of what Senator Vance said about what's happening. And I think that Governor Walz and I actually probably agreed.
But the dangers of our nation's divisiveness still on display.
The FBI says there has been another possible attempt on former President Trump's life.
By fall, the critical Battleground blitz amid one of the closest presidential races ever.
I'm a gun owner. Tim Walz is a gun.
I did not know that.
If somebody breaks in my house, they're getting shot.
I think the bigger problem is the enemy from within.
The razor-thin margin bringing out bold-faced names.
Vice President Kamala Harris.
President Trump must win.
Podcast interviews taking center stage. That Trump dance party going viral. And his Madison Square Garden rally sparking controversy.
There's literally a floating island of garbage in the middle of the ocean right now. Yeah, I think it's called Puerto Rico.
Amid the fallout, the Trump campaign seizing on a Biden gaffe.
The only garbage I see floating out there is his supporters.
Harris caught on this hot mic moment talking to Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer about male voters. While Trump tries to win over more women.
Whether the women like it or not, I'm going to protect them.
After a grueling campaign and a decisive victory, President-elect Trump now saying he will lead all Americans forward.
This was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal.
I think one thing I can predict is that the next 2 years will also be unpredictable.
Well, it just showed how we all believed the polls and thought we might be looking at these results for days and days, and boom, this morning, here we are. It's 11:49 on the East Coast, and we knew the answer hours and hours ago.
The theme that President-elect Trump ended on there, this basically this declaration that he would become the healer in chief. We've heard that before. We heard it essentially from Biden when he took office. We heard it from President Trump to a certain extent before the rhetoric really changed the first time. And we heard it from President Obama in 2008 that they are going to unite the country, bring us together, bridge these divides. It sure would be helpful if that's the case.
Wouldn't that be great if that were the case this time? The one thing in there, too, that we were all reacting to when you heard Kamala Harris on a hot mic say to Gretchen Whitmer, we need the men, we need male vote, that turned out to be prescient, right?
That was. Kate, thank you so much. Great coverage, by the way, too. All right, we're going to be back in a moment. But first, guys, these messages.
What time?
have you along with us, whether you're at home or on our plaza. We're just glad you're with us this morning.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
And that is going to do it for us in this special edition of Today. Before we leave you, let's take one more look at where the election results stand at this hour.
President-elect Donald J. Trump taking 276 electoral votes to 223 for Vice President Harris. And again, 5 states still to call in this race. President Trump, though, with nearly 72 million votes overall, leading Harris by more than 4 million at this point with regard to the popular vote.
And let's look at Congress, the battle for Congress. The House is still in limbo. Dozens of races left to call. Could be days before we know the results there. But we do know that Republicans have wrestled back control of the Senate, which was expected.
And we do want to mention again, we expect to hear from Vice President Harris later today. And stay with NBC News and NBC News Now for complete coverage throughout the day. And, of course, a full wrap-up on nightly news tonight and, of course, tomorrow morning right here on Today.
We'll be here tomorrow? All right, we'll see you then. Bye.
Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? I can took for all this damage to the
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Welcome to NBC News Daily. So glad you could be with us today. I'm Vicki Wynn.
Thanks for joining us this Wednesday. I'm Morgan Radford.
We're going to start our election coverage of Donald Trump's historic return to power. NBC News projects Trump will be the 47th president of the United States, elected by a sweeping margin and capping off a stunning political comeback for the former president. Trump scored a decisive victory in the Electoral College after topping that magic 270 number. He also won in several key battleground states, breaking through that blue wall. As you can see here, he is projected to win both Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, 2 states he lost in 2020. NBC News also has him carrying North Carolina and Georgia. Right now, we are still waiting for calls in Michigan, Nevada, and Arizona.
But while we're waiting, it looks like Trump is on his way to winning the popular vote as well. That would make him the first Republican to do so in decades. Overnight at his watch party, the president-elect thanked his supporters and delivered a call for unity.
We're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite.
The big question right now, what kind of Congress will Trump be working with? Republicans are projected to retake control of the Senate after flipping key seats in West Virginia, Montana, and Ohio. But the House is still up for grabs, and it could be a while before we know which party will take the majority. We are covering this historic election from all angles. We have Yamiche Alcindor following the Harris campaign ahead of the vice president's expected address to the nation later on today. But first, let's head to NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns, who is in West Palm Beach, Florida. Dasha, give us some context on the numbers and the reality of this morning. Who put the former president back in office? Who voted for him?
Well, look, the results that we have seen from these exit polls very much adhere to a concerted strategy from the Trump campaign to expand the electorate. They felt like his base was rock solid, and they did show up. And then they really zeroed in on the black vote, the Latino vote, and young men, and particularly the men and all of those demographics went out for Donald Trump. Women, we talked about this gender gap, guys, and there was a gender gap. But what's interesting is Harris won the majority of white educated women. But when it came to women without college degrees, they largely went for Trump. So overall, one of the things that I think we're going to be talking about a lot coming out of this is the changing among racial lines. There's not as much of a racial divide in this election as there has been in past elections, but the education divide is pretty massive here. And the Trump campaign's efforts throughout this entire election cycle that we've been following so closely, they were really laid bare in the results overnight. Dasha, let's talk about the next steps for President-elect Trump. This is not obviously his first time in the White House. What are his day one priorities, and how much more effective could he be this time around in his second term? Well, look, overnight, he talked about how he feels he's coming into the White House now with a mandate to make some major changes across government, given his margin of victory, given he will have the Senate as well, the Republican Senate. That means confirmations are going to be easier. He gave a shout out to Robert F. Kennedy Jr. last night, who is poised to play a big role in health. Of course, tech mogul Elon Musk poured tens of millions of his own money to help the former president. Musk has talked about helping slash government spending by potentially trillions. And the former president has talked time and time again about his priority when it comes to immigration, of closing the border and enacting mass deportations pretty much as soon as he gets into office. Because he has been in the White House before, he now feels, and his team talks about this all the time, that he has his footing, he's got his sea legs, he doesn't have that onboarding period that he had the first time. He's going to get in there, and he feels like he knows what he wants to do, guys.
All right. Our thanks to Dasha Burns there on the ground. Dasha, thank you.
Let's go now to NBC News Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor. So Yamiche, sources in the Harris campaign are saying she will call President-elect Trump to concede and that she is planning to deliver a speech later today. What do you think we will hear from her? What does she need to say to the American people and the millions of people who supported her?
Well, I can tell you in talking to Harris aides that they are preparing for her to speak at 4 p.m. at Howard University, of course, that being her alma mater, which she had hoped to have a victory party, which, of course, now this is going to be a concession speech. My understanding is that she's going to do what she hopes all presidential candidates would do if they lose, which is that she's going to say she lost this election, that she believes in American democracy, that she's going to be part of a peaceful transfer of power, and that America and its voters have spoken. I should tell you that I've been talking to a number of Harris officials, and they tell me that she is spending this morning and this afternoon working with her team on this concession speech. I was told that she didn't spend a lot of time working on a concession speech or a victory speech because she spent a lot of time, her team as well, on an uncertainty speech. They thought that the results would not come in this early, so they were preparing to tell Americans to hold on, that they needed to make sure all the votes were counted. Of course, now she's going to be delivering a much different speech.
A much different speech. We've seen the gears really shift in a dramatic fashion overnight. And it's interesting, Yamiche, because I was specifically looking at North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Georgia, like so many others among those 7 states. But Harris underperformed in those crucial battleground states that President Biden won back in 2020. What is the Harris campaign's takeaway?
The Harris campaign's takeaway, and I should say I'm talking to people that are also close to the Harris campaign, is that they just needed to do better, and they didn't. If you look at and you're putting it up for North Carolina, you have Trump plus 0.3. You look at Georgia, Trump up 2.3. Pennsylvania, Trump up 2.3, Wisconsin, Trump up 0.8 on all of these different numbers. And I think we should just let people take in those numbers for a moment. It really shows that Trump overperformed in all of these battleground states that we're talking about. And the Harris campaign, I think and Democrats are doing a lot of sort of soul searching this morning on what this really means. There's some feeling of whether or not she should have talked more about the economy. She should have maybe talked less about him being a democracy, a threat to democracy. I also talked to someone just a few moments ago who said Democrats really should have been more hands on deck here. Some people wondering whether or not President Joe Biden should have dropped out earlier, not been even allowed by his party to run again. Others saying that maybe he should have been used more and been on the campaign trail talking to the base voters that he did perform well with in the past, thinking of older voters, thinking of union voters. So just a lot of questioning and a big autopsy being written here by Democrats, even now in these first few hours while they're still waiting for Vice President Harris to come out and concede.
Which really makes me think about that word that President-elect Trump used last night, which was reconciliation and a realignment. The question is, what does that realignment not only look like for the Republican Party, but what does now that realignment look like for Democrats in response? Yamiche Alcindor joining us live from our Washington, D.C. bureau. Yamiche, thank you.
President Trump not the only winner. Last night, Republicans successfully shifted the balance of power in the Senate as well. The GOP have flipped 3 seats so far, securing the majority for the first time in 4 years.
But the House control is still up for grabs. We may not know the final result for days or even weeks. In fact, right now, Republicans have a net gain of 3 seats, but there are still more than 40 races left to be called. NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell is joining us here in studio in New York. Kelly, first, it is great to see you.
Wonderful to be with you.
Thank you for the incredible work and reporting you have done this historic election cycle. Let's start with the House, because we understand the Senate has gone to Republican control. But which which House races are still left to call? I know the majority are in California, but there's still one here in New York.
Well, it's also one of those things where people are now reminded about how House races really are very local. They're about communities and issues that might not be the same part of the national conversation. So you have races in California and in New York where they are going to take time to have to count every ballot. There may be challenges. And ultimately, the swing would need to be for Democrats, a net gain of 4 seats. In this environment, that seems even harder to accomplish, given everything we've just seen in the last 12 hours about how Republicans have done. For House Republicans and their leadership, they are talking right now about trying to have that broad, all-party control of both chambers of Congress as well as the White House, and what that could mean for the next Trump presidency. Democrats are still holding on in some places and believing that they can pick up here and there. But whatever it is, if Democrats have that control, they also then have some subpoena power. They have an opportunity to be a counter voice in the national conversation. We're going to need some time. People will have to be patient. That's not unusual. And the larger storyline of how successful former president, now President-elect Trump was last night, as well as Senate Republicans, we knew they were going to have advantages in the map based on which races were up. But for Democrats, they have lost a couple of their really well-known, long-time, successful senators. John Tester in Montana comes to mind, Sherrod Brown in Ohio. So this is not only kind of an earthquake on the national level from the presidential race, but there's a lot that will need to settle on the congressional level, too, as we go forward.
Kelly, I think a question that I have is you've covered a lot of administrations, a lot of different configurations of power, but let's say it is just the Senate and the president controlled by the GOP. These day one priorities, these mass deportations, the drilling for the oil, the war in Ukraine and this peace treaty, what do you think the timeline looks like if the president has at least the Senate? Are these things that can happen much quicker?
Well, they are using the word mandate, and that has a specific meaning in this context. When you have an overwhelming vote of the people, that you are supposed to be able to then exert that power. And that means even people of the other party are supposed to go along, not capitulate, but to be giving the president the opportunity to put that mandate forward. And so on the Senate side, it will depend on how controversial the issues are. There's always more room for bipartisanship there. They don't have the 60 votes yet, and that makes a difference. And on the House side, they hold the purse strings. And so things like how would you fund mass deportations? That's a real question that needs to be dealt with. And certainly they'll have plans to try to do that, but then it'll come down to the numbers game of the House. So it is not just a free pass, but there's certainly great advantage for President-elect Trump.
What I love about having Kelly on set with us is this wealth of knowledge to tell us, as you said, there were elements of this that is normal. So as people are processing the earthquake, the context of what is legal and congressional protocol, I think, is really important to ground ourselves in this moment.
Really helpful. Thank you, Kelly O'Donnell. As always, good to see you. Thank you.
Well, during the campaign, Vice President Harris put a lot of focus on women's reproductive rights, while President-elect Donald Trump made a big bet on young male voters who'd never cast a ballot before.
Yeah, that gamble, it really paid off. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock has more on the gender gap that drove Trump to election victory.
President Trump's campaign celebrating a major strategic victory.
This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country.
The former president's outreach to male voters seemingly paying off. In 2020 and 2016, about 4 in 10 men under 30 supported him. Yesterday, nearly half cast a ballot for Trump. Among men who turned out for the first time, 62% supporting Trump, while 36% supported Harris. The Trump campaign has taken an unconventional approach, including appearances with unconventional media figures popular with male voters. Trump even saying he consulted his son Barron for advice.
A little bit. I mean, he tells me about all the hot guys, people I never heard about.
And a key late campaign appearance on top podcaster Joe Rogan's show.
I'm doing really well in the polls. But I think that's so. This week I happen to believe in a verse. I only believe if they're good. No. I like them this month.
Rogan later endorsing Trump. Democrats pushing for support from women who went for Harris by 54% according to exit polls, but still not enough to carry her to the finish line. The Trump campaign also bringing on prominent supporters who leaned into that gender divide.
When Dad gets home, you know what he says?
you've been a bad girl. You've been a bad little girl, and you're getting a vigorous spanking.
Part of Trump's outreach, one of his biggest boosters, billionaire Elon Musk.
He's a character, he's a special guy, he's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses.
Who contributed tens of millions of dollars in an effort to get Trump back in the White House. Musk focusing on a get-out-the-vote push, appearing by Trump's side on the campaign trail.
This is no ordinary election. The other side wants to take away your freedom of speech.
And a controversial plan offering $1 million checks to registered voters who were willing to sign a petition supporting the First and Second Amendments. But Musk, now part of the inner circle, spending election night at Mar-a-Lago with Trump. The Trump campaign telling NBC News that Trump wants Musk to lead a commission on government efficiency as he celebrates Trump may be bringing the world's richest man to the White House.
Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon.
Sam Brock, NBC News.
Another group that helped Trump win, young voters, and more specifically those white male voters we're talking about.
Yeah, our exit polls show that Trump improved his margins with the group this year compared to the 2020 election. NBC News Now anchor Savannah Sellers joins us now. Savannah, this was really interesting because Trump really doubled down on courting this young white male vote. And frankly, it worked. Yep. What was different about his messaging to this group that sunk in this time compared to 2020?
It's such a good question because it was exactly what he was focused on for the last couple of weeks, even to the point where we were talking about, wow, it doesn't even seem like he's really trying to make gains with women as we saw them breaking for Harris at such great numbers. He decided to double down on this. The podcast strategy, I can't overstate how important that was for reaching this demographic.
Like Joe Rogan.
Like Joe Rogan, like Logan Paul, like Bussin' with the Boys, sports podcasts, young
Dave
men.
Portnoy, yep.
Exactly. And he actually had his son, Barron Trump, a first-time voter himself, a college student right now, almost acting as like his unofficial podcast advisor, saying, Dad, I think you should go on this podcast. This is what my friends are listening to. And it reached those exact voters. Our friend, our colleague, Gotti Schwartz, he was in Arizona last night. He was talking with all these voters in line at ASU. So many of them said to him, well, I voted for him because I heard him on Joe Rogan. And if Harris would have gone on, maybe I would have considered her because we know that she decided not to go on that particular podcast. These certain ways that he was playing to them also manifested itself in fraternity guys talking a lot about this. We also heard last night a few people saying, I don't listen to polls, I look at the odds. Young men who are in these betting rooms.
Circles,
that type of demographic really resonated with the message and the fact that they were being specifically reached out to.
You've been on a lot of college campuses in different states, Savannah. What were you seeing towards the end as we got closer and closer to Election Day? What were the things these young voters and the young male voters were saying to you mattered to them?
So the activation on college campuses was intense. I was in Michigan, I was in Wisconsin, I was on the phone with people in North Carolina. North Carolina, for example, it was actually the young Democrats working hand in hand, by the way, with the Harris campaign that lobbied the state for more polling locations on campus. They made it so that student ID could be an acceptable form of identification on a lot of those campuses. But they were also doing a pretty bipartisan get out the vote effort. They were handing out something called commit to vote cards. When you put in your info there, they would actually send you a Google Calendar invite with your nearest polling location and times that you should show up there. So they were really informing young people where they should vote.
In a nonpartisan way.
In a nonpartisan way. If you signed up on one of those cards, they were going to give it to you. If you had a physical card, on the back of it was a picture of Harrison Walls. But if you signed up online, it was a QR code, you wouldn't necessarily know something like that. And they wanted anybody of any party to just make sure that they were getting out the vote. What I heard from young men the most was far and away the economy, which continued to track last night as the top issue among young men, for sure. For young women, by the way, it was abortion, which was also a motivating issue, but that margin just didn't close. Those young men came out on these issues that mattered to them.
All right, and it did pay off. Savannah Sellers, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Savannah. Let's turn now to our CNBC Money Minute. Wall Street is rallying today with the markets hitting new record highs the morning after the election. In fact, the Dow is currently up by more than 1,300 points.
CNBC Tech Check anchor Deirdre Bosa joins us now. So, Deirdre, let's walk through these numbers that we're seeing, why the markets are loving this Trump presidency.
Hey, Vicki and Morgan. So the last time the Dow rallied more than 1,000 points in a single day, that was back in November of 2022. Stocks that could stand to benefit from Donald Trump's presidency are rallying. Shares of Tesla, whose CEO Elon Musk is a major backer of Trump, surging 14% today, while banking stocks such as JP Chase and Bank of America, they're up at least 6%. Meanwhile, the price of Bitcoin jumped above $75,000 in early trading today, smashing its previous record set in March. The world's second most popular currency, Ether, that surged 8%. Now, Trump embraced crypto ahead of the election, pledging to make the U.S. the crypto capital of the world and to create a Bitcoin reserve. And finally, NVIDIA. It's now the world's most valuable company, passing Apple for the second time. The chipmaker closed Tuesday to a $3.43 trillion market cap, ahead of Apple's $3.4 trillion. NVIDIA is the dominant supplier of GPUs, which power AI software such as OpenAI's ChatGPT. That stock up more than 200% this year alone. Guys, back to you.
Deirdre, remind us what NVIDIA makes.
What does NVIDIA make?
Right, yeah.
GPUs. So
That's
these
right.
are
These in our
chips
cell
or
phones.
semiconductors that essentially, they're basically in the infrastructure for artificial intelligence. So the reason that ChatGPT and many of these chatbots today exist is they need enormous compute power, and NVIDIA really dominates this market. They make the chips that make that possible.
Got it.
Our Deirdre Vosa. Thanks so much, Deirdre. We appreciate it. And stay right
Thanks, guys.
here. You are watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Closer to the Gaza border. A story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
Nice to have you along with us, whether you're at home or on our plaza. We're just glad you're with us this morning.
The Latino vote proved to be a major factor in this presidential election. NBC News exit polls showed that Vice President Harris won the overall Latino vote nationwide.
But Trump made significant double-digit gains amongst the group this election compared to 2020. Paula Ramos joins us now. She's an NBC News contributor and author of Defectors, The Rise of the Latino Far Right and What It Means for America. We also have with us here in studio NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray to break down all of the numbers numbers for us. Paula, I want to start with you because this is an area, frankly, in which you are an expert. You have been on the ground studying this movement for years. In your book, you talk about traditionalism, but also political trauma. And while you're there in Arizona, which was one of these sort of swing states, we also saw the results come in from Florida, which is a Latino stronghold, especially when you look at places like Miami with Cuban Americans. How did the use and what some may have even called the weaponization of political trauma affect this voting bloc, this election, in a way that was different?
Look, I think all of this remains to be seen, but here's what we do know. Here's the main question that I had yesterday as I was watching the results. Were those gains that Donald Trump made in 2020 with Latino voters, was that an anomaly, or was that the beginning of a larger shift? And I think what we're seeing right now, still with the picture that is emerging, is the beginning of a rightward shift that seems to be starting to cement, right? From Miami-Dade County to the Rio Grande Valley and the border, all the way to the Bronx, all the way to these Latino-heavy counties and Pennsylvania. I think what we may be starting to see is not just a Latino community that is shifting to the right politically, but under the surface, right? Under the surface is where the question lays. How did the anti-immigrant sentiments rise? How did anti-blackness rise? How did that traditionalism affect this community? Because if the question is that the roots of this MAGA movement start from there, then we may be seeing the beginning of a larger realignment with Trumpism that goes beyond politics and has more to do with culture. And I think those are the questions that we have to start thinking about with a lot of curiosity, with not a lot of assumptions. And I think that's the hard part.
Oh, I think that's so important. Not a lot of assumptions, looking at it with curiosity. Mark Murray, let me bring you in here. Obviously, a lot was made towards the end when that comedian made those comments about Puerto Rico being garbage, whatever. But at the end of the day, we saw this significant increase in Latino support for Trump that, as Paula said, continues to trend to the right. What is it about his message that is really resonating with this group, and why aren't the Democrats able to hold on to their, I mean, they have a little bit of a majority, but it's slipping.
Yeah, and so what we ended up finding, even in our Latino poll that we ended up doing with Telemundo and CNBC back in September, was, and this is a really important point, that the Latino vote isn't monolithic at all, that we had the same fissures among geographical lines, urban Latinos versus rural Latinos, evangelical Christian Latinos versus Catholic or non-practicing, male Latinos versus female Latinas. And so all of those divides that we were talking about through the exit poll, we're seeing the Latino voters and the Latino community break along those same divides. And so the days in which Barack Obama or Hillary Clinton could end up winning 60 to 70 to 80% of Latino voters doesn't exist at all anymore, because we're seeing the divides that play out throughout our politics.
It's interesting, Paula, I want to bring you here to talk about that divide because, when I'm on the ground, I'm in the field this election cycle, and I'm talking to Latino voters, they always say, everyone starts talking to us about immigration, but we don't care about immigration. We care about, the economy. We care about these kitchen table issues. And yet, we saw in the polls that people cared about the economy and immigration, which was even on the ballot there in Arizona where you are. So what did we learn about how Latinos are feeling about the issue of immigration?
Look, I think we have to wrestle with one thing that may be uncomfortable, right? And that is the reality that someone like Donald Trump, that for the last 4 years has been promising mass deportations, has literally been weaponizing the most vile, visceral, anti-immigrant language, that someone like him resonated with Latino community, right? And so I think, what does that tell us? That tells us that we have to really understand the way that Latinos have evolved in the last 4 years. Who we are now is vastly different from who we are 20 years ago. We are more Americanized, right? It is third-generation Latinos that are the fastest growing segment within our community. So what does that mean? That means that the majority of us are U.S. born, and so we may feel more American at this point than sort of connected to those immigrant roots, and that's where the discrepancy lies.
Yeah. Intelligent observations from both of you, Paula Ramos and Mark Murray. Thank you both very much, and stay with us. Much more news ahead. You're watching NBC News Daily.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on for our health.
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back, and thanks again for joining us here on NBC News Daily, where it is 12:30 in Bluefield, West Virginia, and right here in New York City. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. Glad you're with us. Here's what's making news right now. Forecasters keeping a close eye on Hurricane Rafael. The Category 2 storm is inching closer to Cuba at this hour. The island is preparing for damaging winds, flash flooding, and life-threatening storm surges. Rafael is expected to weaken once it hits the Gulf of Mexico, but parts of the Florida Keys are currently under tropical storm warnings.
The election paved the way for historic wins among members of the LGBTQ+ community and women of color. First, Sarah McBride won Delaware's at-large congressional seat to become the first openly transgender member of Congress. And 2 black women will serve together in the Senate for the very first time. Maryland elected Angela Also Brooks, while Delaware elected Lisa Blunt Rochester. Both are Democrats.
International leaders are weighing in on Donald Trump's historic election victory. French President Emmanuel Macron posted on X that France is, quote, ready to work together, while NATO's Secretary General wrote that Trump's leadership will, quote, again be key to keeping our alliance strong.
Victories in 4 pivotal swing states helped propel Donald Trump to president-elect. A projected victory in Wisconsin gave him the final 10 electoral votes that he needed to push ahead of Vice President Kamala Harris.
Even before that, he carried North Carolina, Georgia, and Pennsylvania. So how much of an impact did these key states have on this election, and where did the Harris campaign lose traction? NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Romans is here to break down how it all happened. So, Christine, Democrats wanted to win those blue wall states, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, but did they underestimate how much the economy would matter to voters in these swing states? And how did Trump connect in a way that Harris really just didn't?
Yeah, our exit polling really showed that the economy was really dragging on voter psyche heading into here. And you're absolutely right. He flipped Georgia. He kept North Carolina. And then you get to Pennsylvania. And by the time you get to Pennsylvania, you get to Pennsylvania, and she could not hold on to what she had last time, and what Biden had last time, and he actually built on it. When we look back at, just to see where I could get that Pennsylvania up there for you, it's still not coming up. Sorry. That's all right. But anyway, Pennsylvania was really one of those things that showed that she couldn't really build. In fact, he was building on momentum, and she was not holding Joe Biden's ground.
Mm-hmm. Christine, it's interesting because, you know, we've been talking so much about these swing states. And while the swing states did, of course, push Trump over the top, Democrats lost ground in some really strongholds. I mean, we're talking New York, New Jersey, Virginia, Illinois, some really surprising places. What happened?
Again, these are blue states, you know, one after another. You've got a blue state here, you've got New York, you've got New Jersey. These are places where she was expected to win in these states, and she did. But she did by less of a margin than Joe Biden did. And Donald Trump managed to build on not only the 2016, but also 2020 levels here for how he performed. So again, the build and hold strategy on all of these states. She won so many of these blue states, but she didn't win them by as much as Joe Biden did. And that was the early indication in the night that things were not going to go well for her.
All those little margins added up.
Exactly. All right. Christine Romans for us here. Christine, thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, 3 days before the election, Trump told supporters at a rally in North Carolina that suburban women are under attack.
Many critics accused him of stoking fears by playing up the migrant crisis. But last night, we saw a majority of white suburban women cast their ballots for the Republican candidate. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns is back with us from West Palm Beach, Florida. Dasha, I want to break down the numbers because a lot of times, you know, today we've been talking about women who went for Trump, but it broke down according to racial lines. White women in overwhelming numbers voted for Trump. Black women, I believe our exit poll showed 92% voted for Harris. So break down what we saw and why this gender gap and racial gap within the gender gap was significant.
Yeah, specifically white women, Morgan, that's where you saw a bit of a split. And Harris won with white women with college degrees, but it was white women without college degrees that largely gravitated towards former president, now future President Donald Trump. And his message to women, which frankly, he really catered to men a lot more than he did to women, but his message to women was largely about safety, was about the economy, and about immigration. And for those women without college degrees, that's where those esoteric issues about democracy, for example, just aren't as tangible, aren't as pressing as putting groceries on the table, as feeling like they and their kids can go outside. So those are the kinds of things that resonated. And again, it's that education gap that I think we need to be talking about too, Morgan. You know, Dasha, Trump ran up his margins among minority voters. Our own exit polling at NBC News showed 1 in 3 people of color voted for Trump. How did the election overall play out along racial lines? Well, look, the former president took his message of a broken nation to places and people that Republicans rarely reach. I'm talking about campaigning in states like New York, like Virginia, like Illinois, like New Jersey. That's not where you typically see a Republican candidate stump. But he went there, and he did very specifically reach out to black voters, Latino voters, and young men. And that made a huge difference in this election, guys. That outreach counted for him. All right, Dasha Burns, thank you very much.
Let's talk now about abortion rights. That was front and center, we understood, as an issue for many voters. In fact, abortion rights were on the ballot in 10 states this election, in the first presidential race since Roe v. Wade was overturned 2 years ago. Vice President Kamala Harris made reproductive rights a central issue in her campaign, and Democrats were hoping that that very issue would get voters to the polls.
But last night, exit polls show people prioritized other issues like the state of democracy and the economy over abortion. NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell is back with us now. So, Kelly, polling showed abortion and reproductive rights were this issue that energized voters this election. Then Trump at one point softened his stance, saying that he was not going to be in favor of a federal ban on abortion. Now that he's in office, what does this mean for women's health?
Well, it's a big question, and it was clearly a motivating issue, but what we didn't have a good measure of is where it fell in the priorities. And for some women, it was the #1 issue, but broadly, we see how it has played out. Now, certainly, Democrats and Kamala Harris thought it would be enough to carry her. The distinction with the states that put it on the ballot allowed voters to separate top of the ticket, candidate choice, and dealing with the right that they either wanted to affirm or reject. And we saw in 10 states this was on the ballot. 3 did not go forward with it. 7 did. And it's either in a case of, and looking at different states where they already had legal abortion, or they would enshrine it so that it could not be subject to the whims of the next state legislature and that kind of thing. In the places where it didn't, Florida is one of those examples. It required a 60% threshold. It came just short of that. So there was a clear majority wanting this, but not enough, right?
Okay.
And so I think one of the big issues will certainly be, will Donald Trump adhere to what he said is that he wanted it only dealt with at the state level? There will be a push, certainly from some Republicans, to at least introduce a national ban.
It's so interesting you brought up Florida because you mentioned coming beneath that 60% threshold. At 57%, Floridians said we do vote for having abortion rights enshrined. But there was a state that went for Donald Trump. So they were not comfortable with the consequences of his administration and what his administration would call for. Which states ultimately passed abortion measures, Kelly?
Blue states that you would expect. You see it in Colorado, you see it in Maryland, and so forth. And what is so striking about that is that some of it is also having to deal with maybe the issue and then looking at the specifics. At what period of time in a pregnancy would voters support these kinds of changes? That can be very complicated, and people who may even want these rights to be reinstated might have differences about how long into a pregnancy there could be abortion services. And so a lot of it is detail by detail. We saw that in Florida and South Dakota, it was an absolute rejection.
Kelly O'Donnell, as always, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Kelly. Well, as we were mentioning, the economy, a key issue in this election. NBC News exit polling shows nearly 70% of voters say they feel the economy is not so good or poor.
But Wall Street is riding high today after Trump's win. The Dow, S&P 500, and the tech-heavy NASDAQ all hitting record highs. Editor-in-chief of Investopedia, Caleb Silver, joins us now. Caleb, the big question, why is Wall Street so seemingly optimistic?
Well, we have a resolution. This is not carrying out for a few days, so knowing the future is also always a positive for investors who don't like to not know what's coming next. But also, Trump has been talking about keep extending those tax cuts from the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. That means lower taxes for corporations. That right now is at 21%. He's talking about 15% for some companies that he probably curries favor with. But also broader deregulation in government. That's going to be a big deal. But also making it easier for companies to do deals. You see the banking sector really rallying hard today. He's talking about bringing the Federal Reserve and other parts of fiscal policy under the executive branch. That could be a lot of control for President Trump, and that could be good news for a lot of these sectors. That's where the enthusiasm is.
That makes a lot of sense. There's also this stock market index, Caleb, that tracks these smaller companies. Are they basically on this train of less regulation, easier to do deals? They feeling the same way?
Yeah, that's the Russell 2000, and they're not so small, $2 billion to about $12 billion, but they are benefiting, and they will benefit from lower interest rates. And if he's really serious about putting the Federal Reserve under the executive branch, and I don't know if that's possible, but you never know, then that could mean lower rates for a long time, less regulation, easier to attract money for these small businesses. It's the tariffs part that everybody has questions about, because tariffs are not good for any businesses that import.
No, and nor are they good for consumers. Tariffs end up costing consumers more.
Yeah, lower taxes, higher tariffs.
All right, Caleb Silver with Investopedia. Thank you so much, Caleb.
Thanks, Caleb. Well, straight ahead, campaign promises that now could become a reality. We will take a look at what President-elect Donald Trump has promised for his first 100 days in office. Stay right here. More NBC News Daily just after this short break.
NBC News than any other news organization.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. Take charge of those first hours. It's about getting caught up. And really, it's about getting ahead. And that's what drives us every morning. Because every day deserves the best start.
Throughout his candidacy, Donald Trump campaigned on promises of mass deportations, new tariffs, and a stronger approach to foreign policy.
Well, right now, we'll see how the new president-elect follows through on those policy proposals. NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell explains what Trump's first 100 days in office might look like.
Rare in American politics, a presidential sequel.
We're going to turn it around. And I'm asking you, dream big. The American dream, just dream big. We're bringing it back. This will be America's new golden age.
Heading back to the White House, Mr. Trump pledges to take swift and sweeping action to close the southern border and to deport millions of migrants here illegally.
We're going to stop the people from pouring into our border. We're going to have a mass deportation of criminals. We have to get the criminals out of our country.
The president-elect seized on fears about crime and vowed to take tough action.
We will crush violent crime and give our police the support, protection, resources, and respect that they so dearly deserve.
Beyond immigration, his broadest pitch is that he could lower prices and boost the economy. He said he would increase energy production to reduce consumers' day-to-day costs.
Your energy costs and grocery prices will come tumbling down, and we will bring back the American dream, bigger, better, and stronger than ever before.
The centerpiece of his economic agenda is imposing tariffs to make the U.S. more competitive. But those taxes on imported goods are often passed on to consumers.
The most beautiful word in the dictionary to me is tariff.
Trump 2.0 is expected to include the still-to-be-defined influence of controversial figures. The world's richest man, Elon Musk, on cost-cutting, and Robert F. Kennedy Jr. on health, despite his anti-vaccine views and lack of scientific training.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr. RFK Jr. He's going to help us on health and the health of women, and men, and children.
Another Trump term means an America First approach to foreign policy.
I will not send you to fight and die in a foolish, never-ending foreign war.
Mr. Trump, who favors strong men, touts his relationship with Putin.
I got along with Putin. Ukraine was the apple of his eye, but I said, Vladimir, don't go in.
He has refused to say Ukraine should win that war and retain its sovereignty and territory.
I will end the war in Ukraine. Should have never happened.
His tough guy rhetoric and persona drove a gender gap, with more men supporting him. His political brand fortified by grievances. With a return to power, he said he would fire the special prosecutor, Jack Smith, putting a stop to the felony indictments against him related to January 6th and classified documents.
These are lunatics, by the way. They've weaponized the Justice Department against their political opponent.
A Trump second term will also be his chance to build his brand.
This will be the greatest movement, I think, in the history of the world, okay? Never been anything.
To build his brand and consolidate power. Kelly O'Donnell joins us again here in studio. Kelly, I want to ask something very plainly that Speaker Mike Johnson said just last night. He said, if in fact Republicans do get total control of Congress, he said, quote, we will see the most aggressive first 100 days agenda that anybody's seen in a modern era. What would that look like?
Well, I think we can see from just the clips we assembled and having covered him the first time around and through this campaign, there is a broad and break the mold kind of approach. He, in many ways, has a very expansive view of his own power and does a lot of his own direct negotiating, whether it is with international leaders or whether it is picking up the phone to a CEO to get something done, whether it is telling people, get this accomplished or that accomplished. Now, that can create a chaotic environment. It can also cut through some of the bureaucracy, and there are certainly supporters of his who believe that would be effective. And expect things like the tax cuts that he had in term one. They do have a sunset period, looking for that to be extended, looking for ways to try to address the border, which will take resources from Congress to do it. Building the wall, mass deportations, those kinds of things. Between now and January 20th, some of the biggest challenges will be just assembling the team, who will be around him, and then that will help give us some more tea leaves about where he's going and what his priorities will be. He has said it plainly. the variety of things he wants to accomplish, and then they'll need to prioritize what can they get done quickly and what can they move through Congress. But he certainly has partners in Congress.
And he will need team members. He will be adding people to his cabinet. Are there any people on a short list that you're looking at that have risen up that seem to be likely to be on that list to carry out this agenda?
They come from a few different buckets, if you will. If you look at allies who are in elective office themselves, senators, for example, there's talk of Tom Cotton of Arkansas, who is a veteran who could be Department of Defense, perhaps. Marco Rubio, his fellow Floridian, who has long served on the Foreign Relations Committee in the Senate for Secretary of State. Those are names. Mike Lee of Utah for Attorney General. Again, just names among many. And then you look at some of his allies, like during the first term, he built a relationship with a man named Tom Homan on border issues. He might be Homeland Security. We'll have to see.
All right, Kelly O'Donnell, as always, thank you so much. We really appreciate all your perspective today on NBC News Daily.
Stay right here. We've got more results and more reporting.
Tampa, Hurricane Milton is here. Where we're standing right now is covered in water. Part of our continued reporting. Thanks for talking to me.
Do you pledge not to hold a vote on any legislation that would ban abortion? Do you still have faith and confidence in the Supreme Court? Is this plan to ban price gouging anything more than a gimmick? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We will be talking, undoubtedly, about this election for years to come. President-elect Trump delivered a stunning defeat to Democrats and is on track to become the first Republican to win the popular vote in 20 years.
He managed to expand his voter base despite 2 impeachments, a 2020 election loss, criminal indictments, and several controversial campaign moments. Here's a look back at some of the moments that shaped the last 4 years.
All of us here today do not want to see our election victory stolen by emboldened radical left Democrats. This will not be my campaign. This will be our campaign all together.
Today, an indictment was unsealed, charging Donald J. Trump.
I did everything right, and they indicted me. Take a look at what happened. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible.
Jonathan Alter joins us now. He is an NBC News contributor. He's also the author of American Reckoning, Inside Trump's Trial and My Own. Jonathan, thank you for being here.
Hey, Vicki.
First, I just want us to sort of pause and reflect on this election, right? You have Kamala Harris, the vice president, running to be the first female president of this country. President-elect Trump, the second president to be elected after he lost, and he's also the first to be convicted of a crime. He has all of these outstanding issues as well. Just pause and let us kind of take this in. What do you make of this? Because I think it's really interesting. There are voters that came of age in this election that have never known, basically, anyone other than a candidate Trump.
Yeah, well, this is a momentous event in American history. So you mentioned, and there was one other president, Grover Cleveland, who ran for re-election and lost, and then in the 19th century, and then he ran again and won and ended up serving 8 years, but his was not nearly as consequential as this. When you take a step back and think about the idea that the United States has just elected a convicted felon as president of the United States, setting aside everything else, it's just an astonishing event. And so I think that while a lot of people who are for Harris feel that democracy died last night because we elected a strong man, and he's a strong man by his own definition. His friends, his peer group, the people he admires on the world stage, they're all strong men, right? So they feel that this is a threshold that's been crossed because we've elected a strong man. And I would just say to those Harris supporters, there's nothing permanent about this. The struggle over democracy goes on. It doesn't end with one election. But this was a severe setback to the ideals on which this nation was founded. We got our independence from a strong man, George III. We set up our system to prevent people from feeling like they were the law. And now we have a leader who believes he's a law unto himself, and we're going to be contending with that for the next 4 years at least.
Jonathan, I think what you said is so powerful when you said nothing is permanent. When we talk to voters, the economy was such a big issue. And when inflation is highest in this country, during those administrations, that's when we see one-term presidents. We know this historically. But this is a president who was a one-term and made a comeback. And I find that word comeback so telling. It's something that J.D. Vance called the greatest political comeback in the history of the USA. And there are voters this morning who are waking up saying, how did we choose an indicted candidate from which there was public scandal to come back from over a candidate from whom never had to make a comeback over any public scandal? Is this historic in terms of a comeback momentum?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. So the only modern comparison is Richard Nixon, who was defeated in the 1960 election. John F. Kennedy beat him. And then 8 years later, he made this astonishing comeback and became president and served for 5 years because he was, he eventually had to resign in scandal. But Nixon's comeback is nothing compared to this in terms of what he came back from. So Nixon, at that point, he hadn't been impeached. In fact, he never ended up being impeached. He resigned before impeachment. But we've just never seen anything on this scale. And to your earlier question, we now have a generation of young people who this is what they think a president is. They don't have another model for what a president should be.
But
and
as
that's
you
a sad
said,
thing.
these things are not permanent. Jonathan Alter for us. Jonathan, thank you so much. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. Stay with us. You're watching NBC News.
top story live from Paris, live in Tel Aviv. We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Closer to the Gaza border. A story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
Welcome to NBC News Daily. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. We're glad you're with us today.
We start right now with Donald Trump's decisive win in the presidential election and what all of this means for the future of America. NBC News projects Trump will be the 47th president of the United States, thanks in large part to the red wave that swept across several key battleground states. NBC News has him carrying Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, North Carolina, and Georgia. But as of this hour, we are still waiting for calls in Michigan, Nevada, and Arizona.
Sources tell NBC News Vice President Harris is expected to call Trump at some point today to concede the race. The White House has also confirmed that she is set to address the nation later this afternoon around 4 p.m. Meantime, on Capitol Hill, Republicans have taken back control of the Senate after flipping seats in West Virginia, Montana, and Ohio. But the House remains up for grabs right now. It could be days or even weeks before we know if the GOP will also control the House when President-elect Trump comes back into the White House. We are covering the election results from all angles. NBC News Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor has the latest on Harris as she prepares to speak to the nation just a few hours from now. But first, we want to head to NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns, who's standing by in West Palm Beach, Florida. Dasha, good to see you. So Trump is the first president in more than a century to reclaim the White House after losing it. Talk about how he did it, who were the key voting blocs that turned out and put him over the top.
Well, look, the former president, Vicki, reached out to people and to places where Republicans rarely go. He campaigned in major metro areas, even in some blue states. And his campaign specifically zeroed in on Black and Latino voters and on young voters. And our exit polling shows that he won 1 in 3 voters of color. A Republican hasn't done that in a very long time. The goal for the Trump campaign, the strategy was hang on to their base, which was rock solid, they felt, and then expand it and chip away at the Democratic coalition. And they seem to have done just that, Morgan.
Dash, it's interesting because you personally have been covering Trump and his campaigns for years now, crisscrossing the country. We find you now in Florida. How might his second term differ from what we've already seen in his first term?
Well, the campaign and the former president himself feel like it's going to be quite different in that the first time around, he came into Washington, he didn't have his sea legs, he didn't know when he won, and he frankly didn't have the command of the Republican Party that he does now. He feels like now he's coming in with that experience. He knows the kinds of people that he wants behind him. He's got folks at the different think tanks, people that he wants to see in his cabinet. He's talking about folks like RFK Jr. and Elon Musk coming in to help out, and he feels that he has a mandate now, especially because of the margins of his victory here, to go in and enact some of the sweeping changes that he wants to make that he really wasn't able to get as much done on the last time because he was so fresh to the scene in Washington.
You know, Dasha, last night Trump took a bit of a different tone. He talked about unity, healing the nation, before he got into his usual stump speech talking points. He didn't actually address Vice President Harris. What kind of messaging does he need to put out there to the millions and millions of people who did not vote for him?
Look, I think the former president, we've seen time and time again, now the president-elect, he is who he is. He maybe changes up his tone once in a while, but this man is almost 80 years old. He's been this way for a very long time. I don't expect we will see any sort of changed candidate, any sort of changed person here. We're going to see what we've seen on the campaign trail now in the White House.
All right, Dasha Burns, live in West Palm Beach, Florida for us. Dasha, thank you.
I'd like to go now to our NBC News Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor. Yamiche, Vice President Harris is set to speak at 4 p.m. Eastern. What do we expect to hear from her today?
Well, Vice President Harris is working on her speech right now, and I'm told that she is really going to be talking about a peaceful transfer of power. She did not spend a lot of time on this concession speech ahead of today. Instead, her team had really been working on a speech about the uncertainty. They were planning on telling Americans to hold on, to make sure that the votes were counted. So now they're having to do sort of a rewrite of all of that and get prepared for this. But we expect her to just talk about the fact that America has spoken and that the voters have chosen Donald Trump to be the president-elect.
Yeah, Misha, I want to go ahead and break in for a minute here. We have breaking news where Trump is now the projected winner in Michigan, part of the so-called blue wall.
He will take the 15 electoral votes. Those are the latest details that we have. At this time, again, President-elect Donald Trump wins Michigan. Yamish, let's talk a little bit about Harris. She really did underperform in urban areas, turnout significantly lower than was really expected in places like Detroit, which is a Democratic stronghold. What did the campaign do wrong? Who did they underestimate here?
Well, we can start by the fact that you're talking about Michigan. If you look at the numbers in that state, a 47% turnout in Detroit, that's an urban center with a lot of black voters that they would have had to up their numbers with. So there are a number of Democrats who are telling me that Vice President Harris just didn't get her base to turn out in the numbers that she needed. If you look at other states, and we can put it up for folks, Pennsylvania, Trump is up by 2.3. Wisconsin, Trump is up by 0.8. Georgia, Trump is up by 2.3. North Carolina, Trump is up by 3.3. All of those are battleground states where Vice President Harris visited multiple times, but where she was not able to get people at her base to turn out in the way that she wanted them to. And there's a lot of hand-wringing in terms of the Democratic Party on why this happened. Some people say she should have talked about the economy more. Some people saying that President Biden should have dropped out earlier. Others saying that maybe President Biden should have been used to campaign in some of those states where he had overperformed and done better than her in those states. Vicki Morgan.
A lot to look back upon in this postmortem. Yamish Alcindor, thank you very much.
Now, I would like to talk about the balance of power, because Senate control is now in the hands of the GOP. Republicans flipped 3 seats just last night, gaining the majority and securing the balance of power in that chamber.
Now, Democrats, they're holding out hope that they may be able to at least pull off control of the House. There are more than 40 races that are still uncalled. Republicans have already flipped 3 of those seats. We have with us NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale to walk us through where the balance of power is leaning at this hour. So, Ali, with the House still in limbo, walk us through the races that you're watching. What should we be paying attention to?
The House is still in limbo, and we talked about this yesterday.
Yeah.
Some of them are in the battleground states that we typically talk about, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, but there are also some that are in non-traditional battleground states, New York and California specifically. But we can just even look at some of the ones that have already been called. We're looking, for example, at New Mexico's 2nd Congressional District. Again, not a race that you would typically be talking about, but one that was central to Democrats even having the chance to take a House majority. One of the other ones that we're looking at is the Alaska at-large seat. A Democrat had been able to take it in 2022, but because of their ranked choice voting system, once you got down from 3 candidates to 2, it became more difficult for the Democrat to keep the seat. We're waiting for vote totals to come in there, but that's another one, just an example of the vastness of this map. And remember, Democrats need to flip 4 seats if they want to take control of the majority.
As much as I do want to continue talking about the balance of power, Ali, I have to admit, I begged our producers to book you today because you are an expert. You wrote a book titled Electable: Why America Hasn't Put a Woman in the White House Yet. And I would like to talk about that for just a moment. Yeah. The question sort of asks itself. When we look at the results of last night, do you think that is a function of this particular candidate or of where we are as a society?
I think it's where we are as a society, and it's why I'm still optimistic. Look, there was a world in which the subtitle of my book might have become irrelevant or some relic of the past. That is not the day that we woke up in today, with Donald Trump besting another woman on his path back to the Oval Office. But the reason that I still feel optimistic is because, and I write about this, for every woman who ascends to be the first of any kind, is in the Senate, in the House, certainly for the presidency, they also carry the onus of knowing that they are laying bricks in the road, not just for their own ambition, but for the women who are going to come after them. Certainly Kamala Harris was well aware of this, despite the fact that she never talked about being the first of anything. That was by design. But the fact that she's ended up here, and this is going to be so central to her remarks later today, how does she contextualize this moment and make clear to people that she may have fallen short here, but she is just putting more bricks in the road for people like her to come forward and run and potentially win. The other reason to be optimistic, the pipeline is so full. You look at this in 2020, more women running for a presidential cycle than ever before. You have those women still serving in the Senate, serving in governorships. That means that they're primed, able, viable to run in 2028. I don't even want to go there yet, but it does mean that there's hope for the future.
You know, Allie, before we let you go, I do want to talk about, you talk to a lot of voters as well. And when you bring up this idea of a woman in power in the highest office of the land, do you feel that voters are okay conceptualizing that? Or do you feel like there are big swaths of America who still feel more comfortable with a man in that position, feel like they are more protected with a man in that position?
It is such a simple question with such a complex answer, because you look back in 2020, for example, the electorate, even in 2016, said, yes, we're ready for a woman to be president. But when you start putting specific women's names on the line, voters start coming up with all these excuses. Oh, I just don't like this about her. There's something about her that I don't like. And so that is the untangible of sexism, of racism, and that's what makes it hard to quantify in moments like this one. But we also know that there are different explanations coming out for why we saw the electorate shift in 2024 in new ways around Latino voters, around Black voters. These are conversations that have race, gender, and policy all baked into them at once, and it's why it's going to take a little bit of time for us to unspool this. Voters are ready, but the imagination gap still exists at this point, and that means that the next woman who comes has that little bit of extra work to do still.
And sometimes the isms, right? Voters don't want to share the isms. They don't want to name the isms, so instead they use other issues as the red herring to cover up the isms that they find aren't palatable. Allie Vitale, excellent.
Allie, thank you. The imagination gap. Wow, that's a big one.
Well, during the campaign, Vice President Kamala Harris put a lot of focus on women's reproductive rights, while President-elect Trump made a big bet on young male voters who had never cast a ballot before.
His gamble really paid off. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock has more on the gender gap that drove Trump to election victory.
President Trump's campaign celebrating a major strategic victory.
This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country.
The former president's outreach to male voters seemingly paying off. In 2020 and 2016, about 4 in 10 men under 30 supported him. Yesterday, nearly half cast a ballot for Trump. Among men who turned out for the first time, 62% supporting Trump, while 36% supported Harris. The Trump campaign has taken an unconventional approach, including appearances with unconventional media figures popular with male voters. Trump even saying he consulted his son Barron for advice.
A little bit. I mean, he tells me about all the hot guys, people I never heard about.
And a key late campaign appearance on top podcaster Joe Rogan's show.
I'm doing really well in the polls. But I think that's so. This week I happen to believe in a verse. I only believe if they're good. No. I like them this month.
Rogan later endorsing Trump. Democrats pushing for support from women who went for Harris by 54% according to exit polls, but still not enough to carry her to the finish line. The Trump campaign also bringing on prominent supporters who leaned into that gender divide.
When Dad gets home, you know what he says? You've been a bad girl. You've been a bad little girl and you're getting a vigorous spanking.
Part of Trump's outreach, one of his biggest boosters, billionaire Elon Musk.
He's a character, he's a special guy, he's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses.
Who contributed tens of millions of dollars in an effort to get Trump back in the White House. Musk focusing on a get out the vote push, appearing by Trump's side on the campaign trail.
This is no ordinary election. The other side wants to take away your freedom of speech.
And a controversial plan offering $1 million checks to registered voters who were willing to sign a petition supporting the First and Second Amendments. But Musk, now part of the inner circle, spending election night at Mar-a-Lago with Trump. The Trump campaign telling NBC News that Trump wants Musk to lead a commission on government efficiency. As he celebrates, Trump may be bringing the world's richest man to the White House.
Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon.
Sam Brock, NBC News.
All right, well, President-elect Trump is still facing a long list of legal troubles.
In fact, he's awaiting sentencing in his hush money case in New York, while his defense team continues to fight off prosecution in other state as well as federal cases. But the question now is, how will all of this play out once he is sworn into office? Here to answer, NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos. Danny, we're talking 4 criminal cases, we're talking civil cases. This is an indicted, now president-elect. What happens to all of these cases?
The short answer is probably all of them are going to go away in one form or another. There are 4 pending criminal cases, bigger threats than the civil cases. 1 conviction so far that was here in New York on the hush money case. He is awaiting sentencing later this month. In all likelihood, I would expect that sentencing may be adjourned, but even if it goes forward, he is not likely to get a sentence of incarceration. Now, reasonable minds disagree with me on this point, but there are plenty of factors that lead to the conclusion that he will not get anything more than, say, either probation, house arrest, something that he doesn't go to prison for. But let's say he is sentenced to prison and the sentencing goes forward in November. He's not going anywhere because, in all likelihood, that sentence could not be served with him in the White House. Obviously, we've never dealt with this, but the short answer is the Constitution's Supremacy Clause likely prevents incarcerating a sitting president. So that case, the biggest threat to Trump, is no longer as big a threat. The federal cases, 2, will go away completely. One is technically dismissed right now. The other is in sort of limbo as the judge figures out how much the immunity decision does or doesn't apply. But once Donald Trump becomes the chief executive, he will simply get rid of those cases, and he doesn't need a pardon to do it.
Let's go back to the immunity, because the Supreme Court made a ruling this summer, right, that said your actions that you did while you were in office, former actions, you can be immune for those. But a sitting president always has immunity anyway, right?
So it's so interesting. We talk a lot about the immunity decision, but really what that decision focused on, the Supreme Court, was the extent to which a former president has immunity for things that happened while he was in office. It really doesn't challenge what we've all taken to be truth for a long time, that a president, while in office, is not to be prosecuted, certainly not by state authorities and usually not by the DOJ, which has its own policy not to do that. These are really complex issues. I'm trying to give you some shorthand for them, but the bottom line is, even immunity decision or not, had we not had that Supreme Court decision, in all likelihood, a sitting president is immune from all prosecution, which fits into the theory that the president in our governmental system is the one person who's the singular head of a branch. You can prosecute a Supreme Court justice, the court moves on. You can prosecute a congressman. We just had that happen. The Congress, the Senate, the House, they move on. Arguably, the executive branch is headed by a single individual, and you arrest the entire executive branch if you stick that president in jail. Although there are some scholars who do believe that you can put a sitting president in jail. The reality is it's never been tested. We don't know. Probably in all likelihood, a sitting president is completely immune while he's in office, and then afterwards go see the Supreme Court decision for the chart on what things he can be prosecuted for and can't be prosecuted for. The shorthand is that official conduct cannot be prosecuted, quasi-official conduct, he gets a presumption of immunity, and unofficial, purely private conduct, whatever that is not immune once he leaves office.
Sometimes we overuse the word unprecedented. In this case, it certainly applies. Danny Savalos, as always, we appreciate your legal analysis.
It's time now for a CNBC Money Minute. With Donald Trump securing victory over Kamala Harris in the presidential election, Wall Street is hitting all-time highs. The Dow climbed more than 1,000 points in one day for the first time since 2022.
CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu joins us now. So, Dom, what are the numbers telling us as the markets react to this Trump win?
Sure, Vicki Morgan, it's not just the Dow. The S&P 500 and NASDAQ are also hitting record highs alongside the Dow. And it's all seeming to show that investor sentiment over this Trump presidency will be pro-growth, pro-deregulation, and pro-markets. It's not just that the Dow is surging as well. Investments that are expected to benefit from a Trump presidency are also moving higher as well. That includes things like cryptocurrencies, Bitcoin, Elon Musk's Tesla shares are rising sharply, as well as bank stocks. Meanwhile, Trump's own media company is up nearly 4% right now amid a volatile day of trading that saw pausing multiple times due to volatility. The stock was up as much as 50% overnight in extended trading. Now, the former president and president-elect now owns a 57% stake in Trump Trump media, which is seen as a proxy for the former president, and rose despite a surprise earnings statement on Tuesday that showed the company lost $19.2 million during its most recent quarter. And outside of the election, Amazon says it received regulatory approval to begin flying a smaller, quieter version of its delivery drone in a city near Phoenix, Arizona. Amazon first unveiled that MK-30 back in November of 2022. The approval process includes permission to fly the drone over longer distances and beyond the visual sight line of pilots. So next step, if you will, ladies, in seeing massive drone deliveries sometime in the near future. Very Blade Runner, I guess, if you ask me.
Dom, they got over the FAA, but I'm telling you, it's the HOA they're going to have to get over.
All right, Dom, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
New data shows Trump's focus on Gen Z appears to have paid off. We're going to break down the impact that young voters had on this race just ahead. You're watching NBC News Daily.
#1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zing Samwa.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
We will be talking, undoubtedly, about this election for years to come. President-elect Trump delivered a stunning defeat to Democrats and is on track to become the first Republican to win the popular vote in 20 years.
He managed to expand his voter base despite 2 impeachments, a 2020 election loss, criminal indictments, and several controversial campaign moments. Here's a look back at some of the moments that shaped the last 4 years.
All of us here today do not want to see our election victory stolen by emboldened radical left Democrats. This will not be my campaign. This will be our campaign all together.
Today, an indictment was unsealed, charging Donald J. Trump.
I did everything right and they indicted me. Take a look at what happened. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible.
Jonathan Alter joins us now. He is an NBC News contributor. He's also the author of American Reckoning, Inside Trump's Trial and My Own. Jonathan, thank you for being here.
Hey, Vicki.
First, I just want us to sort of pause and reflect on this election, right? You have Kamala Harris, the vice president, running to be the first female president of this country. President-elect Trump, the second president to be elected after he lost, and he's also the first to be convicted of a crime. He has all of these outstanding issues as well. Just pause and let us kind of take this in. What do you make of this? Because I think it's really interesting. There are voters that came of age in this election that have never known, basically, anyone other than a candidate Trump.
Yeah, well, this is a momentous event in American history. So you mentioned, and there was one other president, Grover Cleveland, who ran for re-election and lost, and then in the 19th century, and then he ran again and won and ended up serving 8 years, but his was not nearly as consequential as this. When you take a step back and think about the idea that the United States has just elected a convicted felon as president of the United States, setting aside everything else, it's just an astonishing event. And so I think that while a lot of people who are for Harris feel that democracy died last night because we elected a strong man, and he's a strong man by his own definition. His friends, his peer group, the people he admires on the world stage, they're all strong men, right? So they feel that this is a threshold that's been crossed because we've elected a strong man. And I would just say to those Harris supporters, there's nothing permanent about this. The struggle over democracy goes on. It doesn't end with one election. But this was a severe setback to the ideals on which this nation was founded. We got our independence from a strong man, George III. We set up our system to prevent people from feeling like they were the law. And now we have a leader who believes he's a law unto himself, and we're going to be contending with that for the next 4 years at least.
Jonathan, I think what you said is so powerful when you said nothing is permanent. When we talk to voters, the economy was such a big issue. And when inflation is highest in this country, during those administrations, that's when we see one-term presidents. We know this historically. But this is a president who was a one-term and made a comeback. And I find that word comeback so telling. It's something that J.D. Vance called the greatest political comeback in the history of the USA. And there are voters this morning who are waking up saying, how did we choose an indicted candidate from which there was public scandal to come back from over a candidate from whom never had to make a comeback over any public scandal? Is this historic in terms of a comeback momentum?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. So the only modern comparison is Richard Nixon, who was defeated in the 1960 election. John F. Kennedy beat him. And then 8 years later, he made this astonishing comeback and became president and served for 5 years because he was, he eventually had to resign in scandal. But Nixon's comeback is nothing compared to this.
Interesting.
In terms of what he came back from. So Nixon, at that point, he hadn't been impeached. In fact, he never ended up being impeached. He resigned before impeachment. But we've just never seen anything on this scale. And to your earlier question, we now have a generation of young people who this is what they think a president is. They don't have another model for what a president should be.
But
and
as
that's
you
a sad
said,
thing.
these things are not permanent. Jonathan
That's
Alter
right.
for us. Jonathan, thank you so much. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. Stay with us. You're watching NBC News.
Tampa, Hurricane Milton is here. Where we're standing right now is covered in water. Part of our continued reporting. Thanks for talking to me. Appreciate you.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samoa. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Wednesday, November 6th, 2024, re-elected former President Donald Trump, now president-elect once again. The historic victory sending shockwaves around the world. Will break down his plans for the transition and the celebrations.
Conceding, Vice President Kamala Harris is expected to speak soon following her electoral defeat. NBC News has learned that she called President-elect Trump a short time ago, congratulating him on his win.
Inside the numbers, the gender gap was expected to be a key factor in the election, and men did flock to Trump, but women did not turn out for Harris as much as they had for President Biden in 2020. We'll break it down.
So what happens next? From campaign promises, the shift of power in Congress, to who we could see in Trump's administration. We're breaking down what to expect during Trump's first 100 days in office.
It has been quite a 24 hours.
Indeed, and thank you for spending it with us. No shortage of news to get to.
We begin with the fallout from the stunning and historic victory for President-elect Donald Trump.
NBC News has just learned within the last half hour that Vice President Kamala Harris has called the President-elect Trump to concede the race. The NBC News decision desk projected the former president as the winner just after 5:30 a.m. Eastern Time today. This will make him only the second president in U.S. history to serve non-consecutive consecutive terms. President-elect Trump is also ahead in the popular vote over Vice President Harris. And if that holds, it will be the first time a Republican has won the popular vote since George W. Bush back in 2004.
Mr. Trump spoke to his supporters early this morning in Florida. At that hour, he declared victory before NBC News had officially projected him as the president-elect.
This was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal.
We begin this hour with NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns. She's in West Palm Beach, Florida. Dasha, you've been covering the campaign. It's been about 12 hours since that speech we just showed from President-elect Trump. How's the Trump team planning to celebrate this historic win, and where do we think we might see the president in coming days?
Well, Kate, I got to tell you, it is all quiet on the Mar-a-Lago front right now. We are hearing that we should not expect to see the former president today. We're waiting to find out what the next steps are, what the plans are, when we'll hear from him next. But the speed with which this happened, I think, took everyone by surprise. The team had been prepared to hunker down for a while and not expecting to have that kind of victory speech last night. But here we are today, and they are hunkered down at Mar-a-Lago right now, as far as we know.
And Dasha, we know transition planning is already underway for the Trump team. And when it comes to his cabinet, we're already hearing from supporters like Robert F. Kennedy, who spoke with our Vaughn Hilliard earlier today, saying he's vying for a spot. So what do we know about Team Trump's process so far?
Yeah, it's a great question. The Trump campaign did have a transition team in place that was run by billionaire Howard Lutnick and WWE executive Linda McMahon. They've been starting to put some of the pieces together. But the former president is superstitious. He hasn't really been involved in that yet. Now that it's official, now that he is the president-elect, he's going to get his hands on those plans. He's going to start working it. He's already talked about, as you said, RFK Jr. having a big role when it comes to public health. He said Elon Musk is likely going to be involved in some capacity. And guys, look, because he has the Senate now, Republicans control the Senate, that's where a lot of these cabinet confirmations are going to have to go through. It's a good sign for him. It might make the process of filling out that cabinet easier because the Senate is Republican controlled, still waiting, of course, on the House. And we know that there are some groups that have already been putting together some plans. He's distanced himself from groups like Project 2025, but there's another organization called the America First Policy Institute that has been starting to put together some policy plans and some personnel plans that the former president could tap into as well, guys.
All right, Dasha Burns with the latest. Thanks so much.
At this hour, our NBC Decision Desk projects that President-elect Trump has won the state of Michigan.
Here's the electoral map as it stands. There are still 2 battleground states that we have not yet called, Nevada and Arizona. But overnight, the former president was able to secure the 270 electoral votes needed to clinch his return to the White House. So joining us now, NBC's Christine Romans. Christine, we've been talking about razor-thin margins here, and yet this sweep, essentially, of battleground states. Walk us through what happened.
Look, this was Donald Trump's election to lose. If you look at these exit polls about the economy, people felt really lousy about the economy, and they gave Donald Trump much better marks on how to handle it. Look at this. Inflation over the past year. It has caused my family a severe hardship, 22%, a moderate hardship, 53%. Just think of this, guys. 4 years ago, we didn't even ask this question. We were in a public health crisis, right? So this was a new question. It just shows you how important that was for so many people. So let's talk about where we can see what was happening here on this map. Let's go to, say, Pennsylvania, right? These razor-thin margins that we've been talking about. You look at Erie, Pennsylvania, for example. You know, Kamala Harris did not win this industrial Midwest county, of course. You can also see here that she didn't hold on to what Joe Biden had. He had won that in 2020. So some of these important swing counties, she could not hold on to Joe Biden's ground, Donald Trump build ground, and those key counties in key battleground states all broke for Donald Trump.
And Christine, we talked a lot about the gender gap heading into the election. Polls showed that Trump was drawing support from more men and Harris was drawing from more women. How did that actually play out last night, though?
Mirror, mirror on the wall. Look at this. Men broke for Trump. Women, by the same margin, broke for Kamala Harris. This was clearly a gender election here, and there might have been different things motivating them. When you look at younger men in particular and Latino men, they were very concerned about the economy. Women started to be more concerned about abortion and democracy, but definitely a very interesting break there between men and women.
There's been talk of whether we're seeing, and the word keeps coming up, realignment among specifically Latino and black voters. Historically, they go towards Democrats here. Trump, though, garnered the support of 1 in 3 voters of color. That's according to an NBC News exit poll. So talk to us about the battleground states that have gone for Trump. Is that what helped him there?
It's so interesting. In places where you know that Kamala Harris was going to have a lot of support, places like Wayne County in Michigan, she won that very handily. But the issue here was that Donald Trump was able, again, to build on his prior momentum. So some of these counties, which are really important for African-American turnout and for enthusiasm, there was a little bit of, I won't say an enthusiasm gap, but an enthusiasm lag that benefited Donald Trump.
All right, Christine Romans with the latest for us. Thank you so much.
Good to have you at the big board, Christine. Thanks. Well, we just talked about Trump's success with male voters, and he paid particular attention to young men. People shorthand it as the bro vote.
And it's a strategy that paid off. According to our exit polls, Trump's support among men grew substantially, winning 47% of that group compared to 41% in 2020. Morning News Now anchor Savannah Sellers has been tracking the youth vote and joins us now to break this all down. So, Savannah, sometimes young men have been referred to as low propensity voters, like they're not likely to show up. And yet it seems the opposite happened. What's that about?
Yeah, absolutely. So you just showed some of those numbers there. I don't think we have a graphic for this, but I want to talk about something really important, which was the specific gains that he made in margins in states where it really counted. In Michigan, he actually won the youth vote. I mean, that's a big deal that he won voters in the ages of 18 to 29.
Over Harris.
Over Harris. He nearly tied it in Wisconsin, and he did tie it in North Carolina. That's all according to our NBC News exit polling. He also outperformed his own performance in 2020 by almost 10 points in Pennsylvania. Those are the states we're talking about, right, that we've called right now for the former president. How he did this was a strategy that was really pointed towards this exact voter. We talked a lot about how Harris had these big gains with women. In the last couple of weeks, it didn't even seem like he was trying to go after that. He was just doubling down on young men. He had his young son, a first-time voter, a college student, kind of acting as his unofficial podcast advisor, telling him to go on things like Joe Rogan, telling him to go on Logan Paul's podcast. Also, the Harris team had a really robust internal social media team. They were like 20-somethings. They had super low oversight.
Remember the Brat Green and all that?
Totally co-opted Brat Summer. Yeah. But while it was less robust internally from the Trump campaign, he saw a lot of organic support on social media. I had one voter say this to me, and they meant it as a good thing. He is a meme. Like, when he does something, it goes super viral. It's kind of objectively funny sometimes, and that means he gained this ground online that was just not necessarily the case on the Harris side.
So you're talking about young men, but what about young women? Because it seems like that was a bit surprising.
It was. So while they certainly broke for Harris overall, they did not do so in the way that Biden had done. I think we might have a graphic that can show the differences here between the two. There you go right there. You can see that Biden enjoyed the support of female voters under 30 by 67% and Harris just 62%. That's again where we talk about him eating into these margins. We do know that the most motivating factor for young women was abortion far and away. You often tie that as an issue that meant that they would have voted for Harris. In many cases, I believe that they did. I also, though, did talk to a lot of young voters who were split ticketers in this way. They were voting for the former president, but if they were in a state where abortion was on the ballot, they were still voting to reinstate, in some cases, those abortion rights. It was also just like what I just mentioned about social media, sometimes kind of like that cult of personality. I want you to listen to what one young female told us.
I don't necessarily always like the way that he acts or the choices that he makes in the way that he interacts with people. But to me, there's always a lesser of two evils, and the things that he stands for are better than the things that Kamala stands for.
You think?
That was a sentiment I heard a ton. They felt a moral obligation to vote. They didn't necessarily like the former president, but they were going to vote for him.
So, Savannah, should we read this as young men now a part of the GOP vote, the base?
I think we've known for a long time, right, how important this
this age group is because of technology and the way that we can reach them with information now, and because, I mean, they're a huge voting bloc. Basically, neither candidate could win without enjoying some type of support or market difference from what happened the last time. 41 million voters are now eligible in Generation Z. And so will they continue to move this way? I think it depends on who candidates are next time. I think it depends on what type of race we're talking about. But he successfully got people out. This was another really interesting thing to me. I talked with voters in every swing state. They were eligible to vote in 2020, and they did not. But in 2024, the campaign that they saw from Donald Trump, and I specifically heard listening to him on the Joe Rogan Experience, brought them out to the polls.
Those podcasts really made a difference.
Yeah.
Savannah Sellers, thank you.
Thank you.
In 75 days, President-elect Trump will begin a second term in the White House that could look very different from the first one.
NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell breaks down what the president-elect has vowed to accomplish in his return to the Oval Office.
Rare in American politics, a presidential sequel.
We're going to turn it around. And I'm asking you, dream big. The American dream, just dream big. We're bringing it back. This will be America's new golden age.
Heading back to the White House, Mr. Trump pledges to take swift and sweeping action to close the southern border and to deport millions of migrants here illegally.
We're going to stop the people from pouring into our border. We're going to have a mass deportation of criminals. We have to get the criminals out of our country.
The president-elect seized on fears about crime and vowed to take tough action.
We will crush violent crime and give our police the support, protection, resources, and respect that they so dearly deserve.
Beyond immigration, his broadest pitch is that he could lower prices and boost the economy. He said he would increase energy production to reduce consumers' day-to-day costs.
Your energy costs and grocery prices will come tumbling down, and we will bring back the American dream, bigger, better, and stronger than ever before.
The centerpiece of his economic agenda is imposing tariffs to make the U.S. more competitive. But those taxes on imported goods are often passed on to consumers.
The most beautiful word in the dictionary to me is tariff.
Trump 2.0 is expected to include the still-to-be-defined influence of controversial figures. The world's richest man, Elon Musk, on cost-cutting, and Robert F. Kennedy Jr. on health, despite his anti-vaccine views and lack of scientific training.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr. RFK Jr. He's going to help us on health and the health of women, men, and children.
Another Trump term means an America First approach to foreign policy.
I will not send you to fight and die in a foolish, never-ending foreign war.
Mr. Trump, who favors strong men, touts his relationship with Putin.
I got along with Putin. Ukraine was the apple of his eye, but I said, Vladimir, don't go in.
He has refused to say Ukraine should win that war and retain its sovereignty and territory.
I will end the war in Ukraine. Should have never happened.
His tough guy rhetoric and persona drove a gender gap, with more men supporting him. His political brand fortified by grievances. With a return to power, he said he would fire the special prosecutor, Jack Smith, putting a stop to the felony indictments against him related to January 6th and classified documents.
These are lunatics, by the way. They've weaponized the Justice Department against their political opponent.
A Trump second term will also be his chance to build his brand.
This will be the greatest movement, I think, in the history of the world.
Kelly O'Donnell, NBC News.
Kelly, thank you. Vice President Kamala Harris did not speak last night. She has not commented this morning, but she is expected to address the nation shortly about her election defeat.
As we mentioned at the top of the show, the vice president has called President-elect Trump to concede the race. In addition, President Biden is also expected to speak about the election results today from the White House. A White House official tells NBC News that President Biden also is planning to call Mr. Trump. Let's bring in NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba. She's outside the White House tracking all of this, really. Monica, I know you have reporting about the vice president's call with President-elect Trump. What do we know?
We know, Kate and Zinkley, that it took place a little bit ago and that this was a congratulatory call. The vice president conceding the 2024 race formally and stressing, according to a senior Harris aide, that she wants this to be a peaceful transfer of power and that she wants Donald Trump to be a, quote, president for all Americans. And I'm told she is going to speak a little bit more on that when she makes that address to her supporters and to the nation from Howard University. But it's really notable what we're learning in an email obtained by NBC News that went from the Harris campaign chair, Jen O'Malley Dillon, to staffers, which is that the vice president in this call, we understand, stressed to Donald Trump that she wants these next few weeks and the inauguration to be peaceful, quote, unlike it was in 2020. So that gives you a sense of how they're framing this and trying to have a contrast in how the Democrats and the incumbents are approaching this right now versus how Donald Trump treated it when he lost back in 2020.
And Monica, Vice President Harris is expected to speak at Howard University, her alma mater, of course. That's where that campaign watch party was last night, went from themes of celebration to a bit of mourning. Do we know what she's expected to say, and how is her campaign really processing this loss?
Yeah, her aides all of yesterday, in trying to tease what they hoped would be a victory speech, really framed it as it was going to be a homecoming of sorts, that Howard University is a really special place for the vice president, and now instead it is going to be known as the site always that was her concession speech, where she is expected to try to speak to the American people about why democracy in action matters and why it's important to really go with these results and be aware of how this works and how people make their voices heard, which is something that she had talked about throughout her campaign. So I think we can expect her to lean into that and to thank all of her supporters and the millions of people who did turn out for her, even though, of course, many demographics shifted away from her and from Democrats given the results from overnight.
Yes, so many people likening this moment to 2016 as well. Monica Alba, thanks so much.
It's time now for today's CNBC Money Minute. Amazon gets approval for a new delivery drone.
And Oasis fans were hit with a wonder wall of ticket scams. Courtney Reagan joins us now. Hi, Courtney.
Hi, Kate and Zinkley. Well, Amazon says it received regulatory approval to begin flying a smaller, quieter version of its delivery drone in a city near Phoenix. Amazon first unveiled the MK30 in November of 2022. The approval process, or approval, I should say, includes permission to fly that drone over longer distances and beyond the visual sightline of pilots. Bernie Marcus, the co-founder and former CEO of Home Depot, has died. He opened the first Home Depot in 1979 alongside business partner Arthur Blank. The retailer is now the world's largest home improvement chain. Marcus was also known as a Republican mega donor and billionaire philanthropist. He was 95 years old. And British Oasis fans lost an average of nearly $450 to scams ahead of the duo's highly anticipated reunion next year. That's according to UK lender Lloyds Banking Group. The analysis found that some of the worst scams involved sums up to nearly £1,000 or roughly $1,300 bucks. Lloyds also said Oasis fans made up about 70% of reported fraud in the weeks after the tickets went on sale. Everyone was just so excited, and then some people, unfortunately, are going to
a lot of people on our team, too, a little excited for it.
Why do people have to take advantage? Courtney Reagan.
Right?
Thank you.
Thank you. Coming up, Wall Street soaring to record highs right now following Trump's historic victory. What's driving the markets and what economic policies could soon be enacted under a Trump administration? That's next on NBC News Daily.
closer to the Gaza border. A story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
Do you pledge not to hold a vote on any legislation that would ban abortion? Do you still have faith and confidence in the Supreme Court? Is this plan to ban price gouging anything more than a gimmick? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
President Harris and President-elect Trump spent more time in Pennsylvania during this campaign than any other state. NBC's decision desk is projecting that Trump won Pennsylvania, but we still don't know who won the closely contested Senate race in the Keystone State. NBC News characterizes that race as too close to call. Republican Dave McCormick, a former hedge fund CEO, is narrowly ahead of incumbent Democrat Bob Casey. NBC News political and national correspondent Jacob Soboroff is with us in Philadelphia. Jacob, yesterday, about this time, you were standing there in Philadelphia. The lines were so long you couldn't even reach the end of the line of voters when you were on the air with us. But now we've got this Senate race too close to call, and numbers for turnout in Philadelphia weren't all that high. What do we know?
Well, I think that's part of the reason that this is a razor-thin race in the Senate race between McCormick and Casey. Kate, you saw those young people show up yesterday while we talked to each other in Philadelphia at unexpected numbers. And while the race between President-elect Trump and Vice President Harris wasn't quite as close, it did make those margins thinner in that Senate race here and those provisional ballots. We were over at the ballot processing center into the wee hours of this morning. Those provisional ballots won't be counted actually until Friday. They don't even start counting them until Friday. So it is a race. You're gonna have to buckle your seatbelts if you want to know the results of that one.
Yeah, we'll be watching. Jacob, you crisscrossed the country for your What Matters series this year. What did you see out there? Give us a little look back.
Yeah, Kate, I think, if you wanted to know ultimately what transpired yesterday on the Tuesday after the first Monday in November, no better way to do it than to get to have the privilege of what we did over the last year for NBC News. We went from places like Aliquippa, Pennsylvania, where we went to see a Pee Wee football team, to Omaha, Nebraska, to a bread factory, all over this country to talk to people about really what matters to them instead of ask them, what they think about what the candidates are saying. And more often than not, what we heard time and time again is that people didn't feel heard. They didn't feel heard by people like us. They didn't feel heard from the candidates. And I think what you see in those exit polls and in talking to people like we have, not only over the course of the past year, but last night, is that clearly, and while it was a thin margin, people felt like in this country, the majority of them at least, that former President Trump, now President-elect Trump, sort of understood, or at least let those folks feel like he understood them in a way that clearly they didn't feel like Vice President Harris did. And I cannot recommend an experience like that enough, getting to spend so much time with so many people across the country to hear what matters to them and meet them where they're at. Guys?
Yeah, that's such important reporting. Jacob Soboroff, thanks so much.
Just a short time ago, the NBC News decision desk projected that President-elect Trump won Michigan. The victory in the key battleground state marks a flip from 2020 when President Biden won the state. But there's still a key Senate race in the state that's extremely tight and remains too close to call. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch joins us now from Detroit. So, Jesse, Michigan also has an important Senate race, as I mentioned, that is extremely tight. Walk us through where that stands. I know a Democrat retired and opened up that seat.
Yeah, that's right, Clay, and we're actually at the Democrat who's hoping to replace the outgoing Senator Alyssa Slotkin, a congresswoman from Michigan. She is expected to speak here momentarily. At this point, the Democrat, Alyssa Slotkin, is in the lead over former Congressman Mike Rogers, a Republican. She is leading by around 17,000 votes. But at this point, NBC News is calling this race too close to call. This is a much tighter margin as compared to what we're seeing in the presidential race, with this state projected to be in the Republican column for former President Donald Trump, and the margin for him much greater. So we're looking at a potential situation of ticket splitting. One of the storylines we're going to be following here in Michigan In the days ahead is Detroit. They were expecting turnout around 51%. It is only around 47%, and that is below the 50% mark, which Democrats had told us would be a good sign for their party on election night. And obviously, it appears that it has not been a good night for the Democrats, a good night and a good day now for the Republicans. Again, we are expecting to hear from Alyssa Slock in a short time from now. Back to you.
Yeah, turnout's certainly a key issue in this race, even as the results continue to come in. Jesse Kirsch, appreciate it. Thank you.
Still ahead, how leaders from around the world are responding to President-elect Trump's decisive victory and what they're watching for in a new Trump administration. You're watching NBC News Daily.
And you can keep watching us streaming free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. Watch us wherever you stream live. That includes YouTube and Roku, NBCnews.com. The news continues.
for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
And I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Hey, everybody, I'm Zinklea Samwat.
And I'm Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Wednesday, November 6, 2024, historic comeback. Former President Donald Trump wins decisively, sealing his return to the White House. Who helped catapult the president-elect to victory and what you can expect in the days and weeks ahead.
Addressing the nation, Vice President Kamala Harris set to speak for the first time after calling President-elect Trump a short time ago to concede the race. What supporters can expect to hear from her and from President Joe Biden.
In the balance, the other big battle of the night, control of Congress, who the NBC News decision desk projects will take the Senate, and why we could still be waiting weeks to learn the future of the House.
And it's the economy, one of the biggest driving forces for many voters in this election, their bottom line. How the president-elect's proposed policies could impact everything from the prices you pay to your 401k.
Well, we had a long night, and we're glad you're with us today.
We are into Wednesday, as far as I know. Welcome.
So let's get right to our coverage of this historic and consequential day for our country.
Former President Donald Trump and now President-elect Donald Trump. Vice President Kamala Harris called the president-elect earlier today to congratulate him. The NBC Decision Desk projects that Mr. Trump is the winner of the election, and we projected that just after 5:30 a.m. Eastern Time. I was actually here making that call. He will become the second president in U.S. history to serve non-consecutive terms. Mr. Trump is also leading the popular vote over Vice President Kamala Harris. If that result holds, it will be the first time a Republican has won the popular vote since George W. Bush back in 2004.
Mr. Trump spoke to his supporters early this morning in the state of Florida after declaring victory.
This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate.
Our coverage begins with NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard in West Palm Beach, Florida. Vaughn, it's good to see you. We just got a statement from the Trump campaign about the call with Vice President Harris. What are they saying right now, and how is the Trump team planning to celebrate this major victory in the coming days and weeks?
Right, there's a lot of machinations that go with the election. Polls closing, ballot counting, and then ultimately the election being called. You, Kate, this morning, about, 8 hours ago now here at this point, but it took about 8 hours for Vice President Harris to call up her Republican competitor, Donald Trump, the former president and now president-elect, to place that phone call ahead of her concession speech here that is supposed to take place at about an hour from now. I want to let you look at part of the statement from the Trump campaign in which they write about that phone call. Quote, President Trump acknowledged Vice President Harris on her strength, professionalism, and tenacity throughout the campaign, and both leaders agreed on the importance of unifying the country. Of course, that statement runs very much counter to what we heard explicitly from Donald Trump's mouth over the course of the months in which he was running against Kamala Harris for the presidency here. But for Donald Trump, this is now about ultimately planning the transition effort. Of course, he is slated to take office on Inauguration Day, a little over 2 months from now, on January 20th, 2025. And already there are two transition co-chairs who one of them tells me that has already been engaging in phone calls with potential political appointees to add to the administration. And there are also potential cabinet officials, that some who were already here in West Palm Beach for last night's event, and others that Donald Trump has had on the campaign trail with him that could be under consideration to join a potential cabinet.
Vaughn, you spoke exclusively with Robert F. Kennedy Jr. today, right? And he could play a key health role in a new Trump administration. What did he tell you about the conversations that he's had with the president-elect?
Right. He's actually one of those individuals. He didn't rule out to me being open to the nomination for the Department of Health and Human Services secretary role, but he also said that he would be open to a White House health czar type of a role. But I want to let you listen to part of my exchange with him, because when it comes to the issues of vaccines, he has a long history of being an anti-vaxxer, vaccine skeptic, and I asked him the question very specifically of whether there were any vaccines that, in his capacity in the White House, he would take off the market. Take a listen.
I'm not going to take away anybody's vaccines. I've never been anti-vaccine.
You will not take any vaccine that is currently on the market.
I'm not. If vaccines are working for somebody, I'm not going to take them away. People ought to have a choice, and that choice ought to be informed by the best information.
Now, Kennedy said he was actively on his way over to the Mar-a-Lago estate to meet with Trump's senior advisors here as part of this transition to consider what potential role he could take in the Trump White House. Kate Sinclair?
Von Hilliard, great reporting today and the entire cycle. Thanks so much.
In 75 days, President-elect Donald Trump will begin a second term in the White House that could look very different from the first one.
NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell breaks down what the president-elect has vowed to accomplish in his return to the Oval Office.
Rare in American politics, a presidential sequel.
We're going to turn it around. And I'm asking you, dream big. The American dream, just dream big. We're bringing it back. This will be America's new golden age.
Heading back to the White House, Mr. Trump pledges to take swift and sweeping action to close the southern border and to deport millions of migrants here illegally.
We're going to stop the people from pouring into our border. We're going to have a mass deportation of criminals. We have to get the criminals out of our country.
The president-elect seized on fears about crime and vowed to take tough action.
We will crush violent crime and give our police the support, protection, resources, and respect that they so dearly deserve.
Beyond immigration, his broadest pitch is that he could lower prices and boost the economy. He said he would increase energy production to reduce consumers' day-to-day costs.
Your energy costs and grocery prices will come tumbling down, and we will bring back the American dream, bigger, better, and stronger than ever before.
The centerpiece of his economic agenda is imposing tariffs to make the U.S. more competitive. But those taxes on imported goods are often passed on to consumers.
The most beautiful word in the dictionary to me is tariff.
Trump 2.0 is expected to include the still-to-be-defined influence of controversial figures. The world's richest man, Elon Musk, on cost-cutting, and Robert F. Kennedy Jr. on health, despite his anti-vaccine views and lack of scientific training.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr. RFK Jr. He's going to help us on health and the health of women, and men, and children.
Another Trump term means an America First approach to foreign policy.
I will not send you to fight and die in a foolish, never-ending foreign war.
Mr. Trump, who favors strong men, touts his relationship with Putin.
I got along with Putin. Ukraine was the apple of his eye, but I said, Vladimir, don't go in.
He has refused to say Ukraine should win that war and retain its sovereignty and territory.
I will end the war in Ukraine. Should have never happened.
His tough guy rhetoric and persona drove a gender gap, with more men supporting him. His political brand fortified by grievances. With a return to power, he said he would fire the special prosecutor, Jack Smith, putting a stop to the felony indictments against him related to January 6th and classified documents.
These are lunatics, by the way. They've weaponized the Justice Department against their political opponent.
A Trump second term will also be his chance to build his brand.
This will be the greatest movement, I think, in the history of the world.
Kelly O'Donnell, NBC News.
At this hour, former President Donald Trump has won 5 of the 7 key battleground states. That's Georgia, North Carolina, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and now Michigan.
Here's the electoral map as it stands at this hour. Nevada and Arizona are still too close to call, per our decision desk, but Mr. Trump was able to secure victory last night without them, despite warnings that we might not know the outcome of the election for days. In fact, we got it overnight. Joining us now, NBC's Christine Romans. Christine, walk us through what happened last night. This election was supposed to be a nail biter. We thought hours and hours. What happened?
You know, look, Joe Biden in 2020 had 6 of those 7 battleground states in his pocket, and Donald Trump was managed to get some of them back, like Georgia, for example. Donald Trump won Georgia here, and he was actually able to build on his lead there. That was really important for him. You go up and you look at North Carolina. He had North Carolina last time around, and he built again on his lead in North Carolina. And then you continue on to Michigan, for example. We talked about Michigan. This was supposed to be someplace where Kamala Harris was going to prevail, and she didn't. He was able to flip it back from Biden winning in 2020 here. So you saw over and over these places where, I called it the hold and grow, where he was able to hold and grow his coalition from 2020, and she was not able to do quite as well as Joe Biden had.
And now some people are calling this race the gender election, right? Polls showed Trump drawing more support from men and Harris more from women. But did we see that really play out last night?
We sure did. I mean, when you break it down, I keep saying it's like a mirror image here. Women, 53%, Harris carried women and Donald Trump carried men. It was really quite remarkable. And when you look at younger voters, young men voters prevailed more for Donald Trump than many people had thought. And Latino voters, Latino men who said that the economy was their top issue, more of them broke for Donald Trump as well.
Yeah, just to build on that, Christine, Trump gained very big with Black and Latino voters. Our NBC News exit polling found that 1 in 3 voters of color supported Mr. Trump. How impactful was that? That sounds huge, 1 in 3.
It really was. If you look at someplace like Michigan and you go to Detroit here, obviously she won Detroit, no question here. But if you back up a little bit, you can see she did not prevail as much as Joe Biden won. And this is a big county with a lot of votes. And there was this feeling that there was a little bit of an enthusiasm drag in some of these counties that are predominantly African American. And when you go down to Georgia, you can see kind of the same thing. It's so interesting that in Georgia, you saw some of these counties that had been, she prevails in all of these counties, no question. But then when you go back and you start looking at prior elections, you can see she's just not building on some of the gains that she once had, but Donald Trump continues to add to his numbers. So he didn't win, of course, but again, building on some of those numbers in places that were pretty critical for turnout, for a lot of enthusiasm, for a lot of votes. So as the postmortem is happening from last night, you're starting to see these cracks there that were starting to be apparent by 10 o'clock last night that just showed she just did not have the enthusiasm that Donald Trump did.
All right, Christine Romans, thanks for breaking it down.
Vice President Kamala Harris is expected to speak later today about her election defeat.
As we mentioned earlier, the vice president called President-elect Trump to concede the race earlier today. She's scheduled to speak at Howard University, that's her alma mater, and the site of her watch party last night. The White House says President Biden called both the vice president and Mr. Trump today to congratulate both of them on a campaign. President Biden is expected to speak about the election results tomorrow now.
NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us now from Howard University in Washington, D.C. Gabe, I think it's safe to say it's a very different energy on that campus today compared to just last night. What do we know about this call between Vice President Harris and President-elect Trump? And do we expect to hear from Harris later today?
Yeah, we do, St. Clair and Kate. Good afternoon. And yes, as you said, we are expecting to hear from the vice president in just a short time. And earlier today, she did call former President Trump and concede this race, and also, according to his senior aide, talk about the importance of a peaceful transfer of power and being a president for all Americans. Now, of course, this comes after a brutal night yesterday here at Howard University, her alma mater. As you said, very different vibe today than it was at least earlier in the night yesterday. Throughout the night, we saw it grow more somber, and of course, her supporters are still coming to terms with the events of last night. But as you said, the Vice President and former President Trump speaking a little earlier today, Katie St. Clair.
And Gabe, President Biden has, over 2 months, I think, left in office now. How is he planning to handle these last 2 months and the transition to the next Trump administration?
Well, Kate, we are awaiting details on that. As you said, President Biden is expected to speak on details about the transition tomorrow. But we also know from his phone call with former President Trump that he has invited the former president to the White House. We still don't have any details on when that might happen, but we're told both staffs are coordinating that. But this all comes as there are still many unanswered questions over the next couple of weeks how the transition will transpire. Vice President Harris, actually, we're told that her remarks today had to be reworked. She's been working on it throughout the day and into this afternoon because her campaign had been potentially thinking that she was going to have a speech that was telling her supporters to hold on because they expected the results of this election to drag on for at least several days. So a bit of a surprise that everything was called so early, and Vice President Harris's campaign chair is thanking staff and saying that they did all they could.
And Gabe, briefly, what is the sentiment from the Harris campaign? I know you said she's working on her remarks, but there's been a whole team behind her.
Yes, that's right. And look, in that letter to staff, the campaign chair said that they face some very strong headwinds and that the country shifted to the right. And that at least they were trying to acknowledge that in those battleground states, it shifted a little less. Certainly trying to put a positive spin on this, but as the campaign officials that I've been speaking with today, certainly very somber and a lot of disappointment, Kane Sinclair.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez, thanks so much.
Well, the election results are also determining the future of Congress, of course, and which party will take charge in the upper and lower chamber.
Some of those results are still coming in, including one of the most closely watched races in the Senate. Our NBC Decision Desk projects that Democratic Senator from Wisconsin, Tammy Baldwin, will win a third term despite former President Trump beating Vice President Kamala Harris in the state.
The Republican Party has won control of the Senate. You see it there on the screen. They are up now 52 to 43, but control of the House of Representatives still up for grabs. And joining us now, an expert on this, NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale. Ali, let's talk about the Senate first, okay? Where did Republicans pick up their biggest wins last night?
Well, we'll talk about the Senate first because you're right. The Republicans now squarely control the chamber. Big wins for them came unsurprisingly in West Virginia, Ohio, and Montana. You see that those states are now filled in red. And frankly, in my conversations with Republican operatives who were working on the Senate contest, those were exactly the places that they were hoping and frankly expecting to flip and earn control of the chamber. But there's a few key races out here that will decide how big that margin actually is. Chief among them is actually here in Nevada. You see that the Republican challenger here, Sam Brown, is actually just about 6,000 votes ahead of the incumbent Senator Jackie Rosen. That's one that we are watching closely. The other one, of course, is in Michigan. Right now, Alyssa Slotkin, a former House member who's now running for this open Senate seat, is leading by about 16,000 votes there against Mike Rogers, another former House member who has fallen in line with former President Donald Trump. And then we also look at Pennsylvania, where Bob Casey, the incumbent senator, is in a fight against Dave McCormick, 31,000 votes, which is actually the largest margin here. But when you consider the fact that it's hundreds of thousands of votes that are deciding this state overall, it's stunning to see these key races come down to such tight margins.
And to that end, Ali, as it stands now, what does control of both the White House and the Senate mean for this incoming administration?
This is going to be a really key moment because if Republicans are able to roll in 2025 with control of the Senate, the White House, and the House, that's exactly what Donald Trump had back in 2017, the last time he was in office. One of the biggest things that they focused on was the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, basically reforming the tax code. Those tax measures are actually up for debate again now in January.
Ali, just real quick, when are we going to know about the House, do you think?
This is a very big question, and frankly, most of these California races have taken a while in the past, so be patient. There are a few key ones that we're still waiting on, but the key thing for you guys to remember is Democrats wanted to flip 4 seats. They needed that if they wanted control of the chamber. This is still a task that they're working on here actively as some of these close races are ticking down slowly.
All right, Ali Vitale for us. Thanks so much. It's time now for today's CNBC Money Minute. An announcement from Nintendo means you don't need to throw out your old games.
And Apple is no longer the most valuable company in the world. Steve Kovac joins us now. Hi, Steve.
Hey, Kate and Sinclair. We'll start with my favorite story of the day. Nintendo said it will allow current Switch games to be played on the next generation of the hit console as a way to appeal to the Switch's current user base. The Switch is Nintendo's second biggest selling console in history, but demand has slowed since its release back in 2017. Shares of Nintendo up nearly 6% on the news. Also, Spirit AeroSystems One of Boeing's key suppliers is warning that there is, quote, substantial doubt that it can continue operating. The warning comes as the Boeing MAX fuselage maker said last month it was burning through its cash reserves due to the Boeing machinist strike. According to filings, Spirit had $218 million in cash left at the end of the third quarter this year. Both Spirit and Boeing have yet to comment. And NVIDIA is now the world's most valuable company, passing Apple for the second time this year. The chip maker closed Tuesday at a $3.43 trillion market cap, ahead of the measly Apple $3.4 trillion market cap. NVIDIA is the dominant supplier of GPUs. Those are the chips that power AI software, such as OpenAI's ChatGPT. The stock is up more than 200% this year alone, guys.
All right, Steve Kovac, thanks for that. Still ahead, two major concerns for voters this election: abortion rights and protections for the LGBTQ community, how those issues could be.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
In Arizona, the NBC Decision Desk characterizes the presidential and the Senate race as both too close to call. Trump has about a 100,000 vote advantage in the presidential race, with about 63% of the vote in. In the Senate, it's actually the Democratic candidate, Congressman Ruben Gallego, with the current lead over Republican Carrie Lake. NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson is at the campus of Arizona State University in Tempe, Arizona. Priscilla, young voters, we've been talking about it, proved to be a key voting bloc for President Trump, according to exit polling. You've been speaking with voters at that college, at the university. What are they telling you?
That's right. Those exit polls showed that a majority of young voters, first-time voters, cast their ballot for former president, or now president-elect Donald Trump. And what voters here have shared, whether they backed Harris or Donald Trump, everyone said that they woke up this morning and saw that result and were very surprised. However, surprised for different reasons. I want to play a little bit of some of what we heard from supporters on both sides. Take a listen.
I'm a little disheartened to hear the news. I didn't really know if Kamala Harris was going to be elected, especially because she would have been the first female president and the first female person of color to be elected, which would have been monumental.
I just feel like
foreign countries fear Trump more than they would have Kamala. So I think that's a better leader to have in office when leading a very strong nation.
You think it'll make for a more secure future?
Yes.
And I'll tell you, just anecdotally, being on campus these past couple of hours, we have seen more than a dozen people walking around with those red Make America Great Again hats, very proudly excited that their candidate has won. And the other thing that a lot of those first-time voters who supported Donald Trump talked about was the economy. One young man telling me he wants to be able to buy a house in a couple of years after he graduates and do all of these things with his life. And he feels like Donald Trump is going to set the economy up and set them up for a brighter future than they would have had under Harris. And one other thing that I want to note, we know that the Trump campaign really made a play for those low propensity young male voters, and it appears to have paid off because the young man I talked to said it was Charlie Kirk and Turning Point USA who had been on this campus passing out hats, talking to voters that ultimately tipped him in favor of Trump. Kate?
All right, Priscilla Thompson in Arizona for us. Thank you.
Just like Arizona, the NBC Decision Desk characterizes Nevada's presidential and Senate races as also too close to call. Let's show you where things stand right now. Trump leads Harris by about 60,000 votes. And in the Senate, Republican challenger Sam Brown is currently ahead of incumbent Democratic Senator Jackie Rosen by just 6,000 votes. NBC News correspondent David Noriega is in North Las Vegas, Nevada, joins us now. So, David, Senator Rosen ousted a Republican to win the seat back in 2018. Now she's facing a major test from the Republican challenger. Talk to us about where things stand.
Yeah, Zincle, if Sam Brown wins that Senate race, it will definitely be an upset because incumbent Democratic Senator Jackie Rosen was leading pretty comfortably in the polls throughout this election cycle. So let me just catch you up very briefly. I am outside the Clark County vote tabulation center. We've been told that Clark County, which is by far the most populous county in the state, corresponds to the Vegas metro area. They have counted all in-person votes and have counted also all mail-in ballots that were received by yesterday election day. So the votes outstanding are mail-in ballots that were postmarked by yesterday, but have been received today and will be received in the coming days. We also spoke to the Secretary of State yesterday, who told us that in Clark County there were about 11,000 ballots and statewide about 14,000 ballots with signature issues, meaning that those have not yet been counted, and those people were notified that there were issues with their ballot, and they now have 6 days to cure those ballots. Now, 14,000 votes, given how the margins are looking that you just pointed out, Zincle, that might not be decisive for the presidential race, but it could very well be decisive for that Senate race. Last thing I'll leave you with, I just want to talk briefly about Clark County. Look, in each of the last several presidential cycles, the Democratic candidate has carried Clark County by roughly 10 to 15 points. Now, with about 95% of the votes counted for Clark County, the candidates are at a virtual tie. Harris is ahead by a less than 1 percentage point margin. Clark County is disproportionately young, working class, Latino, precisely that demographic that the campaigns were battling for this year, and which precisely the demographics that have shown a tremendous realignment. The fact that Democrats used to consider Clark County the blue stronghold that carried Nevada for them in past election cycles and can no longer illustrates exactly the changes that we are seeing as a result of this election. Zincle?
David Noriega, thanks. We'll be right back.
Do you pledge not to hold a vote on any legislation that would ban abortion? Do you still have faith and confidence in the Supreme Court? Is this plan to ban price gouging anything more than a gimmick? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now. We've got a lot more Decision 2024 coverage ahead. But first, here are some of the other stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
I think we could use some levity. Move over, Moodang. There's a new hippo taking over the internet. The Edinburgh Zoo in Scotland has introduced their own baby hippo named Haggis. This comes just months after a Thailand zoo went viral with Moodang, who gained popularity quickly. These endangered bundles of cuteness are both named after food. Haggis is the national dish of Scotland, and Moodang is a type of meatball.
We're learning more about the man arrested at the U.S. Capitol on Election Day. Police say the 28-year-old from Michigan entered the Capitol smelling like fuel and carrying a torch flare gun. He's been charged with possession of a prohibited weapon, unlawful activities, and disorderly conduct. Officers say they also found what seemed to be a manifesto and a letter to Congress with his opinion on the war in the Middle East. Right now, investigators say they do not believe the man's actions had anything to do with the election.
Hurricane Rafael is now a Category 3 storm on track to hit Cuba today and could bring life-threatening devastation through its path. Rafael is expected to move into the Gulf of Mexico this week, but it's unclear exactly where it might impact people.
In addition to the presidential race, women's reproductive rights were also on the ballot last night.
Amendments to protect abortion access passed in 7 of 10 states. NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz joins us now from Phoenix, Arizona, one of those states with abortion on the ballot. Liz, walk us through those ballot measures that were up for a vote. Which states did voters support access to reproductive care for?
Hey guys, yeah, I mean, in many of the 7 states that did pass these abortion measures, they were states that already had laws allowing abortion up to fetal viability, like in New York, for instance. So really, this was just an extra layer of protection in those states. 7 of the 10 states where abortion was on the ballot passed those initiatives. The most significant one, Missouri. That's the first time since Dobbs, the overturning of Roe, that a state has actually overturned a state ban on abortion. Missouri had a ban even for rape or incest. Now, with this measure, they will allow it up to fetal viability. Here in Arizona, abortion access has also been expanded. It was enshrined, the right enshrined into the state constitution. Currently, the abortion is allowed up to 15 weeks. This measure, Prop 139, that passed pretty handily, will now allow abortion access up to fetal viability around 23 weeks or beyond that based on the health of the mother. The 3 states where the initiatives did not pass, Nebraska, South Dakota, and Florida. Pretty interesting, given that this is the first time since an initiative like this has been on the ballot since the overturning of Roe that they have not passed. In Florida, it required a 60% threshold. They just missed that. So now there in Florida, a 6-week ban on abortion holds, guys.
And Liz, Republicans have won the White House and the Senate, and there's a chance they could win the House as well. Is there a chance that we could see a push for a national abortion ban under a Trump administration?
Certainly, that's something that abortion access advocates are worried about or eyeing. I think there's some sense that maybe the Trump administration might not push for a federal national ban. They would have to have a pretty sizable victory in the House and the Senate to be able to do that. And former President Trump has sort of been wish-washy and waffled on what he would do if that were to come to his desk to be signed. But there's some sense that perhaps the Trump administration could eye other ways to limit abortion federally. For instance, whether or not they would try to enforce a ban from the 1870s, the Comstock Act, which would ban mailing abortion pills. And that would be critical and would really drastically limit abortion access, given that abortion pills are one of the most common forms of abortion medication in the U.S., guys.
Liz Kreutz on those consequential ballot measures. Thanks so much.
We are zeroing in on things that might change under a new Trump administration. The former president has promised to reinstate a ban on military service for transgender people and to block transition-related care for minors nationwide.
But what does this anti-LGBTQ rhetoric practically mean for a second Trump term? Joining us now, NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo. So, Stephen, what are you hearing from voters about a second Trump presidency?
Yeah, Kate and Clay, there's a lot of fear in many of the LGBTQ plus community, particularly about trans rights when it comes to the former president. Advocacy groups like the Human Rights Campaign posting today, "We are brokenhearted, but we are not broken," along with a list of different resources, including mental health resources for the community. The Trevor Project posting something very similar toward trans young people, saying your life matters, a nod to LGBTQ plus young people who are more than 4 times likely to commit suicide than their peers. There's a real sense that the progress that's been made over the past few years could be rolled back. Here's more of what some voters had to say.
I have a lot of friends and family that are, women, LGBTQ, so I fear for them. I think our country just got a lot less safe for them. And so, I don't know. Not the country I thought it was.
Also hearing from voters bringing up a Project 2025, which you'll remember promotes traditional American family. Trump has distanced himself from that, though there are many links between that effort and his campaign. Guys.
Yeah, Stephen, President-elect Trump's campaign ran ads with messaging around transgender issues. There's one that it was all over the place with the tagline, "Harris is for they, them." I wonder whether people in the LGBTQ community and others that you're talking to worry that things are really going to change under, just tonally, under a new Trump administration.
Certainly, and one thing that I'm hearing from voters is the fall of Roe versus Wade. They bring that up. The Obergefell decision, which happened in 2015, which legalized gay marriage, also based on the right to privacy, which is how Roe versus Wade ended up falling. They're bringing that up as something that they're seeing. Again, with Project 2025, mentioning a traditional American value, something that many people are talking about. And President Trump himself mentioning the boys and girls sports. He's said that many times, talked about parents sending their kids to school, falsely claiming that they come home having received gender-affirming care, something that has not happened, but of course causing a lot of alarm and causing a lot of focus on this community, which is already in a lot of fear for how things are going to impact moving forward. One thing of hope I have heard from some of these voters is knowing that the president can't do anything on their own, that there are legislators that people plan to call and write to try to share what they hope gets done in our country.
Yeah. Stephen Romo, thank you.
Now to the markets. Even though it's not unusual for the stock market to fluctuate after a presidential election, Wall Street appears to be feeling good about Trump's victory.
All 3 major indices opened the day higher. Let's bring in Caleb Silver. He's the editor-in-chief of Investopedia. Caleb, what is it about Trump's victory you think that's driving the stock market up today?
Well, the fact that we have resolution is a big deal. This is not dragging on days or weeks, and investors don't like uncertainty. There's that. There's also the fact that he has made some big promises along his campaign that could be very beneficial for companies' bottom lines, including extending the 2017 tax cuts. That brought the corporate tax rate down from 35% to 21%. He's going to keep it there and maybe even lower it for some companies. Also, broader deregulation. He's going to get off the backs of the fossil fuel industry, off the backs of the banks, allow more deal making. That's a big deal. Lower taxes in general and a lot of government spending is good news for the stock market.
And Caleb, President-elect Trump has been very vocal about implementing tariffs on goods entering the country. What does that practically mean?
That means 20% tariff across the board on all products we import. And what does that mean? That means we're going to pay more as consumers because retailers are going to pass those costs on us. It's inflationary by nature. He says he'll offset that by lowering taxes. So you're looking at a choice here of higher tariffs, but lower taxes. And obviously enough voters voted for lower taxes. So that's a big part of it as well. There's tariffs. There's also this rhetoric about making things in America and spending more on infrastructure. Infrastructure stocks rocking today. Industrials, transports, everything made in America, based in America, doing well in the stock market.
Because they think there might be spending in that arena by the new administration.
Spending is good for stocks.
What would Trump's proposals do to the national debt? Do we know?
Explode it, because this is government spending at its highest. So we're talking about tariffs. That's inflationary. That's going to require some more spending here in the U.S. But in general, the CRFB, which looks at the federal budget, talks about a $7 to $8 trillion increase in the budget deficit over the next decade if he gets some of his proposals through.
All right. Caleb Silver, thanks so much.
The Trump family has often put on a united front from business ventures to the White House.
We're told by someone who studied the Trump family dynamic extensively that they don't trust anyone without the last name Trump. In 2017, we remember Ivanka Trump and Jared Kushner were inside the administration, but things have changed in 8 years.
Donald Trump returning to the White House for a second term, but this time around with a smaller entourage in tow. The president-elect telling Fox News his kids will not serve in his administration.
I said, that's enough for the family. You know why? It's too painful for the family. My family's been through hell.
In his first presidency, Ivanka Trump served as a key advisor, and her husband, Jared Kushner, took on a major and controversial role in a number of projects, including Middle East diplomacy. Ivanka, who has been less present on the campaign trail than her brothers, expected to keep more distance this term.
She took a hit for going into politics, so she wants to step away.
Trump's youngest child, Barron, is now 18, a 6'7" college student living at Trump Tower and attending New York University. During the campaign, Barron advised his dad on which podcast to do.
I mean, he tells me about all the hot guys, people I never heard about dead. That guy is hot.
The author of Melania's unauthorized biography called The Art of Her Deal says Melania Trump is protective of Barron and doesn't want him in the limelight.
She says it's dangerous, especially after the assassination attempt, and she thinks he's too young for the rough and tumble of politics.
Since leaving the White House in 2021, Melania herself has rarely appeared with her husband. They're at the convention, but not speaking, and a surprise appearance at that rally in Madison Square Garden.
Please welcome our next Commander-in-Chief, my husband, President Donald J. Trump.
The big unanswered question, will the First Lady live in Washington or stay in New York?
I think it'll be very much like it was the last time. When she wants to be in the White House, she'll be there. But when she didn't feel like it, she just disappeared.
Melania Trump speaks about the mental and physical well-being of children and may try to reinvent her Be Best initiative.
There is tough, and then there's Trump tough.
Donald Trump Jr. and his fiancée, Kimberly Guilfoyle, are widely expected to continue as surrogates for the president, with Eric Trump managing more of the Trump business, and his wife, Laura, a co-chair of the Republican National Committee. And don't forget the Gen Z Trumps.
I'm a Trump, too.
Trump's granddaughter, Kai, made her debut at the Republican National Convention, her grandfather beaming.
Up next, you may have heard us say this once or twice already. This election is historic. We're going to walk you through the many firsts ahead on NBC News Daily.
and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
We have talked all hour about President-elect Trump's decisive victory, and it's an extraordinary time for our country.
Among the milestones, the former president is the first person to win non-consecutive terms since Grover Cleveland in the 19th century. He's the first person to have been impeached to ever win the presidency and the first person convicted of felonies to win. He's also the oldest person ever elected to the presidential office. So as we begin this new era, we do want to take a look at what lies ahead for our political parties and our country. Joining us now, NBC News presidential historian Michael Beschloss and NBC News contributor Jonathan Alter here with us on set. Good to see you both. Michael, we'll start with you. Put President-elect Trump's win into historical context for us. When younger, future generations look back or reading their textbooks, what do you think they're going to see?
Well, maybe two things, Clay. One is that he has run 3 elections. He won 2, he lost 1, despite what he says. But that means that this is a movement. Donald Trump has got a number of people who have voted for him, a majority in some cases, and they have been durable. That's rarely happened in American history. Grover Cleveland managed to do that in the 1880s and 1890s. More than that, Donald Trump has asked for the strongest presidency in American history, has talked about using the Justice Department, Defense Department against political adversaries, possibly suspending the Constitution, dictator for a day.
Jonathan, is there any parallel between now and, we keep mentioning Grover Cleveland way back in the late 1800s? Is this a parallel time?
Well, in some ways, yes, because it's a period of capitalism went, the robber baron era of the 1880s and early 90s. I think Cleveland, who's kind of an obscure former president, it's a little bit of an object lesson. So he didn't dominate his era in the way Trump will be seen as having dominated the political part of the 21st century. But he was elected in 1884. Then he lost to Benjamin Harrison in 1888. He made a comeback in 1892. But then in 1893, there was what was then called a panic. We would now call it a depression. And it changed everything in American politics. It was a severe seizure for the whole system. And I think, Cleveland was very, very unpopular. So it's an indication you can't say for sure what's going to happen in the next 4 years. You have a number of economists who believe that if Trump's trade tariff, 20% tariff, if that was imposed, that it would wreak economic havoc. So all kinds of things could happen, or maybe not, but there are unanticipated consequences to these things.
I mean, speaking of unanticipated things, can we talk candidly about women? Because there was this expectations that they would show up in droves for Vice President Harris. Instead, President-elect Trump overperformed in that group. What do you make of that?
So just to be clear, Harris still carried women, but not with the margins that she needed in order to
especially
be
if you compare her to Biden among young women. She didn't do as well as he did.
That's correct. So I do think there's some deeper questions of misogyny might be too strong a word, but the reaction that certain men, not all men, have to the idea of women in power. And I haven't heard, I don't think, enough discussion of this today. And then also the reaction that some women have to women in power. They don't generally vote for a woman just because they're a woman. There were millions of people yesterday who voted, in favor of more liberal policies on abortion, and then voted also for Donald Trump. So those tangled feelings, maybe a weakness for strong leadership that some people have, or for a self-described strong man, those are factors.
Michael, I told my 2 grown children last night that we are all more alike than we are different as Americans. Am I right? Am I right? Are we going to get through this? Because we've got a bitterly divided country.
Kate, you're doing great. And we also need presidents to remind us of that. You know, the founders knew that they had created a system that was divisive. Presidents would have to propose unpopular policies, but they also said the person who's going to unify Americans and remind them of exactly, Kate, what you have told your grandchildren. I can't imagine you have grandchildren that you're old enough to do
no
that.
grandchildren.
Okay, I thought you said grandchildren. Forgive me. It was sound. Okay, well, that's what I'm arguing with what you're saying. No grandchildren here. But in any case, point I'm making is that the purpose of a president is to unite Americans and bring it all together. Trump has been great at passionate policies, not the unify.
Yeah. Michael Beschloss, Jonathan Alter, thanks so much.
We got a lot more news ahead.
You're watching Daily.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
This monster and historic storm is set to make landfall.
Now is raw.
What was your initial reaction?
Devastating.
Now is real.
Voters are voting. It's here. It's happening.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
NBC News has learned the Justice Department is evaluating how to wind down 2 federal cases against President-elect Trump even before he takes office.
This comes as we also learn Trump's legal team is going to move quickly to get all of his criminal cases brought to a halt. As a refresher, that includes the federal election interference case in Washington, D.C., the classified documents case in Florida, both brought by special counsel Jack Smith, and the Georgia state election interference case, which is currently on hold.
And then there's the New York hush money case in which a jury found Trump guilty of 34 felony counts of falsifying business records. As of now, he is supposed to be scheduled in that case. Sentenced in that case on November 26th.
So let's bring in NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos and Nate Persily. He's a professor of law at Stanford University and an NBC News election law analyst. Thank you both so much for being with us. So Nate, I do want to start with the DOJ, right? Officials reportedly see no room to pursue either of Jack Smith's criminal cases against Donald Trump, seemingly saying he's going to take office in a few weeks. So why move forward? What do you make of it?
Sounds sensible to me, because they're just sort of saving time and taxpayer dollars at this point, because even if they were to go forward with the case over these next few weeks, Donald Trump's going to pull the plug once he's in office, so there's no reason for them to go forward.
Danny, let me talk about the New York hush money case with you. This is the one in which he was convicted on many 34 counts. Will sentencing go forward now that he's the president-elect? Because we haven't really seen a scenario like this before. And I think I've heard that presidents are often, there's deference to presidents.
There are really two events coming up in that case. First, the judge, Justice Merchan, is going to decide a motion to dismiss based on the intervening immunity decision by the Supreme Court. And wrapped up in that decision is whether or not the state introduced evidence from his time in the White House that would have been forbidden based on the immunity decision. So that is one obstacle to the case. It could get dismissed outright. Then you have sentencing. That is going to happen later this month, maybe. You might see an adjournment request, and you might see the Manhattan prosecutors have no real objection to it. The reality is, even if Donald Trump were sentenced this month and he were sentenced to incarceration, which I think is very, very unlikely, reasonable minds have disagreed with me. I do not think this is a case that would be anything other than probation or house arrest. But even if he were sentenced, a sitting president, at least, and there are academics who think otherwise. I don't know what side you fall on, but there are some academics that actually think a sitting president could be imprisoned. I am not among them. I'm hardly an academic, but I don't believe the Supremacy Clause would allow a state government to imprison a sitting president. In all likelihood, although it's untested, these cases, state and federal, go away at minimum while the president is in office, and then you deal with them afterwards. But the practical reality is, as you just said, Nate, the federal cases are going bye-bye. That's a Latin term for dismissed.
And Danny, can we talk about conflicts of interest? Because now President-elect Trump has a media company, and that's not even talking about his potential cabinet. I think of billionaire Elon Musk, SpaceX. How is that going to work?
So this is fascinating. I'm so glad we have Nate here for that exact issue. You may remember during the first Trump presidency, an issue came up with Trump divesting or not really disclosing his interests in businesses, and that raised a little-known part of the Constitution called the Emoluments Clause that most folks, other than Nate, probably had never heard of the Emoluments Clause before. And there was actually litigation against Trump where plaintiffs brought cases saying, hey, you're in violation of the constitutional foreign emoluments clause and the domestic emoluments clause, which basically says, for the most part, you can't pay a president any more than his actual salary. He can't get money from foreign governments. The crazy part about this is that it got all the way to the Supreme Court, and since Trump was out of office, they dismissed it, saying, hey, well, it's moot. He's out of office, so there's nothing to decide. But here we are again with the exact same issue.
Nate, could we see President-elect Trump make big changes on the Supreme Court?
I think so. I mean, as you know, he already replaced 3 people on the Supreme Court. I wouldn't be surprised if Justice Clarence Thomas steps down. Question is whether Justice Alito would be another one. But I think Thomas, I wouldn't be surprised if he resigns in the first year or so.
And then he gets to fill those seats.
That's right.
Which could change the shape of the court for what, decades to come?
Indeed, I think he's already done that. I mean, the 6-3 division that we've seen on the court right now is actually quite significant over the history of the court.
Thank you to you both. Yeah. Very great to have you guys with us. Nate Persily and Danny Ceballos, as always. Thanks so much.
Great analysis.
I'm Kate Snow.
I'm Zinklea Samoa. Thank you so much for being with us. You are watching NBC News Daily.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
This is an NBC News special report. Here's Lester Holt.
Good day from New York. We're coming on the air with breaking news and a historic moment in Washington. Just minutes from now, Vice President Kamala Harris set to deliver her concession speech at Howard University, her alma mater, after NBC News projected her opponent, President-elect Donald Trump, will return to the White House. The vice president's remarks will come after she did not speak at what was supposed to be a celebratory event for her campaign last night before Mr. Trump took a commanding lead in the Electoral College, with Battleground, Wisconsin putting him over the 270 electoral votes needed to win the presidency. Her remarks will also cap her historically brief 107-day campaign, which began after President Biden dropped out of the race. NBC News also learning that Harris and Biden called the president-elect to congratulate him earlier today and discuss the importance of a peaceful transfer of power. While we await the vice president to come before the cameras, our senior White House correspondent, Gabe Gutierrez, is covering the vice president at Howard University. Gabe, what can we expect?
Hi there, Lester. Well, as we await the Vice President's remarks right behind me, we can tell you that this is the first time that we will see her publicly since yesterday afternoon when she was at DNC headquarters at a phone bank. But I was here yesterday, Lester, and I can tell you the mood here very different than it was yesterday, at least earlier in the night. We saw just such a deflated crowd here as the returns started to come in. Now, we can tell you that the Vice President was at her residence throughout the day and that she was working on her speech. Interestingly, a Biden aide tells me that she really didn't have this type of concession speech fully ready. She had expected instead to have a type of speech where she would tell her supporters to hold on because her campaign really expected this election results process to drag on for several days. But we understand that she did talk to former President Trump earlier today. She talked to him about the importance of a peaceful transfer of power and also the importance for him to be a president for all people, for all Americans. Now, also, President Biden also called former President Trump. We're told that he invited the former president, now president-elect, to the White House, but we're still awaiting details on that, on when that might happen. The staff is still working it out right now. Lester, I can tell you there's some cheering behind me. Again, any moment now, Vice President Harris is expected to come out here and deliver her remarks. As you said, very significant location, her alma mater. This is also the place where she announced her bid for president back in 2019. And she has also told interviewers that this location is very meaningful to her because it was the first time she ever ran for elected office when she was a freshman here at Howard University, and she ran for a representative here at the university. But again, we're waiting for those remarks, Lester, after a very disappointing day for Democrats.
All right, Gabe, we'll ask you to stand by. Yeah, we saw them making last-minute-looking arrangements there on the stage, so we expect the vice president in just a few minutes. In the meantime, let me bring in Meet the Press moderator Kristen Welker, our senior national correspondent Tom Yamas, and our senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson. Tom, let me start with you. Yeah. When I left you guys in the wee hours of the morning, we were still counting to see if it would be a sweep of the battleground states. What's the latest count?
We're still waiting, but as we're watching this and waiting for Vice President Harris to come out, the news has gotten worse for her. Obviously, the ultimate news, she's not going to the White House, but now we've learned NBC News has projected both Wisconsin and Michigan have also gone into Trump's column. He has taken down the blue wall once again. He is the only presidential candidate who's a Republican to take down the blue wall. He's done it twice since 1988. In modern historical times, we have not seen anything like this. So the news right now getting worse for her. We're still waiting on Arizona and Nevada as the vote is still being counted there.
All right, Kristen, let me bring into the conversation. We woke up in a different world today. This news is now being absorbed. People trying to tea leaf into the future. What are you hearing?
Well, we woke up to a political realignment. We saw that former President Donald Trump, now President-elect Donald Trump, had this incredibly decisive victory in which he expanded his reach and his support among key groups, Latino voters, women voters. In fact, President Biden did better with women voters than Vice President Kamala Harris did. We also saw him expand his reach into some blue areas, some blue counties, Lester, here in New York, in New Jersey, in Illinois. Things that are frankly being viewed as a wake-up call to the Democratic Party this morning. I have been talking to my sources who say that there needs to be a reckoning within the Democratic Party, that they need to take a hard look at these results and a hard look at why they did not resonate with voters, why their message did not speak to these key voters, working class voters, voters of all different backgrounds, racial backgrounds, and they need to rethink how they are messaging, particularly when it comes to issues like the economy and immigration.
And Howie, as you flip around the channels today, hear all these discussions about what did he really mean? Things that promises he made that have been disquieting for many people. What do we know?
It looks as though, based on everything that he has said publicly, his second term is likely to start as his first term did. Controversially, he has said on day one he will implement mass deportations. There's an estimated 11 million undocumented immigrants in this country. Doesn't say, and has been pressed for specifics. How do you pay for that? Probably billions of dollars. Who actually does it? Who actually executes these deportations? That's not clear. Do you separate families? There's a lot of question marks out there. There's a discussion of who ends up in his inner circle. I think you can expect to see Trump loyalists. Keep in mind that, and Kristen and I know this from having covered him in 2017 after Inauguration Day, a day that you were in D.C. for too, Lester. He brought in his first-term cabinet. Multiple members of that cabinet departed, have since argued against a second term for former President Trump. It's not going to look like that in all likelihood this time around. He will bring in people who are loyal to him, people who he is comfortable with. In his orbit, you can expect to see people like immigration hardliner Stephen Miller. You can expect to see in his broader orbit MAGA firebrand Steve Bannon. You can expect to see people like Elon Musk, people like Robert F. Kennedy Jr., perhaps in charge of health agencies here, as former President Trump has, President-elect Trump now has had him on the campaign trail. Other policies. He wants to essentially overhaul the federal government, do away with the Department of Education, look at ways to cut costs dramatically. It could be a real sea change in the way that the government works and functions, with political opponents concerned about the possibility of retribution. As President-elect Trump said just a few days ago on the campaign trail, it may look, in his words, nasty, especially at the beginning as he comes on board here as we look ahead to January and February. I'll tell you that in my text messages and phone calls, even in the last few minutes here, it is all about, on the Republican side, what's the transition like? Who ends up in which positions? There's the jockeying. Who's the chief of staff? Who goes up for the secretary of this or that? There's a lot of discussion about the next step forward in the future here. I'm also interested to see what Vice President Harris will say here. We saw former Congresswoman Republican Liz Cheney just today say, listen, we have a democracy. There is a new president-elect. We will work to protect the Constitution. Does the vice president strike a similar tone and talk about upholding the importance?
Well, I mean, obviously she'll concede the race question. Will she concede some of the things we're now talking about the Democratic Party and how it viewed the electorate up until last night?
I doubt that her speech will look into the strategy of her campaign, but I do anticipate, as Allie's saying, as Liz Cheney, her Republican supporter, signaled earlier today, that she will try to strike a unifying tone. And as we sit here and watch the crowd gather at Howard University, I can't help but think of all the parallels to 2016, when Hillary Clinton came out the day after Donald Trump effectively won and delivered a concession speech that she had not written because she was not prepared to lose. Now, that's not to say that Harris was entering this election with the same sense of what I think some people felt was a bravado on the part of Hillary Clinton. But Hillary Clinton said in her concession speech, I hope that he, Donald Trump, will be a successful president for all Americans. Hillary Clinton very notably struck a unifying tone in her remarks. And so it was such an important moment for the country when she did that. It was such a stark contrast with 2020, when former President Donald Trump did not concede. He still has not conceded. He did not attend the inauguration, Lester. So this was a very different transition of power that we witnessed in 2020, and obviously beset by the violence of January 6th. I do think that the vice president, I've been talking to lawmakers lawmakers, and they say they are anticipating and hoping they hear that.
And we should acknowledge this, right? Because along what Kristen was saying, I mean, the Democrats, no one likes to lose. Every Sunday we root for our football teams to win. Americans love winners. We love the fight. But Democrats right now are showing how to lose, right? President Biden called former President Trump, President-elect Trump, as I should say now. Vice President Harris called President-elect Trump. You said it, Lester. I wrote this down. The peaceful transfer of power. We're not going to see what we saw 4 years ago. We don't expect to see that when the U.S. Capitol was turned into a crime scene. That's not going to happen. Obviously, the stakes are much different now. But we should acknowledge Democrats are saying goodbye the way it's supposed to be done with that peaceful transfer of power.
Yeah, this morning I got up, I took a walk outside, beautiful day, and I was thinking everything is normal, that this will happen in the way that we would expect it to happen, a peaceful transition.
It's so true, Lester. And when you go back in history, not just to Hillary Clinton's concession speech, think about the concession speech of the late Senator John McCain, which will go down in history, I think, as one of the most important moments. It was a hard-fought campaign. Former President Barack Obama became the first black president of the United States. And Senator John McCain in that moment nodded to that, celebrated the fact that this was a history-making moment, and he conceded in this way that was incredibly powerful and graceful. And these moments are so important for our democracy, because after the hard-fought campaign, to be able to come out, to be able to say to your supporters, we gave it everything we have differences on every single issue, fundamental differences, but now we come together as a nation.
Let me get
really
to Garrett Haake, if I can. He's with the president-elect near his campaign headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida. Garrett, what more do we know about the conversation that took place between the president-elect and the vice president?
Well, very little, candidly, Lester. We know that it was the vice president who initiated that call sometime early this afternoon. I think there was a lot of expectation in Trump world about when that call would occur. Once the writing was on the wall late last night, a senior Trump campaign official told me they saw the memo that came out last night from the Harris campaign chair urging their supporters to go home and get some rest as a white flag last night, and that they were waiting for this call for some time. One of them suggesting to me that had the shoe been on the other foot and had it been Trump not making a call to concede until well into the next day, they could imagine that the coverage, the reaction from the country would have been quite different. We also learned, of course, about the phone call with President Biden, that invitation to come to the White House. It's important to remember these three individuals here, the vice president, the president-elect, and President Biden, have almost no actual personal history together. Remember, the entirety of Vice President Harris and Donald Trump's personal relationship, to the degree they have one, was the time they spent together on the debate stage. The two had never met before, hadn't talked subsequently since. And so there's not a lot of relationship here. There does seem to be a desire, at least in this small moment, to project that image of unity and of the peaceful transfer of power, so important to the American tradition in every other election, save essentially the last one. But now, again, a key moment here for both sides to try to reach for that higher ground.
Yeah, mostly serious faces as we look at outside Howard University, where we expect to hear from the vice president, her concession speech any minute now. As we wait, let me bring in Simone Sanders, co-host of MSNBC's The Weekend, former chief spokesperson to Vice President Harris. Simone, have you been in contact with the vice president's team at all?
Lester, I think I will just say that I have spoke to people that know, and in general, who not necessarily people who are staff, but people who are very aware of and familiar with just kind of how the tone and tenor is for the vice president, for the president, for folks at the White House right now, and where I think what you will expect to hear from the vice president is a thankfulness for the supporters and the people that came out to support her last night, who are there today, standing there and all across the country, but also just a sense that the coalition that she built and the time that she did it, she doesn't regret, and she means what she said about the country, about democracy. I don't know if it will particularly be long, a long speech, but the folks around the vice president and people close to the campaign, they do feel like that she ran her race and she left it all on the field. And I have to say, as someone that watched this from the outside in, I do think that the vice president specifically, she was a warrior here and definitely ran through the tape. What we will see in the weeks and months to come when we get the voter data and whatnot is exactly why that was not enough. But I definitely think she gave it her all.
Yes, Simone, it's notable. She didn't talk a lot about being a woman, the historic nature of being a African-American, a South Asian woman. But there will be young women who will be watching this speech today. Do you believe she'll have a message for them, those who feel this crushing disappointment that once again the glass ceiling remains intact?
Yes, I think she might. Again, I don't know specifically about her remarks, and from my understanding, are very close hold. So I have not seen a version of the remarks and have not spoken to anyone, frankly, that would have seen them. But in knowing the vice president, she has spoken extensively during the time that I worked for her and when I no longer worked for her, but in times that I'd seen her and whatnot, about the place that she has in history. She understands that. She also understands what it means for not just young women across the country, but young men. When they see her, she uniquely understands that. So there are people that are crushed by this not win, by this loss, frankly, and I think she's going to speak to them. The woman I will just note at the podium right now is Opal Vadhan. Opal has been with the vice president since the first year in office, and she always sets the remarks out. So Kamala Harris is not far behind.
So the remarks are on the podium, so we expect to see her. While we wait, and we may have to break away, but Mark Lauder is the former director of strategic communications for Trump's 2020 campaign. Mark, this is an opportunity, certainly, for both sides to demonstrate a sense of unity. What do you think we'll see from the president-elect in terms of dialogue, further dialogue with the Harris team?
Well, they'll obviously go through the transition planning, and as she obviously is the sitting vice president, their teams will work together, not only with President Biden and the current White House staff, with the vice president's staff, and I do think this is a moment. I also think it's a moment because of not only the historic nature of the win, but also what appears to be a national popular vote win, which is something that's not been done but once this century by a Republican, and I think they know that. Also, the big change I think we're going to see moving forward, and I was on the 2016 campaign in the transition, you kind of left campaign election night going, what next? Well, they know what next, because so many people, whether it was a Jason Miller, whether it was a Dan Scavino, so many of those senior advisors to the president-elect in his campaign in 24 were also there in 2016. So they know what to do, and they also know you've got one term to get it done. And I do believe the mandate from the America First movement is we don't want just talk. We want you to actually do the things that you promised to do.
Okay, Mark, thanks. We'll ask you to stand by as well as we look at the camera there pointed at the podium. We expect to see the vice president momentarily. There comes the still photographer to take the official photographs here. While we do that, Hallie, you're watching along with me. Give me your thoughts.
This is a significant moment for Vice President Harris, and I'm looking ahead to another one, which will be on Inauguration Day, because that is going to be the next moment when we will all likely gather and talk about the history-making moment that we're in here. And I think about Donald Trump not appearing at Joe Biden's inauguration. President Biden and Vice President Harris will be at the inauguration. By all accounts, we expect them to be for President-elect Trump and Vice President-elect Vance. And that is a difficult moment. We're talking about this idea, Tom has brought it up, Kristen has brought it up, of Democrats sort of understanding that there is a peaceful transfer of power. Doesn't mean it's easy. Simone used the word crushing. And I think that is exactly what it is for so many Democrats who are grappling with what this means for them, for the brand, for the party moving forward.
And just think about the last 100 days of Vice President Harris's life, right? President Biden's out, you're in. Run a campaign for president, which is not easy, and it shouldn't be. Debate Donald Trump. Come out here now go through election night, lose a presidential election, and come out and face the American people and have to discuss and try to push the Democratic Party in the country forward. I mean, it's a lot. And I'm sure she's going through a lot, and I'm sure we're going to hear that in her voice tonight.
I think that's right. And I think that Democrats writ large are going through a lot right now, grappling with this loss. We're getting this incredibly strong statement from Senator Bernie Sanders, independent senator from Vermont, who says it should come as no great surprise that a Democratic Party which has abandoned working class people would find that the working class has abandoned them. What a powerful message. Senator Sanders has been saying for months now, we need to focus more on working class people. And the fact that you saw this realignment, quite frankly, that cut across racial lines, Lester, that cut across socioeconomic lines, this is really at the crux of what Senator Sanders is talking about, I think, and what so many Democrats now are going to grapple with. I think there's also going to be a postmortem about what Tom is talking about, the timing of this, the timing of when President Biden decided to step down. We're already hearing rumblings within Democratic circles of, why didn't he step aside sooner? Why didn't he allow her that runway to have a real
We expect to hear from him in the coming day here, and I'm wondering how far that will go in terms of creating a picture here of unity even afterward, because you know there's going to be a lot of finger pointing, a lot of man, we shoulda, we coulda.
Absolutely. And it's one of the aspects of all of this that is so unprecedented. This is only the second time since 1968 that a vice president has run for election after the incumbent has stepped down. And so the responsibility is on the shoulders of President Biden as well, I think, to strike that unifying tone.
It's also fascinating to hear from somebody like Bernie Sanders in this moment, because remember, over the course of the last 107 days, as Vice President Harris largely tacked to the middle on a lot of issues. That was something that came up again and again. She was pressed on the policy differences between her run in 2019 when the Democratic Party was in a more progressive place. People like Bernie Sanders, people like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez didn't press on that, right? They gave her the space to be able to move to a more centrist position, to give that olive branch to more moderates, to try to win over those disaffected Republicans. Boy, with that statement from Bernie Sanders, that's done. That's over. And I think that's a real indication of the grappling inside the Democratic Party that's going to unfold. As, by the way, former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, who was a hand in so much of this behind the scenes, is here in the audience now at Howard for the speech.
As that camera pan, you see the grim faces there. The crowd has been told about 5 minutes or so. We'll, of course, stay here as we await the vice president to come out and make her concession speech. Gabe Gutierrez is there on the campus. Gabe, give us a sense of the mood. I mean, we see the pictures, but what's the feeling right now on the ground?
Well, hey there, Lester. Well, there is music playing, but nobody is really dancing at all behind me. The mood here is extremely grim. And we just spoke with one Harris supporter just a few minutes ago who said that, you know, she was here from New York. She was so excited yesterday at the beginning of the night. But as the returns came in, as it became clear that Vice President Harris was not going to be delivering remarks, she just went home. And for her, it was extremely emotional. I heard you and Hallie and Kristen talking about Hillary Clinton's concession speech back in 2016. Several of the women in particular that we have spoken here have brought that up as well. Very frustrated that the glass ceiling has not been broken. Now, you were also talking about what we can expect from Vice President Harris, and that's something I will be watching for as well. If you notice, in the last few days of this campaign, when Vice President Harris seemed to suggest that momentum was on her side, she did not mention Donald Trump by name. She referred to him as that other guy, or in many appearances didn't even bring him up at all, trying to hit a positive tone in the last few hours of the campaign. It will be interesting to see if she mentions him by name in his speech. Earlier today, the campaign chair, in a letter to staff, trying to congratulate them for a fight well fought, and essentially trying to show them that their actions were appreciated over the last several months, but they were up against unprecedented headwinds in her view. But in that letter, she also told those staffers that the fight against the Donald Trump presidency begins now. Unclear if Vice President Harris will go that far. We understand that we do expect her to strike a more unifying tone. But again, these supporters here, we do see some cheering behind me. I'm told that Tim Walz is now coming up on stage, and I'm going to send it back to you, Lester.
Yeah, we're looking at Tim Walz now appears to be at the foot of the stage. We assume he will stand with the vice president when she makes her remarks.
And for him, somebody who has made this turn onto the national stage, did you know, 2 months ago, did most of America know who Tim Walz was? If he lived in Minnesota, maybe, right? But now, obviously, he has become a national figure in the audience for this speech as you see some of the family members start to file in the hugs, the sunglasses, the crowd here at Howard University.
Last time we saw many of them together was, of course, at the Democratic National Convention.
Yeah, and I
Very
think
different
Hallie
vibe.
raises an important point because Tim Walz joined the ticket. I think many Americans didn't know who Tim Walz was. And you didn't see the sort of traditional media blitz that you would expect from him.
All right,
it's not clear more Americans are familiar with
The
him.
Vice President has just been announced. We expect to see her in just any second now as she will approach the podium. Again, her family, her running mate there. Here is Vice President Kamala Harris.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you all. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. So let me say, and I love you back. And I love you back. So let me say, my heart is full today. My heart is full today, full of gratitude for the trust you have placed in me, full of love for our country, and full of resolve. The outcome of this election is not what we wanted, not what we fought for, not what we voted for, but hear me when I say, the light of America's promise will always burn bright. As long as we never give up and as long as we keep fighting. To my beloved Doug and our family, I love you so very much. To President Biden and Dr. Biden, thank you for your faith and support. To Governor Walz and the Walz family, I know your service to our nation will continue. And to my extraordinary team, to the volunteers who gave so much of themselves, to the poll workers and the local election officials, I thank you all. Look, I am so proud of the race we ran and the way we ran it. Over the 107 days of this campaign, we have been intentional about building community and building coalitions, bringing people together from every walk of life and background, united by love of country with enthusiasm and joy in our fight for America's future. And we did it with the knowledge that we all have so much more in common than what separates us. Now, I know folks are feeling and experiencing a range of emotions right now. I get it. But we must accept the results of this election. Earlier today, I spoke with President-elect Trump and congratulated him on his victory. I also told him that we will help him and his team with their transition, and that we will engage in a peaceful transfer of power. A fundamental principle of American democracy is that when we lose an election, we accept the results. That principle, as much as any other, distinguishes democracy from monarchy or tyranny. And anyone who seeks the public trust must honor it. At the same time, in our nation, we owe loyalty not to a president or a party, but to the Constitution of the United States. And loyalty to our conscience and to our God. My allegiance to all three is why I am here to say, while I concede this election, I do not concede the fight that fueled this campaign. The fight for freedom, for opportunity, for fairness, and the dignity of all people. A fight for the ideals at the heart of our nation, the ideals that reflect America at our best. That is a fight I will never give up. I will never give up the fight for a future where Americans can pursue their dreams, ambitions, and aspirations, where the women of America have the freedom to make decisions about their own body and not have their government telling them what to do. We will never give up the fight to protect our schools and our streets from gun violence. And America, we will never give up the fight for our democracy, for the rule of law, for equal justice, and for the sacred idea that every one of us, no matter who we are or where we start out, has certain fundamental rights and freedoms that must be respected and upheld. And we will continue to wage this fight in the voting booth, in the courts, and in the public square. And we will also wage it in quieter ways, in how we live our lives, by treating one another with kindness and respect, by looking in the face of a stranger and seeing a neighbor, by always using our strength to lift people up, to fight for the dignity that all people deserve. The fight for our freedom will take hard work, but like I always say, we like hard work. Hard work is good work. Hard work can be joyful work. And the fight for our country is always worth it. It is always worth it. To the young people who are watching, it is... I love you. To the young people who are watching, it is okay to feel sad and disappointed. But please know it's going to be okay. On the campaign, I would often say, when we fight, we win. But here's the thing. Sometimes the fight takes a while. That doesn't mean we won't win. That doesn't mean we won't win. The important thing is don't ever give up. Don't ever give up. Don't ever stop trying to make the world a better place. You have power. You have power. And don't you ever listen when anyone tells you something is impossible because it has never been done before. You have the capacity to do extraordinary good in the world. And so to everyone who is watching, do not despair. This is not a time to throw up our hands. This is a time to roll up our sleeves. This is a time to organize, to mobilize, and to stay engaged for the sake of freedom and justice and the future that we all know we can build together. Look, many of you know I started out as a prosecutor, and throughout my career, I saw people at some of the worst times in their lives. People who had suffered great harm and great pain, and yet found within themselves the strength and the courage and the resolve to take the stand, to take a stand, to fight for justice, to fight for themselves, to fight for others. So let their courage be our inspiration. Let their determination be our charge. And I'll close with this. There's an adage an historian once called a law of history, true of every society across the ages. The adage is, only when it is dark enough can you see the stars. I know many people feel like we are entering a dark time, but for the benefit of us all, I hope that is not the case. But here's the thing, America, if it is, let us fill the sky with the light of a brilliant, brilliant billion of stars. The light of optimism, of faith, of truth, and service. And may that work guide us, even in the face of setbacks, toward the extraordinary promise of the United States of America. I thank you all. May God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America. I thank you all.
President Kamala Harris, her husband Doug Emhoff, at the conclusion of about a 15-minute speech, the vice president saying that she does concede the race to Donald Trump, but she says, I do not concede the fight that fueled this campaign.